Hello and welcome to Las Vegas for continuing coverage of the $100,000 Mixed Game Super High Roller Bowl. We've reached the final table of 5. I'm Alex Livingston here inside our studio at the Aria Resort and Casino alongside three-time bracelet winner Chris Death Donkey Vitch.
Hey Alex, after a couple long days, we are here at a very exciting Final 5.
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday, playing from 21 players down to 5, but here we have arrived at the final table of 5. We're playing a 10-game rotation of limit and big bet games. Stud, flop, and draw, all covered. You have to be an all-around specialist to win this tournament. 3-day event with 60-minute levels as we take a look at our chip leader, Michael Moncek, also known as Texas Mike, owner of 2 WSOP bracelets, a fearless, aggressive player who's going to be very tough to play against, I believe, with this big chip lead. Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly someone who will be completely fearless and going for the win alongside Daniel Negreanu here.
Certainly Daniel, no stranger to big final tables. The most accomplished player at this final table, top 10 in the all-time money list, and no stranger to final tables here inside the studio as well. We see Glazer and Yuri Dzivielevski, all-around mixed game players in second and third position, and Chad Eveslage, an all-around poker player who's had success both in mixed and in the no-limit hold'em streets. It's going to be a tough final table, and I think it's anybody's game.
Yeah, as you might expect in a $100,000 buy-in event, there's not really many soft spots out there. Everyone here at this final table has made it to the money, as you see on the payout table here, and they're all looking for that $1.2 million up top.
That's right, $225,000 guaranteed, but all 5 players have their sights set on that $1.2 million first prize as we kick things off here with the first hand of the day, and we're playing No Limit Texas Hold'em, a game that'll be familiar to all of our viewers.
Yeah, we're going to start with a nice little warm-up with a game that everyone's most familiar with, and certainly all the players at the table here are very comfortable playing. Probably the game that Michael Moncek will feel the most comfortable being aggressive in, and instead he just gets a walk on the first hand here.
Yeah, we've seen Moncek really step out there with some loose opens earlier in this orbit. He had one particularly effective double barrel with the 5-deuce offsuit against John Raciner, getting him to fold second pair. So Moncek definitely willing to mix it up, and I think perhaps even more so now at this final table with these ICM implications with every pay jump.
Right, as you mentioned, these are some hands that he played last night late in the stream as they were kind of the final table bubble situation. And I actually spoke with Texas Mike this morning before play kicked off and kind of confirmed with him that he feels he has the experience edge in the big bet games and certainly no fear of the stakes. He is not looking at the pay jumps whatsoever. He said he's here for the win. And the only thing he was thinking about last night was making it worthwhile to miss that concert that he missed.
That's right, yeah. And I think sometimes, Chris, it can be refreshing being somebody who just plays for the win, because you really just get to put all your heart into your primary goal of winning and not worrying so much about those pay ladders, those ICM decisions, really just focusing on maximizing your chances of winning, as we see 2 strong hands here.
Yeah, so some may be surprised to look at the ace-5 suited as a particularly strong hand, but we know that this hand often does make a nice 3-bet bluffing candidate.
Yeah,
and Benny Glazer also picks up a little something here.
Yeah, so a very normal open for Negreanu. Yuri has a hand that he has to play. He can either call it or 3-bet it. And now Benny with a hand that most people would probably think to fold right away, but perhaps considering a cold 4-bet early in the stream, but no, he does just elect to fold.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Glazer sitting in a very comfortable second chip position at the table, and really no need to make missteps right at this moment. If he runs into a big hand, it could really damage his prospects here. As we were mentioning earlier, some of the players maybe not paying super attention to the pay jumps, but an experienced online tournament player like Benny Glazer probably is thinking very much about, you know, each little pay jump along the way on his way towards the top.
And we see a relatively tight fold from Daniel here. I think just wanting to avoid playing big spots in No Limit Hold'em when perhaps he feels he has an advantage in some of the limit games, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe slightly surprising for me to see that, but I think what you're saying has a lot of merit. Makes total sense that, you know, maybe compared to the field, he's just thinking about his relative experience edge in some of the stud games, things like that.
And certainly Yuri in particular, a player who has quite a bit of experience in No Limit Hold'em, and Daniel perhaps just not wanting to take an out-of-position spot. As we look at the chip denominations in play, we have the $5,000 blue chips and the $25,000 green chips. I believe those $100,000 chips are going to be coming into play relatively soon as well.
Yeah, they decided not to start the day with them. Maybe they were just, like, as you were saying yesterday, happy to have these nice big towers of chips on the table. It seems like everybody's pretty comfortable with the moving around the chips of these denominations right now, and no need to really simplify it down to those 100Ks at the moment.
Yeah, I know for myself, I've always felt more comfortable playing poker when I have a lot of physical chips. As we see Michael Moncek, just like we saw yesterday, stepping a little bit out of line here, opening the 6-tray offsuit, trying to apply maximum pressure to these guys with the chip advantage he has.
And I think for Chad Eveslage here in the big blind, a couple options jump to mind. I mean, he could certainly just defend his hand here, but he could even come with maybe some sort of a 3-bet or even a 3-bet jam.
Yeah, I think if he believes that Moncek is opening extremely wide, jamming does potentially become possible. But Chris, I think 40 big blinds feels like a lot to stick in right now.
I'm just not confident that these guys want to play 3-bet pots out of position against such a fearless character as Texas Mike. And as I say that, Chad does decide to go with the initial plan and is happy to see that he could just take it down right here with a medium hand like ace-5.
Yeah, I think Chad thrilled with that result, really not wanting to play post-flop. Chooses a fairly large sizing, and Texas Mike gets out of the way.
So we were talking last night. Obviously, the bubble was a significant bubble for all players involved, $225K for the minimum cash here. As we look at the payouts now, I would say that it's a little bit flat for a little while, and that 1.2 million is really the prize everyone's looking for here. That the first place prize in this is a little bit on the top heavy side, I would say.
As we take a look at Chad Eveslage, poker pro out of Indiana, over $8.2 million in live tournament earnings, and also a fearless online player, plays all the games, plays them well.
Certainly he has success in dealer's choice events as well as no limit hold'em tournaments. So like you might expect at these stakes, everyone in the field very well versed in all the games.
So perhaps with the payout structure being a little bit top heavy and no huge jumps at the beginning, we might be seeing a little bit more gamble than we're accustomed to at some other final table configurations.
I think that makes a little bit of sense. For these shorter middling stacks, if you look at someone like, say, Chad Eveslage with 1.3 million, it's no disaster to finish in 5th place in a spot like this, when you're trying to build up your chip stack to go for the win. It's not like there's some very, very clear micro stack that, you really want to make sure to outlast.
Makes some sense. This flat call, a touch on the loose side from Benny Glazer, and I think just picking up on the fact that Moncek is playing ranges that might be a little looser than other players in this situation.
Absolutely. I commented last night that I think Benny has a nice seat at the table, having a very loose, aggressive player on his right, and I think we're seeing him implement that seat position here to play a hand that most players would fold in most no-limit hold'em situations. It's going to get a little interesting for Benny, though, here with a third pair and a gut shot on a board that can be quite scary, especially if Texas Mike is willing to apply a lot of pressure.
And we have seen Mike double barrel and triple barrel with some low equity hands in the past.
Right, he has certainly a no pair, no draw, no blocker kind of a combo here, but let's see what he's willing to do with this spot. A welcome sight for Benny there.
I think a very difficult card for Moncek to continue on. So much of Benny's range either made 2-pair or a straight on that card. And given the cards he has himself, it's just very difficult to fire a second barrel.
Time to wave the white flag. I wonder if Benny will give him some rope by checking this one back.
I think it's reasonable. My tendency would just be to go for value now, since Texas Mike's going to have so many 2-pairs and sets that can continue. And I don't expect a ton of bluffs with his air on the river.
200.
And a nice pickup there for Benny Glazer as he narrows the gap a little bit with Texas Mike.
Yeah, and Texas Mike may need to make a bit of an adjustment even in the no-limit hold'em round if he is going to get some pushback from these, let's call them middle strength hands like a Queen 10 off or the Ace 5 off in the previous hand from Chad. Clearly, these players are not really the ones that are just going to back down and wilt in the face of his aggression. As
we take a look at Benny Glazer, poker pro from Southampton, UK, part-time coach and musician. He travels the world playing poker. He's number 10 on England's all-time money list, 5 WSOP bracelets, including 2 in Omaha 8 or better. And he also has a number of W-Coop and Scoop titles to his credit online on PokerStars. Certainly a very well-versed mixed game tournament player with a lot of accomplishments.
Absolutely. He's had huge success everywhere he's been in every version of poker tournaments across the world and online. He also posts some videos of his guitar playing online at times, and I'm no musician myself, but
I haven't seen that yet.
He's certainly no slouch.
He's got some chops?
Absolutely.
As we see here, Yuri with a pretty strong hand here in the big blind. Facing an early position open, hijack open here from Texas Mike. Looks like he just takes the more conservative option, elects the call, which I like quite a bit.
Yeah, it seems like he'd be very happy to just play this hand for its pure value here. He wouldn't want to necessarily get 4-bet and have to make a tough decision, although obviously seeing a flop like this with King-Queen, not the ideal start.
Sure.
And for Texas Mike, after all those very weak opening hands, he may look at this King-10 offsuit and feel a little bit more attachment to it.
Yeah, very true. He starts with a small bet, which seems reasonable.
Sometimes when you're a very loose, aggressive player, you have to be mindful of the fact that a hand that looks good to you may still just be only marginal in certain situations, right? Like, for example, if you were to have gotten 3-bet in this hand, he might feel a little bit of attachment given the fact that this is one of the better hands he's had this orbit, whereas obviously we know it's still a very dominated kind of hand class.
Yeah, good points, Chris.
Speaking from experience as someone who can get a little bit out of line in spots, you know.
Right.
We see Yuri make a nice continue here with King-Queen.
Yeah, I think facing this price, 2 relatively clean overcards, pretty natural continue, but things are going to get a lot more difficult for him on the turn if Moncek continues to apply pressure. Moncek recognizing that his hand has some showdown value.
And it looks like he has earned his, improved his hand to a chop situation if there's no more betting.
And I think this is highly likely to be chopped because I don't think anyone has too much incentive to make a large bet on this board. Both have a modicum amount of showdown value.
Yeah, and Yuri certainly can't believe that he's ever going to get Texas Mike off of an ace high in this situation. I don't think.
Right.
10 seconds.
Yuri, a very creative player and one that likes to employ a lot of small and very large sizings just in general as part of his overall game plan. Also a very studious player who likes to consider his options and make sure he arrives at the right decision, but he does end up checking this combo.
Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that he was willing to use a time bank in that situation shows me that, you know, he was certainly not automatically content to just try to check this one down.
Right.
He definitely had some thoughts of whether his hand made sense to try to maybe he thought that a likely portion of Moncek's hand range could be another king high that he can maybe get off of the chop. Table much quieter to start the day today. Last night, Daniel Negreanu was providing a lot of commentary on of his own and a lot of activity, but I guess the seriousness of these pay jumps in this final table here has started everyone off slowly, or maybe they're just a little bit tired from the late night.
It's also possible, Chris, he hasn't had his first glass of wine yet. And once the red wine starts flowing, we may see a more chatty Daniel Negreanu.
The day is young.
We'll see what develops. Wow. Yuri picks up a powerhouse. 2 kings in the small blind. Let's see how he plays this with Michael Moncek in the big blind. And he does elect just to limp, which he would do with a lot of weaker holdings, too.
Right, I was going to say it's got to be tempting to try to set a trap for Texas Mike, who's been very aggressive.
Very interesting to see also how he responds to this raise. I think his hand is strong enough that limp calling is actually not totally out of the realm of possibility. Just trying to ensure that these weaker hands hit some type of top pair. I think limp raise is definitely also very likely.
Right, I think limp raise is the most likely just at the depth that they're at. I think if he was even shallower, he'd be more comfortable with the limp call option.
480.
Agree with that. And he does just go for a large re-raise, and this is basically just designed to get all in against Moncek's value range portion. If Moncek has a hand like pocket nines here, he's going to be very tempted just to move in.
Right, so Texas Mike avoids any further danger in that trap situation, but still a nice start for Yuri Dzivielevski to start the day. Chipping up nicely and closing the gap between the chip leaders and himself and separating himself a little bit from Daniel Negreanu, who's fallen to the short stack.
As we can see, the Super High Rollerball Series began in Macau in 2018 and then expanded all over the world. We've had series in London, Nassau, Gold Coast, Sochi, and Karania, as well as, of course, a number of series here in Las Vegas. And this has just been a great initiative by the PokerGO team, bringing these super high rollerball events. And now with the introduction of the mixed game event and a couple years ago with the PLO event, it's really nice to see multiple renditions of this concept.
Absolutely, and we have a former winner of one of the no limit iterations of the Super High Rollerball, and Daniel Negreanu here looking for another Super High Rollerball ring. Everyone else here obviously participating for their first time, I believe. I don't think anyone else had participated in the PLO version.
I think that's true, yeah. The PLO version, the inaugural one, was of course won by Jared Blesnick, and the second one won by Seth Davies.
Okay. So Yuri right back to work with a ace-2 offsuit on the button here.
Nice flop for the 9-8 off. Couple overs, open-ender. You can see the equities there. A coin flip, but you'd almost rather have Glazer's hand. Much better playability and implied odds.
Yeah, certainly. On the other hand, Yuri does have the value of position here, so we can see how he chooses to proceed in this situation. I could see him going with both a check and a bet here. Suppose he can't take 2 actions at once, so he'll probably choose a check or a bet.
Right. I agree. You can definitely go either way. I think a lot of the time your small pairs and ace highs have some incentive to check back. But if he thinks he's not going to face a huge number of check raises, then there's certainly some merit in just getting some value and protection right away.
And for Benny, obviously not folding, and he is kind of deciding whether or not it makes sense to have, you know, this hand into a check raise portion of his range, or whether or not to just play a little bit more straightforwardly. And he does decide to go check raise. I don't think this hand is necessarily over yet, though.
Yeah, it's hard to say how Yuri wants to proceed here. Certainly if he had something like ace-deuce of diamonds with that backdoor flush draw, I think that would be a mandatory continue. Even as is, he has to feel like if he is behind, his outs are very clean. The deuce is perhaps quite a disguised out. Not that there's that many of them left in the deck, but certainly very tempting to call here and see another card where he's ahead of all the draws.
Yeah, one thing I'd be thinking here is that, like, Benny doesn't have that many credible hands, actually. I mean, there's not many 2 pairs that Benny would be defending on this flop, right? Like, the 7 deuce and 6 deuce don't really exist.
Yeah, it's kind of a problem where Yuri has to think, how many bluffs does Benny have? And also, how wide can he go for value? Can he check raise something like Jack 7 for value here?
This looks like a dangerous turn to me for Benny, because he might be tempted to start bluffing with this hand, and obviously we can see that Yuri now has a powerhouse. If
Benny thinks that Yuri's floating the vast majority of ace highs, which he should, then yes, this card is certainly a good one for Yuri's range. And we see Benny just recognizing that this card is bad for his range and probably will be employing checks with some stronger hands as well here.
Now, if Yuri comes with a big size here in the turn, can Benny continue with an open-ended straight draw?
I think it's going to depend a lot on the sizing, and it's hard to know because if Yuri does have a hand that's not ace-x, Benny's 9 or 8 might also be outs.
Yeah, that's a good point.
At the same time, check calling out of position with just 9 high is not a lot of fun.
Yuri actually sets the trap by checking back the turn. And we can see against Benny's actual hand that this might lead to a profitable river situation here.
Yeah, if I'm Benny, I'm at least quite tempted to go for a bluff here.
I would think maybe a small bluff would be totally fine here. You know, from his perspective, it doesn't really look like Yuri has the ace after that check back on the turn. And one obvious straight card has come home with the 4 on the river. So Benny could maybe just make a small bluff size here and try to get Yuri to fold something marginal.
Yeah, Yuri's going to have some float stuff like
Instead, we have a
he does go for a big
bet.
Wow. And this is I think that Benny's options if he wanted, and Yuri just does call very quickly.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is not going to work, but it will prevent him from getting. He will certainly not get raised either.
Yuri has a hand that can beat value bets, and that's why he called so quickly. If he had some type of more marginal bluff catcher like just ace-x where he felt that he could not beat any value bets, perhaps he would have taken more time. But in that spot, Yuri knows facing this large bet, he's never going to raise, and he can beat some value bets. So he does go ahead and not waste anybody's time.
So a very great start to the day for Yuri Dzivielevski, who now finds himself close to the chip lead. He is going to have to navigate a difficult seat position throughout the entire day with a loose, aggressive, fearless player on his immediate left, but we can see that he's off to a fantastic start.
And by the way, what an interesting check back there from Yuri, which really earned him the call on the river.
Earned him a big amount of chips on the river.
As we switch games here, Chris, to Omaha Hi-Lo 8 or better 4-hole cards, you have to use exactly 2 from your hand and 3 from your board. The pot's split between the best high hand and the best qualifying low hand, and you can use different cards for the high component of the pot and as you do from the low component of the pot.
Right.
What you're really looking for in this game, you want your hand to contain an ace. Obviously, suits are good, and then you want to use those wheel cards to make the low, and then also potentially have a high card on the high side. Something like ace, king, 3 deuce double suited is really one of the dream hands in this game.
Yeah, and I would just add that people that come from more of a PLO background, which is a little more commonly played poker game, like so for example, Daniel Negreanu has a hand here like queen, queen, 7, 4. Many PLO players would value this hand as a so-so hand. This is not really playable in this situation. Omaha Hi-Lo, the low cards are not particularly strong, and queens are very vulnerable.
Whereas this hand of Yuri's, which would be quite weak in PLO with just a 7 high suit, becomes strong. The strength of your suits perhaps not quite as important in Omaha 8 as it is in PLO, where the low component is getting half of the pot.
Chad with a very frustrating hand to have here in the big blind, as he has the 6-5-4-2 Badugi, which is also in our mix today, and we will get to later in the day.
You'd rather have that one in a different game.
A top premium hand in Badugi, but an okay defense hand here in Omaha 8 as well.
Certainly a defend in 08, yeah. And a board that's going to favor Yuri quite a bit here on the 9-8-5. He does come with a continuation bet.
Right, Chad's definitely going to have to continue here. He has a weakish low draw, a pair, and a gut shot. So I think this is going to be a situation where it's going to often get to showdown between these two hands. We could see Yuri now basically has the low locked up. He could get counterfeit, but he's in very, very good shape for the low. He has a gut shot draw for the high. He needs a 4.
You can see those percentages there over on the left of your screen. The first percentage is the percent chance to win the high, so you can see that Chad has an ear lock on the high, and then the second percent is the chance to win the low. So it's very likely that these two players chop this pot, and indeed, it's going to be chopped unless somebody folds.
4 too low, 6 is up.
Yeah, and so typically when you're defending a hand like Chad's in the big blind, and you make a two-way hand, like two pair and a low, in a heads-up situation, you're basically going to always get to showdown. There's very few river cards that are going to change your plans, and you just have to hope that your hand is either good one way or the other.
Right, and perhaps worth noting that bluffing is a little bit different in these split pot games. Your bluffs are really just designed to get your opponent off one half of the pot when you know you're going to already win one half. If you can't win any of the pot, it's very difficult to bluff when there's lows possible because your opponent's often going to call down just trying to win the half that they can win.
Daniel today.
Very good point.
Last night.
We need some wine in him.
Yeah, I'm gonna incorporate the old Daniel.
Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone and makes poker study easy for all skill levels. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today at octopipoker.ai. And I've played around with this software a little bit. It's very cool. You can actually see hands that were played from other final tables here at the studio. You see the players that played the hands, and then you get feedback on if you made the correct play or not.
That's fantastic. I noticed that Texas Mike definitely is scaling back the aggression in this game where he's maybe a little bit less comfortable, as he had a hand that maybe some players would be a little bit tempted to open. As you were mentioning yesterday, a double-suited Drugel, a mediocre hand of the three.
Right, and let's give Mike some credit for trying to play more hands in the games he knows he's stronger at, and perhaps being a little bit more honest in the games where he knows he's conceding an experiential disadvantage.
Absolutely. I find this continue from Chad pre-flop here to be very loose with a very vulnerable hand. These are the sort of combinations in Omaha 8 or better that are very difficult to play, as the low card in your hand is very is not helping his hand really in any particular way. Remember that you need two low cards in your hand to make a qualifying low.
I tend to agree, Chris. I think this is probably a little too loose from Chad. What I will say is that perhaps he thinks, because Negreanu is one of the shorter stacks and likes to employ a small ball strategy anyway, he'll have an easier time realizing his equity, facing perhaps more checkbacks both pre-flop and on the flop.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot now because Daniel had bottom two on the flop and was value betting. On the turn, I think he still thinks there's a good chance that he has the best hand. He really wants Chad to fold something like a flush draw, which is the hand Chad has. But Chad having a flush draw along with a queen and a 10, I think this is going to be a little bit too much for Chad to fold in this spot. He is facing a tough decision, though. You can be drawing dead on this paired board to a full house.
Yeah, this bet from Daniel on the surface perhaps appears a little bit mergy, but I think that it's quite likely that Chad does have some type of draw. Daniel doesn't have a diamond in his hand, which actually gives Chad more draws, the check called flop.
Yeah, we can see that Chad has 92% in this hand, but he is looking at those paired kings on the board and thinking, well, I could just be dead here.
And keep in mind, Daniel's hand with the queen and the 6 does still have 4 outs against King X.
And this bet by Daniel is going to prove very valuable if Chad folds, because he is not really bluffing here, right? He's just trying to protect his queen 9 from the numerous draws that are out there. Wow, this is a great result for Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, excellent result.
Very unlikely to win
and a bit of a tight fold, I think, from Chad, where he has just so much going on with his hand. Yes, he can be in fairly bad shape, but he does have the queen, the gut shot, and the flush draw. But nice aggression from Daniel there. And he doesn't realize that Chad folded a better hand. He probably thinks that Chad folded something slightly weaker, like a jack.
I was trying to see how long I go without talking. I did 30 minutes. I couldn't get an hour. You guys pulled me out.
Oh my God, I made such a bad fold. If he's this happy, I just made the worst fold.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I was trying to see, like, can I shut up for an hour?
I just made a hero. I
gave it 30
he's
minutes.
Fucking got it, baby.
You folded a queen?
Oh my God, you would, Vinny, if you saw my hand. If you saw my hand, Vinny. I was trying to own him, but I think he
But
got
yeah,
me.
aces.
Chad with some instant regret.
Yeah, perhaps realizing he may have made too tight of a fold, but also not wanting to tell the table exactly what he had.
I think given his discomfort with that situation, it does lend a little bit more credence to the idea that maybe just folding pre-flop would have been the best strategy.
Chris, after seeing Texas Mike fold that last double-suited hand, he now opens perhaps a weaker hand here with a 7 trade deuce deuce.
This hand definitely has some drawbacks with only having one suit, and that pair of twos is generally not a strong holding for you. Negreanu with a relatively tight fold of the ace-4-5-5 there, however, he is facing 3 cold. And we can see Benny taking advantage of his nice seat position and
I was wondering what
his
was going on.
experience edge and comfort in
I was trying to see if I could go an hour. I couldn't do it. And I was going to see if I don't talk, what happens to the game. It was like a...
And a nice flop here for Texas Mike with the nut low draw, but also good flop for Benny, top pair and flush draw.
Huh?
No limits of
Yeah,
tough game
that's
to
true.
start with.
Very
It's
intense.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah, this shows a little bit of the problem with Texas Mike's starting hand here. Even though he has flopped the nut low draw, he basically has no way to win the high. However, he has turned to flush draw now.
Yeah, this 9 of hearts giving both players some options to win the high. Does Benny want to continue here with just top pair, top kicker, but also a strong draw?
I think having a 10 blocker in his hand, he has a gut shot to the Broadway, he has a nut flush draw. I would be comfortable maybe betting this spot.
I think
I'm a
it's
little
close
surprised
with
to
the
see
low
check.
draw also present, though.
And it does come in for Texas Mike. He makes the backdoor flush and 3 sevens, and I think he would be comfortable value betting this hand. Oh, this is a little bit of a careful check.
Oh, we have a 7. See that?
And
Benny, not noticing the 7 or the flush, perhaps, rolls his hand over. But yeah, Texas Mike, nice river for him too. And I agree, I would have just value bet Mike's hand in that situation. Note that his hand pre-flop does contain some nice blockers to continue as his opponents might have, but I think just a little bit too weak with such a lack of high potential. But he does end up winning a nice pot there.
Yes, for sure. And unfortunately for Benny Glazer, it has been the opposite nightmare start for him so far, as he's lost almost half his stack.
Yeah, getting back to that big pot he played with Yuri, I think Yuri's check on the turn was certainly very tricky. I don't have a huge problem with Benny's bluff in the river because my thought was that if he bluffs, he should either do something like you suggested, very small, or go very big. I think the middling sizing was the worst one he could choose, and he did commit to that big sizing and just kind of ran into the top of the range.
And he just kind of ran into it. That makes sense. I know that we have a big YouTube audience out there today watching our final table coverage. I just want to encourage everyone out there to subscribe to the PokerGO YouTube channel, as we are really excited to be able to provide games like this, mixed game coverage, and hope to continue advancing knowledge about these other games and get to see something a little bit different on PokerGO.
That's a great point, Chris. And PokerGO does a great job putting a fair amount of content on YouTube for free. So definitely subscribe to the PokerGO YouTube channel and feel free to tune in there.
As Yuri picks up a very strong starting hand given the relative situation, small blind, big blind here. In this situation, even though Texas Mike's hand is weak, I do defend a very wide range in the big blind versus the small blind, having the value of position.
Right,
Quite
and in a fixed limit game in position, you're probably defending fairly wide in most of the games, but particularly in Omaha 8 where the equities tend to run pretty close to each other.
This is a little bit of a troublesome flop for Texas Mike's hand, however. He does have a low draw, but it's often not the best low draw, and his pair of 3s for high is very mediocre. You can see now he turns a pair of 5s, but his hand has actually gotten worse in a lot of ways.
I agree. It's questionable, though, if Yuri wants to double barrel this particular combo. He's kind of middling both directions. He's only got 5s and deuces for the high and a fairly weak low. Checking feels fairly natural. I agree that Mike's in a lot of trouble on a variety of turns when he calls this flop, but probably still just a little bit too much hand to fold right away.
I think I would fold facing a bet here, but I'm not sure.
I meant on the flop.
On the flop, yeah. It's close, I'd say.
Yeah, close,
So
right.
not a card Yuri wanted to see on the river here. This actually improves Texas Mike to the best low, this is a little bit hard for a new player in Omaha 8 to see, but he has to use the 3 and the 5 from his hand along with the ace, deuce, and the 8 from the board, whereas the best low that Yuri can make involves him using the one of the cards in his hand plus the 7 for an 8 low.
Right, so we would describe Moncek's low here as a live 3, meaning he has...
And Moncek folds the river, and this is a little bit of an inexperience from him. Having 2 3s in his hand there and having seen the turn go check, check, an experienced Omaha 8 or better player would be very comfortable with the low that he had in that situation.
Right. He's not loving the fact that his low is just a live 3 rather than 2 live cards. As we take a look here at the bio board here for Yuri Dzivielevski, poker pro from Curitiba, Brazil, now living in Florida. Former #1 ranked online poker player, 5 WSOP bracelets, and #1 on Brazil's money list. And we know that Brazil is a very strong poker country. Yuri has a great reputation in Brazil, and I know that a lot of his countrymen are tuning along, watching him here at the final table.
One thing that can be hard for big bet players, which I assume Texas Mike is more of a big bet player than a limit player, is just how often you need to call the river with a relatively optimistic holding, just trying to get your half in a game like Omaha 8 or better. In that situation, his low is worth quite a bit, and there's even a tiny chance that, maybe his pair could win the high against certain hands. So,
yeah.
If I could give one piece of advice to the players out there that are trying to learn a new game like this, it's once you arrive at the river, now maybe there's an argument for folding at some point in the hand, but once you arrive at the river, you really need to call quite often.
Yeah, good points, Chris. As we see Moncek limp a fairly weak hand here with the King Jack 10-8 3-0 suit.
These high hands, again, being a little bit overvalued especially by PLO players. Benny with a very easy raise in the big blind with a nice hand that has a lot of different features to it that make it profitable. And a very nice flop for Benny as well, flopping the nut flush draw and a low draw.
These are often the spots you get yourself into with these high-only hands as Moncek, where you flop. Oh, and he folds quickly. I would be tempted to peel one off there, just hoping to catch one of my high 2 pairs on the turn. But I can also understand the early fold, feeling like he has some reverse implied odds with that hand.
Yeah, so that hand, along with the one that Chad Eveslage played earlier, really show how those mediocre high hands suffer in this game. Because even though they both had a relatively strong holding for high, they didn't even feel comfortable continuing post-flop.
Right.
I would recommend to these guys to play a lot more snug in the small blind than they have been so far.
Yeah, I like that analysis.
You're also just not going to get away with the limp very often against strong, experienced 08 players that are going to be willing to build the pot in position with hands that are dominating yours. As we take a look at a nice, much subdued Daniel Negreanu, just patiently waiting for good cards or a game that he feels like he can maybe play a little bit more aggressively, and these are neither.
Yeah, it's interesting to also think about which games are better for the shorter stacks or the bigger stacks when you factor in the tournament considerations. Chris, do you have a feel for that?
Yeah, I will happily get back to your question. I do want to point out that Moncek does pick up a very interesting combo here with the ace, king, king, 8. This hand is obviously also suffered from a few of the problems that we mentioned earlier, but the kings are much more powerful here than some of those other high hands that we've looked at.
And the suited ace in that sort of emergency low equity, I think this is a totally fine 3-bet.
Absolutely, and we can see that Yuri opened a relatively light holding with just 6 high, but actually these hands perform fairly well in Omaha Hi-Lo, although this is going to get to be a little bit of a tricky situation for Yuri, now having kind of a mediocre high and a mediocre low draw.
Although also the case for Moncek, who just flops the overpair of kings and the ace-8 low.
True, and we can look at the equities and see that Yuri's doing really well here, despite just having a straight draw and a pair and a low
Yuri's
draw.
hand feels a lot more comfortable with the wrap, and you know, he's going to win the high an often enough chunk of the time that he doesn't have to worry too much about his low being dominated.
I would maybe like to see Yuri take the lead here on the turn. You know, when you're playing against players that you feel maybe are overvaluing high hands, and you pick up such a strong card on the turn like this, you know, yes, of course, sometimes you're going to run into a better low and a better high, but Yuri's hand, I think, is doing pretty well overall here.
I would agree with that. If we look at the combos that Mike is going to 3-bet pre, the ace-deuce ones are very prominent, and that deuce is a very bad card for all those ace-deuce hands.
Yeah.
Having said that, now that he gets here this way, his hand is just worth a check call and hope to win one side of the pot. And I don't think that Texas Mike will go for a third barrel here, but I stand corrected. So
yeah, I actually think that. So I think if I had Mike's hand, I would have checked the turn, but I don't really mind this river bet. He's seen basically no strength from Yuri.
Just so you both know, Paul's picking up reads on both of you. That hand. He was dialed in. He was like, he's picking up reads.
Daniel
See that?
referencing
I did.
tournament
More than
director
I
Paul
did.
Campbell.
I didn't pick up anything. He's like, he was in. You were dialed in.
Limit Omaha 8.
Yeah, that is so big.
People are so tense in this game, and you can feel the heart.
In which game?
I've actually played with
Omaha.
TD Paul
Yeah,
Campbell at the
such a
WSOP, Chris.
stressful game.
Have you seen him there?
In addition to being a great tournament director and running the PokerGO studio, he's also an avid mixed games player himself.
He
so.
is. It was the OE tournament that I played with him in.
Fantastic. Yuri has had a number of different outfits throughout the days here, certainly coming with a clean and classic look today.
Yeah, very stylistic player. Good fashion sense.
Good
Really
poker, good poker sense.
good poker sense and just a lot of presence at the table, I would say. So we see some very weak holdings here. Action folding around to Benny Glazer, who not interested with the king 10-9-7.
Yeah, he knows what to do with that. Chad now picks up a much more reasonable holding in the small blind this time around with some high and some low components to the hand.
And Daniel's hand is relatively weak, but again, we just need to play a lot of hands in the big blind facing small blind open, and this one makes it in. Pretty reasonable flop here for Chad with the open ender and the ace-4 low draw, and I think difficult to proceed here as Daniel. What do you think about this one?
This is very reminiscent to the hand that we just saw where we were talking about how Texas Mike should proceed with a very similar combination.
Yeah, you're right. And for whatever reason, I'm liking this combo perhaps even less than the one Mike had, but they are very similar spots.
Right. Chad turns the straight here, and I think I would want to see him go ahead and just bet again.
As would
with
I,
no
yeah.
clubs in his hand. He doesn't want to give a free card here to a draw, and I would imagine that Daniel is done with it here. Okay.
Yeah. I might have been tempted to just fold the flop there as Daniel. Perhaps he's just trying to see what develops and outplay Chad on future streets, but very hard for him to to win the high in any sort of clean fashion, and his low draw is also extremely murky.
Right. Sometimes when you have a weak low draw, it can be the worst card for you to actually make your low on the end, because now you're going to get to showdown, and if you're just dominated, then you're risking multiple big bets to,
Right.
and can lose the entire pot.
Having said that, of course, always getting a very good price in these single raise pots, just facing one bet on the small bet street. So somebody's experienced as Daniel perhaps just feels he can navigate his way through the rest of the hand.
Absolutely. And looking at these antes that I see out on the table now, I'm sure we're switching to a stud game.
We are. We're switching to stud high, which is one of the games that I really enjoyed watching yesterday, Chris, as I thought we saw a number of different styles from various players, including a lot of limping.
For sure. I would guess in this field, you have a massive fluctuation in the skill, the experience level that players have in 7-card stud high. This is certainly a game that Daniel Negreanu will feel very comfortable in.
Certainly. In one of the first games, I believe, that he played early in his poker career, as we can see the rules of the game, players are dealt 2 whole cards face down as well as 1 face up. Then there's a round of betting, and then more cards come face up. They're going to have 4 total cards face up, followed by a 7th and final down card. You're trying to make a 5-card high poker hand using the best 5 of your 7 cards. So the cool thing about the stud games that we don't see in any of the other games is that all players have a little bit of available information about exactly what their opponent's hands contain.
And we get some action right away here. As Chad has completed with a split pair of 5s, Daniel has 2-bet him with a split pair of 7s.
And Texas Mike has woken up with a very, very strong hand as well, with the 4-door not looking so good, but then 2 overcards to both the other doors as well as the 3-suit.
Yeah, these three flushes that with big cards in the hole can be very powerful hands in stud high, and I would not have even minded seeing him put in a 3-bet here.
I was going to ask you that, Chris. Do you feel that if you're going to play the 4 facing this raise and re-raise, your range is strong enough anyway that you can just come in with a raise with all your continues?
I think that's definitely possible. Particularly, this is a bit of a misstep from Texas Mike. I believe he should definitely go ahead and lead on this card, having the open 4s. He's the most likely to have 3 4s or 2 pair of any of the players involved, and he can absolutely generate some fold equity with his hand.
I agree with that. And even against those exact hands, we saw he had 35% equity, but what you're really referring to there is his range advantage, and I agree. When both players also catch bad, that offsuit queen and that offsuit king, and you've caught by far the best, you need to just be the one leading out. But perhaps Mike more used to Hold'em, where there's a little bit more checking and flow.
Yeah, that is a good point. In stud games, you really have to reevaluate on each street as the up cards drastically change the situation.
Chad is trying to work out what's going on here. He's seen 2 checks from the pocket 4s, which on the surface looks weak, but he knows that to cold call another 100,000, Moncek had to have something free. Maybe he can work out that Moncek has exactly that 3 flush. And look at Chad coming here for a pretty aggressive bet, I would say, facing these 2 boards, but perhaps just a very good recognition of the situation.
So what I like about Chad's play here is that he knows that he often may be beat by Daniel's 7s, but he has 2 big overcards and potentially a 3rd with the 9. So he probably feels like he needs to continue on in the hand anyway. So he just goes ahead and takes the betting lead and something good happens, right? He gets Daniel to fold a stronger hold.
Yeah, he was able to get Daniel off of the best hand right now. And all of a sudden, Moncek is not in a very nice-looking spot here with just a pair of 4s. He does think perhaps that catching 2 pairs is going to give him the pot enough of the time, and the pot is starting to get fairly big at this point. But sometimes Moncek's going to make 2 pair and still lose to Chad's holding, as Chad's board is starting to look quite menacing.
Yeah, this bet by Chad here is a little bit courageous, I would say. After he gets a continue from Texas Mike, it really looks like Texas Mike has at least 2 pair the way the hand was played. And Chad just holding on with a pair of 5s here. I think his plan here is to bet and then possibly just check back the river if he doesn't improve.
I'm wondering
Maybe
if he's
reading the situation very well.
I'm wondering if he's potentially considering bluffing when he bricks, and then also being able to value bet aces, kings, or queens up, thinking that Moncek has some type of middling pocket pair in the hole.
Yeah, and Moncek is holding on here, really just hoping to make 2 pair. He has bricked out, and Chad does complete the queens and 5, so now I'm sure he'll be comfortable value betting the hand.
Exactly, yeah. I think it would have been really interesting to see what Chad did if he bricked off, because I think now a fairly clear value bet. Moncek certainly would have just played 3 4s more aggressively at this point.
I think so too.
So he's only losing if Moncek somehow caught that 4 on 7th Street or had some type of big wired pair in the hole.
Right.
Or perhaps some interesting pair plus straight draw combos that made it on the end.
So I think Texas Mike probably needed to fold on 5th Street in that hand, but actually had a fairly difficult decision on 6th Street. A good rule of thumb in stud games is that you rarely want to be folding on 6th Street unless the boards have changed drastically, because you are getting a very good price at that point to see a river and decide.
And just one thing I think Chad has always been good at, having played a number of hours online and live against him, he's very good at intuitively sniffing out weakness. He might not even have a conceptual framework in his mind for exactly why he's making this bet, other than that he detects the weakness around him. And he's got a better intuitive sense for that than many players I've played with, and I think it's what makes him a tough and fearless player.
That was certainly a good recognition of the situation there, as he got Daniel to fold a stronger holding and was able to get in a lot of thin value against Texas Mike. So a great pickup for Chad Eveslage.
So for our viewers, one of the most important things in the stud games is to pay a lot of attention to the other up cards, because those really change your own hand strength. So in this situation, Chad's looking at a number of weakish cards, the jack being, of course, a strong card. Yuri, recognizing that Chad might be opening quite wide with the ace, has a pair of split jacks, which is quite a strong hand in this situation.
Right, and Chad is going to be disappointed to get 2-bet here, as he's very likely against jacks, but having a king in the hole, he's definitely going to want to continue. He feels like he has 2 overcards against Yuri's most likely hand, and potentially some other ways to win the pot by making a straight or something. However, this street has gone very poorly for Chad.
And it's gone poorly enough that it's possible he considers just folding right away.
I think so. That king is the card that he really needs.
Right, that king is a blocker to some of his own outs, and if Yuri was 2-betting him on 3rd Street with some type of semi-bluff, that card has either improved him to a king or given him a strong draw. For instance, the Queen-Jack-10 has now picked up an open-ender, the King-Queen-Jack has picked up top pair.
Very good point, Alex. Like typically, if a middling card is raising, the cards that are going to connect the strongest with their range are either another suit that matches the suit of their first card, or a very connected card, right, to make straights.
If they didn't already have that split pair, yeah.
In this case, those Broadway cards were looming in Yuri's range, in addition to all the split jacks that were out there. And it's Yuri opening up a decent chip lead now.
Yeah, and Negreanu's starting to get a little bit short. Note that 6 big bets in these limit games, maybe more than it might appear to some viewers who are used to the no-limit hold'em and PLO streets, where 6 big blinds is quite a bit shorter. 6 big bets will translate to 24 big bets in our big bet games, meaning no-limit hold'em, pot limit Omaha, and no-limit deuce to 7 single draw.
Right, but nevertheless, these single winner stud games tend to play very large in the mix with those 3 big betting streets, and also just sometimes kind of cold deck hands matching up against one against another. As Yuri picks up jacks back-to-back hands, and Benny is tempted with the 5, 6, 7.
By the way, this is a
zero gapper.
very, very sneaky play from Yuri.
Oh, he limped this hand, didn't he?
Unless our graphic is wrong, he limped this hand, and we've seen him employ some limps with some very weak hands. The one thing that's a little strange to me about this one is that Yuri had the highest up card. It doesn't strike me as a spot where he needs to employ a lot of limps. When he has the highest up card, he wants to be coming in for a steal fairly often. But Yuri has put a lot of time and work into these sorts of spots, and perhaps feels he wants to build some type of limping range with some weaker hands.
Does he still get an up card?
Well, what's the rule? Do I get an up card or
Technically
no?
does, but we had this last time. They said no.
Okay, so Daniel actually just folded, not recognizing
Not realizing,
that it was
perhaps
limped.
thinking that why would Yuri limp a jack as the biggest up card, and he actually folds whatever equity he had.
So Yuri's trap is going to work out somewhat nicely here, as
bringing
Benny is now going to
those
start trying to
ones.
represent a stronger holding, having the 7, 10 of clubs as his 2 up cards.
By the way, I really like this check from Yuri, because he's made his range look a little bit weaker by limping, and Benny's caught the better up card. Benny's board looks stronger. So Yuri's actually somewhat trapping here, but he may just call on this street and then wait for a cleaner card to put in more action.
Right, he likes his hand fine, but he has to understand that Benny also can have a number of strong draws in this situation.
But he does go for the immediate raise.
Maybe he feels that most of his weak hands would actually just fold in this situation, so when he continues, he's sort of showing strength no matter what he does, and so he just decides to go ahead and try to get some value.
Very reasonable point, yeah.
Benny had nice recognition on 3rd Street by just over-limping a hand that some players might have been tempted to try to get aggressive with. But now he has, stepped in a little bit into Yuri's trap here, but let's see how he navigates, as obviously he still has a decent amount of equity with his backdoor draws. And that is a very good card for Benny.
And perhaps Yuri will recognize how strong Benny's board is starting to look as it's straightening and flushing.
Yes and no, however, Yuri holding 2 jacks is actually like a very good hand to have when you're looking at a 7, 8, 10, right?
Yeah, good point. Blocking some of those straight combos and those straight draw combos. Or if Benny does have a 9 in his hand, he now has 2 blockers to Benny making the straight.
Right, and even if he runs into a hand like 2 pair at some frequency, he's still going to have a lot of equity having the biggest pair.
He does end up checking it.
And now is Benny going to continue the semi-bluff, having caught another well-connected card? I think it does make sense. Yuri has definitely played this hand in a way that many players would not have approached the situation, and it's probably putting some confusion into Benny Glazer about what exactly Yuri's holding is. It looks like Benny did decide to check back and now catches another scare card. we know that Benny only has the 5-6 in the hole, so he has a pair and an open ender. But Yuri cannot like seeing this very scary board out there. And finally, Benny does decide to go ahead and bet and try to represent something stronger than his actual holding. And I'm really not sure what Yuri wants to do now, looking at all this strength. Yuri does have some nice cards on his own board that are somewhat interfering with the very good hands that Benny could be holding here. Obviously, he has not seen any 9s, which is the scariest card out there, when Benny's board needs just a single 9 in the hand to have a straight.
Right.
Nevertheless, it looks like Yuri is not ready to give up here, and this is definitely a good call as the cards lie, as we can see that you know, Yuri is doing well here.
Does Yuri have jacks and 6s in his hand, or just the jacks?
No, I think he has ace-jack.
Ace-jack, that's right. Yeah, so just top pair of jacks against Benny's pair and open ender.
And I would not imagine Yuri betting any rivers here. Obviously, he's looking at a very scary board. And the question is really going to be, is Benny going to bluff the last barrel if he bricks? And it looks like the answer was no. He's just given up.
Or did he perhaps improve? No. Yeah, he just...
Well, we don't know, because Yuri did make aces and jacks on the river.
It's possible that Benny improved to some type of low 2 pair
Yeah.
and just felt that there was no value there.
Yeah.
Interesting spot. What are your thoughts on Yuri's decision to limp such a strong hand in a spot where he's probably mostly going to be wanting to play raises with the biggest up card?
I definitely think it's interesting. I mean, we know that this guy, as you said, is a studious, thoughtful player who's put a lot of work into his mixed games. It's not something I would have necessarily found in game, but it definitely gives me some food for thought. One thing that's great about this 100K event in general is that we are seeing the vast difference in styles and strategies that players are implementing.
As we see here, Yuri won a bracelet in a 9-game mix, which would be the same mix as this minus Badugi. Yeah, one thing to think about, Chris, is that anytime you want to play more hands, you often want to turn some of your raising range into a limping range. So perhaps just wanting to play more hands overall means that Yuri wants to play more limps, which means that he throws some strong hands in that limping range. But
The only
very
area,
interesting.
The only area where maybe I would throw up a disagreement is not really in what you said, but more from a tournament strategy point of view. Yuri is the chip leader at the table right now. He's probably the one that has the least fear to sort of build the pots and drive the action. So when he has an actual good hand, I think that's even more incentive for him to go ahead and start building a pot.
I agree with that. And stud can be a difficult game to fight back in with marginal hands if you're one of those shorter stacks feeling that ICM pressure.
We can see Yuri has now climbed over 3 million chips, and he is right back to his limping ways with another very mediocre holding. This time, it's Texas Mike who jumps on the bait here, so to speak. And I'm wondering how Benny's going to play this situation. His stack is starting to dwindle a little bit, but he has a very reasonable holding here.
And I think a nice open from Texas Mike with 3 connected overcards to the limper. If I'm Benny, I certainly would want to be putting some chips in on this pot. Although, the stack size considerations do make it a little bit interesting, don't they? With Negreanu being shorter than him, the ICM implications.
Yeah, we earlier mentioned that the pay jumps are not particularly substantial for the next couple spots. So I suppose I would not mind taking an aggressive tack here. And notice this is where Yuri's strategy really benefits him. He was able to potentially play a very weak holding, but only risked 20K in chips. And when it went raise, re-raise behind him, he was able to step out of the way easily.
Right, and Benny deciding that if he's going to play the hand, he'd rather play it heads up, fold Yuri off of whatever sort of equity he has, and maybe take it against Texas Mike, who he potentially thinks could be stepping a little bit out of line.
So notice that Texas Mike has the 9 of spades in the hole. This is definitely going through his mind as he thinks about what sort of hands Benny Glazer would 2-bet him with. He's probably giving Benny a lot of credit for a lot of medium to big pocket pairs, given that he blocks one of the 9s.
Right, and though not a good street, with the 2 overs to Benny's door card, and the pot starting to get a little bit bigger, Texas Mike feels compelled to see another one.
Yes, and Benny has to be very comfortable with the situation as Texas Mike's board has not gotten scary in any way, and Benny's board has gotten scary, and he's improved to the point that he also now has a gut shot draw, right?
Yeah.
So I think Benny's going to be very comfortable betting here, and it looks like in this situation this should be enough to win the pot.
Typically in stud, when you have a hand that you're not sure if you want to bet on 5th Street unimproved, then you pick up any bit of extra equity, it sways it into being an easy bet. Not to mention that he's staring at the Queen Deuce 5 Rainbow, a very non-threatening board from Texas Mike. This is a little bit loose.
This is a misstep. I believe that Texas Mike is sort of just trying to employ that idea that we talked about earlier, which is you just need to be kind of stubborn and optimistic in limit pots. But he is looking at a pretty connected and scary board from a range that 2-bet him. He does not have a lot of equity in that situation. He has, however, picked up a gut shot draw now on 6th Street.
Yeah, that's a very loose continue from Texas Mike on 5th Street. Has to be thinking that he can potentially bluff this hand later on if you're only calling that hand just to improve. Certainly too weak of a hand, but perhaps he thinks he can apply some pressure to Benny later in the hand. And we do see Benny check back 6. Now, interesting to see if Texas Mike takes this opportunity to run a bluff on 7th Street.
It doesn't totally surprise me that, yeah, I would like to see Mike bluff the river here. It doesn't really surprise me that Benny checked back on 6 because he thought he was going to win it on 5th very often. When Texas Mike continued, Benny has to start to believe that he has some sort of a real hand. Yeah, I like this bluff.
I like this bluff too, and this is very interesting from Benny's perspective because, like you mentioned, Chris, we expect Texas Mike to fold a lot of those King, Queen 9, Queen Jack 10, Queen Jack 9, which are some of his weakest continues, as well as the 3 flushes. So when he calls 5th, he kind of has to have something. Benny, this is all going through Benny's mind here.
This is a tough spot for Benny, not only from just the stud point of the hand, because he's built a big pot and he has only 1 pair now, but also from a tournament consideration, right? I mean, look at his chip stack and look at the pot. If he wins this pot, he will have a very healthy 1.4, 1.5 million. If he folds incorrectly here, he will be quite shallow.
So what can Benny beat here? Can he beat some Ace-3, Ace-4 that made a gutter somehow? Can he beat some 3-4 of spades that turned that open-ender?
Maybe some sort of a small pocket pair turning
small
itself into
pocket
a bluff.
pair, but that hand has to also decide it doesn't have enough showdown value to just check. Maybe something like pocket 6s.
Right.
This is all going through.
Wow.
Oh, and he does make the fold. And what a play from Texas Mike, who, after making a
work.
very loose peel on 5th Street, makes a very nice bluff on 7th.
Unless you made a wild call on 5th. I don't know.
Ace-3 of spades.
Ace-3 was the one.
Ace-3 of spades.
Benny acknowledging that there weren't a lot of hands that made a lot of sense to him in that situation.
3 hands. 3 hands left in this level.
As we take a look at the 2025 winnings here on the PokerGO Tour, and we note Texas Michael Moncek 5th on that list. Joey Weissman at the top of the list. Those 2 guys, Chris, got heads up in 2 consecutive tournaments, something I've never seen before, and each of them won one of them.
Well, at least each of them got 1 win, because that would have been really difficult for the guy who finished 2nd twice in a row. And we also see our unfortunate bubble boy in this event, Nick Schulman, who left us last night on the Stone Cold bubble, facing for a $225K min cash.
Note also that guaranteed at least $225,000 in this event, Texas Mike will move to, at minimum, 2nd on the list. And with a top 3 performance, he could actually leapfrog Joey Weissman at the top of the counts.
Texas Mike Moncek off to a fantastic start on the PokerGO Tour for the entire 2025 so far, and we expect him to play many more events as the year goes on.
I've really been enjoying this round of stud, Chris, as we've seen a couple of unorthodox hands, starting with that limp with the split jacks from Yuri, and then perhaps that 5th Street continue from Texas Mike.
Absolutely. We can see how consequential every pot is in these situations. Here comes Mike with a very marginal holding.
You know what, though? I like this, just given the tournament considerations. He's raising into some very weak cards. We see the bring-in is a 3. There's a 5. He did have the highest door card. He also has that 5 blocker.
Chad Eveslage definitely had some suspicions there, but decided to just let go of his very marginal hand.
Right. I think this is a very reasonable open from Texas Mike, given both the tournament considerations and the doors he was facing. Negreanu has a hand that could have gone either way, meaning 2-bet or call, but given the tournament considerations, I like the call.
Now, Mike has to recognize that this is a bad card for him. And Negreanu immediately pounces with a raise. So this is a bit of an inexperienced thing in stud high for Texas Mike. He has the wide stealing range. Negreanu is not defending that loose. And when he catches a suited 6 to his door, Texas Mike should probably cede the aggression over to him.
And I really like that raise from Negreanu, just raising on the strength of his board and perhaps realizing that Texas Mike might be a little bit too optimistic there on 4th Street.
Yeah, and when you only have 3s, anytime you can get your opponent to fold 4 random cards, you're very happy, right? Because there's plenty of money in the middle already. So a nice pickup for Daniel without really even too much risk. Just one extra small bet on 4th Street and stealing a little bit of equity there.
If you make 20 bad plays, one of them eventually works out. So.
I mean, you were bluffing me?
Yeah.
Benny hates to hear this.
He's like, yeah. Yeah, Owen, sorry.
Very proud of himself.
Yeah, I did.
Look at this board here, Chris.
A lot of Broadway cards out there. A lot of big cards and connected cards. A lot of spades. As we have this hand and one more stud. Before switching to my favorite game in the mix. No limit single draw.
Note that with the ace door card, if you're up against a bunch of very small cards, it's much easier to raise wide, whereas when you're up against these middling cards, they simply have more to fight back with.
Kind of an interesting raise there and an interesting fold. When the cards are so connected to each other, like the 10 versus the 9 in that situation, It's not a mandatory steal with 100% of your range, but Chad quickly folded a hand that I would have at least considered defending.
Right, and perhaps a spot where you do want to employ some limps there as Benny, when the equities are going to run fairly close range versus range.
On the other hand, if your opponent's going to quickly fold a hand as strong as Chad's, not that he had a particularly strong hand, but he had 3 live cards with a king, maybe raising is just going to be very
Daniel would
profitable.
open my
Sure.
For sure.
What hand? Oh, you had an ace, yeah.
No, look.
No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't.
He was-
Not with
he's
that
got
board.
he's got the-
I would. That's going to go into my stud trainer that I'm developing. That spot wouldn't be an automatic open.
Yeah.
You know, I'm going to do a trainer for just stud games where you look at 3rd Street, you don't see heel cards. You do open or not. That's it.
How serious
I'm
are
going to
you
spend
with this?
millions on it.
I think
Huh?
You're going to spend millions on this?
Millions. I
How
think it's going
serious?
to make huge. Who wouldn't want that?
5 board.
It's the greatest tool ever.
Sounds like we're going to have a new poker
So we're
product on the market.
Like a 2-minute break.
Yeah, this is the short one. Yeah,
Negreanu has
Once
many
again,
ambitions,
discipline.
many grand ambitions.
You know what?
I thought he was
Discipline.
serious until he started talking about
Yeah.
spending millions on it.
Yeah. And we do see
They
Texas
trained
Mike
this
come in
morning.
for the
You
complete
trained
here
my
with
trainer.
a weak holding.
Right, with Benny
spot I have to raise
again
very
last
low
act, and this
stud
seems much
trainer.
more
Very
reasonable
low
also from a
GTO
tournament point of
stud open trainer. So we have a 2-minute break to peek?
Yeah, we'll quick rescue break, guys. We'll have the cards back in the air.
Play PokerGo is here, and it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into ring games and tournaments, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game. Play now for free at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android. And again, we do encourage all our viewers to
Yeah.
also subscribe
Step
to
to
PokerGo's
step to
YouTube channel.
as we use some TV magic to hop right through that short bathroom break that I believe the players requested. And we hop back into maybe one more hand of stud.
That sounds right.
No, I think we may be moving on to no limit deuce to 7 single draw here. Yep, I see a 3rd down card going to the players.
Chris,
so this is a
you're
very
more
interesting,
observant than I.
a very interesting tournament game where you can put a lot of pressure on your opponents as there's basically no information about the strength of your opponent's hands, right? All the information is hidden. It's a no-limit single-draw game, and this looks like a tempting hand for someone with a bit of a loose, aggressive, fearless mindset as Texas Mike. But no, he manages to avoid the temptation.
And I think perhaps if the big blind had been somebody other than Yuri, he may have been more tempted to steal in that hand.
Good
Where
point.
Yuri's the only guy who covers him and also certainly an aficionado of this game.
Raise
He
the
elected to
number.
make a slightly tighter fold, although a very reasonable fold, drawing 2 from the hijack. Another very good no-limit single-draw player here, Benny Glazer, comes in with an open with some type of mystery hand. Now note that Negreanu's hand, although he could be drawing to an 8, is not a very strong hand with that open-ended draw. Really not wanting to catch, really only hoping to catch a deuce or a tray, really to make a very strong hand.
So these open-ended straight draws are very difficult hands to play in no-limit single draw, but from a chip EV perspective, it's certainly profitable to continue here with the call. We could see Daniels decide to let it go. It may have something to do with the shallow stacks that both him and Glazer have, and obviously Benny's going to get this through against this very, very weak hand from Yuri in the big blind. So, and a good pickup for Benny there.
Sorry, Chad.
It's all right.
Almost destroyed
We
you.
will keep an eye on their stack sizes, though, as Benny and Benny Glazer and Daniel
if you had
Negreanu only have
successfully
about
done
20 big
that, it
blinds
would have
each.
been over for us.
Chris,
That
if you
would've been such
if
a
you
bad
call
signal.
Daniel's hand in that spot and you
would've been
catch
way
that
too still.
straight, do you feel compelled to bluff it almost every time?
Not every day. It depends on how many cards my opponent draws behind me. Obviously, I'm going to be more willing to bluff if he's drawing 2 cards, which is certainly a thing that could happen. It would also maybe depend on the exact card that I caught. I mean, I would be more... Oh, you said a straight, right?
A straight,
so,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that a straight's a very reasonable hand to bluff in that situation. Obviously, you're mostly just hoping your opponent catches some sort of a pair and decides to fold. But, you know, just on the equity of the hand alone, you can play it pretty straightforwardly and still just hope to catch those good cards. As you said, the deuce or the 3 are kind of the gin cards for a hand like that.
Right, and for some of our viewers who may be newer to mixed games, this game, no limit single draw, you're trying to make low hands. It's kind of the opposite of old school 5-card draw poker. The nuts is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. The ace is only high, it doesn't go low. And straights and flushes count against you. So, and in this game in particular, typically having 5 cards 10 and under, or even 9 and under, ideally at showdown, makes for quite a strong hand.
Absolutely, yeah. And typically you'll also see the players opening with a lot of 4-card hands with a 1-card draw. That's going to be a very strong, reasonable starting hand. And less commonly, more of a 2-card draw. Of course, sometimes when you're in the big blind and getting a good price, you can defend and draw multiple cards.
Right, and then those 9s and 10s in your hand that typically
Got a rule
you wouldn't
with my
even
golf
think about
caddy.
them much, and deuce to 7
Anytime I
triple
have to
draw
put
on the
the
first
pin in,
draw, they become
deals
quite
me a
useful
dollar.
cards in no limit
I
single
have
draw.
to move the button. That's your job.
Put it on my tab, buddy.
You owe me $1. I don't work for free. $1. That's it.
Daniel trying to hustle up some tips from one of our favorite dealers in the PokerGo
expensive, heads
studio,
up.
Mark, who's a poker mixed games aficionado himself.
Yeah, I believe Omaha 8 is his game of choice, but we did see him here in the studio playing a horse tournament early on.
One thing to note in no limit single draw is that there is a larger ante than in the other games. Because there's only 2 betting streets, you often need a little bit more money in the pot to make the game play approximately the same size and stakes to the other games. It's also one of those games that often has a lot of small pots followed by some sort of big action when 2 hands collide.
Yeah, it takes
Right, sometimes this game feels like it plays small, and just like you said, then all of a sudden you can have this enormous tournament-changing pot.
So Yuri has a hand that we talked a lot about last night where you have these
40, right?
queen 10 lows that some players have elected to play as a pat hand in certain situations, and others would sometimes probably draw to the 10. Texas Mike picks up a strong holding for the situation. He is up against the chip leader here. Let's see how he wants to handle this.
I think this is a very reasonable 3-bet from Texas Mike with such a strong draw, perhaps also thinking that Yuri's opening very wide.
Yeah, and Yuri does have a fairly mediocre hand. Betty picks up a tempting combo here in the big blind, knowing how aggressive Texas Mike is, and having that pair blocker, which is worth a decent amount in situations like this, reducing the chance that your opponent has a strong pat hand. I would not be surprised to see Benny go with this hand.
So here's the problem for Benny is that if he thinks that Texas Mike is committed to this pot, then he doesn't have any fold equity, and perhaps he would rather just have some type of made hand himself or a very strong draw. With the 9-5-4-3 draw, you're going to be behind all of Texas Mike's premium 1-card draws that he's 3-betting for value. You're also going to be behind those pat
We
hands.
didn't get more of these.
Very good point.
No.
We're done. Play, this
And
is
we
it.
can see
Take
that
your
Texas
time.
Mike was able to
Only
get
this
it
much.
through. Obviously, he had
What
the
am I
best
supposed to do with
draw,
these left?
and Yuri was caught with a little bit of a weak hand there.
What if I have a tough decision?
Benny also trying to outlast Daniel Negreanu. We mentioned the pay jumps are not enormous at this stage in the tournament, but still, $125,000 is a lot of money, Chris.
Absolutely.
Rather, $75,000 is that first pay jump.
Okay, so yeah, as I said, it's a little bit of a slow jumps initially.
Yeah.
Of course, $75,000 in the real world is quite a significant
Still,
amount
yeah,
of money, but
exactly.
for the stakes that these guys are playing for, it is actually you know, a relatively low payout jump. Negreanu really hasn't had much to play so far today. He did have one stud hand where he,
No, I can't see.
you know, was able to pick up a nice little small pot against Texas Mike. And now Yuri does pick up a reasonable hand. These hands can be a little tough to play deep stacked, but shallow you typically, you know, you kind of know what to do with your money with a pat 10.
I agree with that. Sometimes you have decisions where you don't know if you actually need to break off that 10.
Ooh, we may have a collision here. It would be very tempting for Benny to shove this hand all in to
I think-
semi-bluff.
Yeah, I think it's actually the standard playoff of just 19 big blinds. He's now the shortest stack, no ICM pressure. Yuri's going to be opening wide in the cutoff, and he's kind of just unfortunately run into it here because Yuri's going to have a hand that he has to call and pat with.
Yeah, I think, and actually Chad also has a little bit of a tempting hand, but facing a raise and a re-raise, we can see that this hand is going to hit the muck. Yuri is definitely going to call, and his hand would only be a difficult decision if Benny pats in front of him. He might give some consideration to breaking the 10 and drawing for the smoother hand. But
agree.
I think once he calls and sees that Benny's drawing, then obviously he's going to be a favorite with his pat 10.
And I think in that spot, you probably still pat behind Chris, but it's difficult.
It is quite difficult to decide, yeah.
Certainly you would
So
pat behind your
Benny
10
is all in for his tournament life and is going to have something like 36, 38% equity in the situation.
Yeah, Benny needing to catch a 4, 6, 7, 9, or 10 to stay in the tournament. Otherwise, he will be our 5th place finisher.
10's good for you.
10 seconds.
Notice that Chad Eveslage did have a lot of blockers to what Benny
He
had
certainly
in the
did. He
big
had,
blind.
I believe, 9, 9, 7, 4 in his hand.
Right.
Time extension.
It's a pivotal moment here for Benny Glazer as he awaits his fate.
Absolutely. These are never fun when you know you're behind and have to catch a card.
And if Yuri's able to hold up here with his pat 10, he's going to surge into quite a nice chip lead.
Okay. Scan it, please.
I can't sweat it before.
You can sweat it
Well, they just want you to put it in the box.
at some point.
I'm just going to turn it over.
No, it's Benny has caught a jack, and he is our 5th place finisher.
Gee, buddy.
And you can see the disappointment on his face.
Yeah, Benny, really somebody
Oh, I did
who
not go.
loves tournament poker, loves mixed games,
I guess.
was obviously very happy to be at this final table, and some disappointment walking off, showing on his face as he walks off the studio here.
I had the worst hand imaginable. I had 99874.
Benny Glazer, our
And
fifth place
he just-
finisher,
he just, like, I had all of his
$225,000.
outs. I had 99874. He had 853 deuce. So I had.
See, before.
I didn't want to do that. I didn't
No,
want to
I'm
do
like,
that.
that's what happened with Nick.
Yeah.
Last night, Nick says I need a 3 across club, and it's like, has to be the ace. I'm like, I had it. Isn't that better than like forcing a guy into league? Oh,
Well, he asked someone if they
he did. He said, did anyone have that card? And I was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
I had black aces in the hole.
He just didn't want you to have that.
Yeah, he's
card.
like, oh, thanks, Daniel. Thanks.
Anybody else?
We're 30-60 or 40-80.
20, 40, 60.
Oh, we still got one more hand. Oh, for some reason, I
We
saw
have,
limit
3
hold.
more hands. of
Yeah.
single draw.
As we take a look here, Benny Glazer, our 5th place finisher for $225,000. Michael Moncek at the top of the counts, but after that pot, actually, Yuri Dzivielevski, we have a bit of a graphics error here. Yuri has taken the lead with about 3.4 million in chips.
So yeah, everything going Yuri's way early on at this final table, and obviously really nothing went Benny's way throughout the day. He had that bluff gone wrong in no limit hold'em. He made a reasonable but incorrect fold, unfortunately, in the stud high hand against Michael Moncek, and then runs into it in no limit single draw. Just like that, we're down to 4.
And we see Negreanu on the short stack here still. And kind of a real separation between all 4 of these stacks here.
Yeah, Yuri continues to get dealt the hands pre-flop. This is another very reasonable starting hand.
And then Negreanu probably going to call and draw 1 here. I think shoving was possible, Chris, but I think I like calling slightly more with this weak of a draw.
I think it's a weaker draw, and sometimes in these situations, if you're a little bit on the fence, you'd like to at least have that pair blocker.
Totally agree.
He is going to have a difficult decision on the river, with a lot of cards. In a 1-versus-1 situation, being out of position is definitely a little bit difficult. Certainly against a capable player like Yuri, but let's see how it goes.
Do you like to play most of your range as just checks here, Chris, as the out-of-position player defending in the 1-1 spot?
I mean, they're playing 4-handed, so Yuri's range is not particularly tight, and we see Negreanu does make his 9. I actually think this hand definitely makes a good lead. Actually, he doesn't go with the bet here, but I think that this combo would make would certainly be a good card to lead on.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Chris.
You would prefer to check a hand that has big cards in it that might allow Yuri to make a big pair that he would feel compelled to bluff. So, for example, if Daniel had a hand like 9-5-4-3-2, he might be more inclined to check, because now if Yuri makes a pair of 8s, 7s, or 6s, he might decide to bluff.
Another note about the distinction between those 2 hands is 9-5-4-3 deuce is probably strong enough to go for a check raise, whereas 9-8-7-5-4 is a little bit less comfortable doing that.
Good point, but okay, so let's make his hand 10-5-4-3-2, and it would be the same concept.
Right, and then that one would go for the check call.
Yeah.
And then you would check some stronger hands looking to check raise.
Right.
And also, of course, have some weak hands that you're checking and deciding if you want to bluff catch with.
Yeah, the 9-8-7-5-4 for me felt like more of a natural value bet. But Daniel picks up some welcome chips. And notice that the big blind ante always remains the same in this game, so it will actually play pretty large because obviously there's a lot of money in the middle now for a 4-handed poker game. I think this hand is very reasonable for Texas Mike to go ahead and open.
Absolutely, especially with the second biggest stack, even though he's opening into Yuri in the big stack. 10-6-4 deuce, still a good enough draw.
Yeah, it is worth noting that a 4-card 10 is not a particularly strong holding in this game, but given his chip position at the table, it seems fine. And Chad makes a pretty conservative fold on the button with a Pat Jack 9.
Agreed, although he didn't really have a great option with that hand. The draw, 9-8-6-5, was quite weak with the gutter, but still, you would have seen a lot of players make a more aggressive play in that spot.
I mean, I think he could have even just called and decided, like, for example, the player in front of him might draw 2 cards, in which case he can just stand pat with his Jack 9 and be in very good shape.
Now, that 10-6-4 deuce, if the hand goes multi-way, are you ever considering breaking the 10 off and just drawing a little smoother to the deuce 4-6, or do you think it's just got to be a D1 in all situations?
No, I think you make a good argument. There's certainly an argument for drawing 2 with a hand like that. Sometimes in a deeper stack situation, you're more inclined to go for the gold, whereas in a shallow stack situation, you're more just trying to hope that you can make a 10, which is worth what's in the middle.
And perhaps you'd rather break off something like 10-7-4 deuce, where your 10 draw is a little weaker and your 2-card draw is actually stronger, not being able to make straights.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Chad had many options with that hand, but I think fold, given the relative chip positions, was a little bit conservative.
All players now guaranteed $300,000. Our 3rd place finisher will receive $450,000, $725,000 for 2nd place, and $1.2 million for 1st. So the pay jumps are starting to get a little bit bigger, and that could be weighing on some of these players' minds.
Absolutely, they're starting to think about the actual dollar values of this deep run in this big tournament here now. I'm curious to see if Yuri will decide that this hand is worth a limp.
10 seconds.
could definitely consider a limp with the plan to draw 3 or 2. I'm not exactly sure what he would prefer. Obviously, drawing to a jack is very marginal.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to draw 3 in this spot, but Mike might not let him.
Yeah, I don't think Mike should let him here with such a strong draw. I mean, it is weak by having the gut shot, but he does have a 7 draw with a pair.
Yeah, I'm raising this up facing an opponent who I think might be limping quite wide.
We did earlier see Yuri lay a trap for Texas Mike, and he may be a little bit more wary of pouncing on these limps from Yuri. However, this time it was not a trap.
And this time he has a much stronger hand, and one that perhaps can even call a limp re-raise.
Absolutely. Just saying that Yuri has definitely raised his antenna a little bit in these limps.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
Note, by the way, that
Kind of band.
Yuri was one of our
budget.
short stacks yesterday with just 9 players left.
Yeah, he had a nice spin up with 2 tables to go and was able to get himself into a healthy position coming into the final table. He also played a number of interesting hands yesterday that caused, one of the hands was when he crippled Phil Sternheimer in a Badoogie pot, starting with a 4-5-7 and making an extremely strong 7 Badoogie on the river. That was kind of a talk of maybe the players after play wrapped up last night. Some players, Phil being a little bit surprised about the hand, but certainly a pivotal moment for our tournament.
I've heard some good discussion about that hand, and players had different ideas about perhaps what Yuri's intentions were. Maybe he was planning on stowing down the road at some point. Certainly on the surface it looked like a loose call, but we've seen some play that looks a bit loose from Yuri, and we know that he's very well studied.
All right, as we shift gears over to Limit Hold'em, another old school game, and Yuri has a tempting hand here on the button.
3 bets.
Yeah, in a cash game this would be I'd say an automatic raise. In a tournament it feels a little bit maybe more dicey. We think Daniel could be opening a little tighter as the short stack, but I'm not sure.
It's interesting. I think it's kind of borderline in cash as well, but maybe because of the tournament considerations, Yuri feels like he's going to generate tons of fold equity post-flop, as Daniel certainly does not want to get crippled in a Limit Hold'em pot here. Definitely Yuri, we can see him pushing his chip advantage now a little bit.
I know.
And this is a board where Yuri may be successful in generating some fold equity. I mean, certainly I think Daniel takes a card off here.
Yeah, he's got the backdoor flush draw with the Queen of Spades. 2 very good overs. But if the turn breaks off and Yuri keeps firing, I think he might win the pot right here. Something like the 8 of hearts.
When you 3-bet a marginal holding like Queen 9 suited, you have to be willing to barrel.
Right now, is Yuri going to feel comfortable barreling here, getting Negreanu off of his king highs? The problem is that the 5 of hearts brings a gutter to ace high, so ace high is probably not going to fold right away. For instance, if the turn was the 8 of hearts, I think Yuri would have felt better betting than he does here on the 5 of hearts. It also connects with a few straight draws.
I agree. I'd be curious to see. Now, maybe if Yuri's hand was even a little bit worse, he would feel more compelled to bluff here.
Something like 7-8 suited for sure, where he has the additional equity.
Interesting river card. Daniel's hand does not improve, however, his range does. I don't think Daniel's hand makes any sense to bluff with, but if he really thinks through this situation, it's possible he could make a hero call here. I wonder if Yuri will choose to bluff.
Okay.
He must feel that Daniel has ace-X very often in this situation.
I think this is a very dicey spot to bluff.
Yeah, he is going to go for it.
He is going for it.
Targeting the exact hand that Daniel has, and maybe even thinking he could get a fold from, maybe a heroic fold from something like 8s.
Right.
I think if Daniel thinks this hand through, it is definitely possible to call with this hand.
Do you think, Chris, if Daniel did have those medium pocket pairs, he might have raised the flop with them, though?
Sure. So maybe Yuri's reading the situation very accurately.
Yeah, he might be putting Negreanu on exactly a lot of king high and queen high, and he loses, of course, to queen jack and queen 10. Both of those offsuit combos may have opened.
This is certainly a courageous bluff from Yuri, a good one, I believe. It would be a great hero call from Daniel Negreanu with the nut no pair.
And the wheels are spinning in Daniel's head. One thing he's trying to think about is how loose is Yuri willing to 3-bet me pre-flop? He needs to come up with a number of combinations of hands that are weaker than king-queen that would have played this way pre-flop. Mostly those are going to be suited hands.
He also might be thinking, will Yuri value bet every ace in this situation? Or would he be worried with something like ace-8?
True.
Daniel does fold and Yuri gets an incredible bluff through.
That was a very cool hand from both of them, and you can see that Negreanu is giving it very serious consideration.
Negreanu's hand there, with having the spade in it, also strikes me as even maybe something that he could once in a while kind of even go for a bluff himself as a check raise.
Interesting point, although always a little dicey going for the bluff raise in these limit games.
For sure.
If you think your opponent is somebody who correctly, I think, is going to bet call a lot of value hands that they bet.
Yeah, it's definitely a low frequency kind of optimistic option, right?
But a cool idea, and that hand really illustrative of how many close spots there are in all of these games and how, there's different creative ways to play each spot. I think starting with pre-flop perhaps being close for Yuri, and then continuing on to both the decision not to bet the turn and the decision to bluff the river, as well as Negreanu's decision to fold the river.
And we can see that, Daniel did think the spot through very well. He was very close to calling, I believe.
Note, by the way, that Texas Mike passed on the 7-5 of spades on the button, which I think is a completely fine fold with Yuri having so many chips in the big blind, but perhaps not one I expected him to make in a Hold'em game.
Well, and also, by the way, it was Daniel Negreanu's big blind. So actually, I am very surprised because I think he would put a tremendous amount of pressure on Daniel.
Oh, you're right. It was Daniel's big blind. In that case, I think I might have opened that hand, Chris, even though it's one of those hands that is overrated in the limit Hold'em streets. We would prefer that to have that hand in no limit where you've got some more implied odds.
For sure. As we take a look at the payouts and the super high roller bowl ring.
$1.2 million up top, $725 for a second place finisher. And as you can see, Benny Glazer was our 5th place finisher, earning $225,000.
A very successful 29 entries for the first foray into a 100K 10-game tournament.
Yeah, and I believe we're going to have a visit in the booth a little bit later on from Phil Sternheimer, who helped organize this event.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting his thoughts on on the overall event and how he felt, as he unfortunately was our 2nd bubble boy, finishing in 7th place. A very disappointing finish for him yesterday at the final table.
Yeah, I know he was quite disappointed. Somebody who really is very competitive, cares a lot about the game, to make it to the final table. But I think from his organizer perspective, he has to be very happy with the turnout, getting 29 entries in just this inaugural edition. There was some murmurings in the mixed game community. We weren't sure how the turnout would look.
Right.
Potentially on the low end, we were thinking could even be into the mid to high teens. So to get 29 for the first year, I think is really strong and makes me optimistic going forward.
Yeah, you have to look at it as a success.
Good laydown there from Chad with the ace-4 offsuit. I think those hands can be a little bit overrated from some newer players.
I also think we're now in a situation where Chad is very aware of the tournament, the chip stacks, right? At this point, he has a clear separation from him and Daniel Negreanu, and it would be very bad result for him to take 4th place without seeing, getting some clarification about how Negreanu's stack is faring.
Yeah, great point. We can see Negreanu does open the queen-9 offsuit, very reasonable.
And gets rewarded. This is a bit of an action flop against the king-10 of Texas.
Is very likely going to be an all-in pot for Negreanu. I would think if Moncek decides to fast play his open-ended draw here on the flop.
Which he does. Now, if I'm Daniel, I like waiting till the turn to put my money in here.
Yeah, keeping some of Moncek's weaker hands in.
Yeah, I mean, he's never going anywhere with top pair. But in this situation, you induce a turn barrel from some very weak holdings, and maybe if the turn's an ace, you can reevaluate.
Right, I like that too. I like just the idea of continuing in position with a call with most of our range here and then making decisions on the big street. His exact hand he's just never going to get away from.
Negreanu feigning weakness here for sure.
Yeah.
He cannot be that worried about his kicker in this situation.
No, and I think once Moncek bets the turn, if it's a brick, Negreanu's just going to very quickly put the rest of the chips in.
I think that's a good plan. It is not a brick, but it's not a particularly scary card for Daniel either. He really has no reason to think that Moncek would have an ace-king or anything like that.
And we do see that just immediate raise.
And Texas Mike is going to have to call with his open-ended straight.
Negreanu actually in great shape here with 80% equity against Mike's hand.
Yes, absolutely. 1.2 million chip pot. Negreanu all in for his tournament life.
Texas Mike needs an ace 10 or 9 to eliminate Daniel Negreanu. Otherwise, he will double up. And we see one very interested spectator here in Chad Eveslage.
Quietly rooting for an ace.
I
3 of clubs. Daniel Negreanu does double up.
That's like the first time I've been wrong in one of those. I was like I was having that thought in your head. You're like, don't think you're going to lose. Try not to, but I couldn't help it.
255.
And it didn't matter. I won.
You said yesterday you were going to win the tournament, so you had to win this.
That's exactly right. And then I went back
You literally
to
have
back.
to.
I was like, well, if I'm going to win the tournament, I have to win this hand.
Yeah.
So it all came together at the very end. Wow, I broke the streak. I had the anxiety. I thought it was coming.
Now I've got the anxiety.
I had it. I felt it. The fear.
Chad being very genuine that now he has gotten some clarification that now Negreanu's stack is much healthier and more similar to his own, so he definitely needs to just go ahead and play situations and can't be too cautious.
As Daniel Negreanu rakes in a very nice pot, pulling him close to even with Chad.
You like 1.1 now?
There's 8.
A little more, 1.2 it looks like.
You?
I have 1.3.
Yeah.
1.4 counting my big blind.
And Negreanu picks up another big hand right away. The king-queen offsuit. Certainly going to be coming in for another raise.
Yeah, the king-queen got him in trouble a moment ago, but let's see how this one
I
goes.
grew up on this game. Did you
And
play this when
Moncek
you were
bets
a
the
kid?
back-to-back
No,
king
no.
10s. I don't think he's
Really?
going to be in a
We
folding
grew
mood
up on
here.
it. That was the main.
Chris,
game.
what's your default here in the small blind with king 10 offsuit facing that cutoff open?
It is a close combination. You can actually go, it's pretty kind of borderline, so you can actually go with a 3-bet or a call.
So you're never going to fold a hand this strong.
I mean, for a tournament point of view, maybe you could see Chad making a very disciplined laydown with queen-jack offsuit in the big blind there, facing a raise and a 3-bet.
Right, he probably wants to be suited to continue that.
And Negreanu's in another dominant position here pre-flop.
Interesting flop where Moncek has a double gutter here, and he decides to lead right away. I actually kind of like this.
I think that he has the sort of hand.
He did 3-bet pre-flop, didn't he? Yeah.
I think he has the sort of hand that it makes sense to just go pretty hard at this pot with. I mean, if you think about your 3-betting range, you're not going to have too many obvious bluffs, and he certainly has a good combination to put some pressure on some ace highs.
Right. I will say the Jack 9-7 is a bit of a scary board for the 3-better.
Oh,
Look,
wow.
He
What a bad card
right
for
away.
Daniel.
Negreanu is going to lose a lot of chips in this hand.
And Texas Mike goes for the check.
Springing the trap. Now, is Negreanu, from a chip EV perspective, you have to be tempted to value bet, but look at this.
Look how well Daniel was
recognizing
recognizing
the tournament situation.
Great check from Daniel. And notice that Chad Eveslage would have made a full house in the big blind with his queen jack. Texas Mike goes for it again. This
now,
is a cool play.
Negreanu can no longer check back his king-queen, but
he's going to be very surprised to get check raised here, I think.
Raise.
Holy shit. So wild. I almost checked. Oh, at least I checked the turn. He check raised, right?
Yes.
So dumb. Check the turn. Well, what'd you check the turn for? 'Cause you didn't like the queen?
It would be shocking to me if Daniel could get away from this hand.
There's no world I'm folding, right?
Hard to
Why am I
imagine.
going to waste the time? Yeah. You got, oh, God. That's good, too. I guess I made a good, well, it's whatever. I saved myself one bet. You win.
Negreanu's right. He saved himself a bet. If he bets the turn, Mike check raises and bets the river, and Negreanu's going to call down.
Yeah, typically in Limit Hold'em, when you have top pair in a 3-bet pot, there's no getting away.
Very creative line from Michael Moncek. I would have been tempted just to bet the turn, but once he actually checks the turn, I don't mind the check raise on the river.
I agree. He has to be thinking at that point that he's not going to really get any more money in the pot from ace high no matter what, so he may as well target the pairs that Daniel Negreanu would feel comfortable value betting in that situation. I also agree with you, though, that his hand makes a natural bet on the turn as obviously, you know, having no pairs on the board, he could potentially maybe even induce some action from a hand like a top pair or 2-pair.
Yeah, and I think the Jack 9-7 board is concerning enough of one that he doesn't necessarily automatically bet the flop with it. Once he does bet the flop, he's already got a slightly stronger range, and I think he should just continue value betting his good hands. But we've seen some creative play from all 5 of the players, certainly, at this final table so far today, as we take a look. Michael Moncek, $4.4 million in career-to-life tournament winnings.
2 bets.
Chad waking up with the premium.
2 jacks and small blind for Chad. Easy 3-bet versus the Yuri Open.
Yuri's hand is very awkward to play. Now, obviously, it was a fine open pre, but sometimes even when you flop the ace, you feel a little uncomfortable having only an 8 kicker versus a 3-bet range.
Yeah, these offsuit ace-X, not very strong in terms of playability, but blocker value and just pure high card strength, they're always going to be opening.
Interesting board texture as Yuri's the one who flops a gut shot. Certainly, Chad is going to be pretty happy with the flop. Seeing no overcards to his jacks.
Chad likes the flop with this hand. He, of course, has some overcard hands that are not going to like this flop, so he may not treat this as a range bet spot. And Yuri has a couple options here. He could actually raise here and then decide what he wants to do on the turn, that kind of free showdown raise thing we've seen, but he does decide to just take perhaps the more conventional option and call.
Yeah, I think this is a board where he's going to want to be continuing with a lot of the hands that he opens, so it makes sense to play fairly passively. Oh, wow, what a card for Yuri here. Chad may check, but it seems like impossible that he's not going to lose some money, more money.
Chad's going to lose at least one more bet no matter what, unless he makes an absolutely heroic fold.
Notice that Yuri could value bet many worse hands than jacks in this situation to try to deny a free card from overcards, right? I mean, Yuri would be very comfortable betting any pair at this point, and obviously there are a number of draws on the board as well. So this is a disastrous turn card for Chad. He's thinking, well, what hands really have me dead? Obviously, Yuri can have 8s or ace-8, but there's not that many combinations.
Yeah, and Yuri has plenty of available hands to bluff with on this scary 7. You can see that Chad doesn't look thrilled, but he is going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Chad's even trying to just look a little weaker than he is. That way, you know, maybe Yuri will value a bit of worse hand on the river if he's thinking he has to call on most river cards anyway. That card could save Chad, but Yuri's not really representing a lot of ace highs when he bets the turn, other than some nut flush draws.
And I'm not so sure all those ace-X necessarily want to value bet the river, although perhaps they would. The ace-deuce of spades type holdings.
Right, it kind of looks like Chad Eveslage has an ace high. The way the hand has
Chad
been
could
played.
have some ace highs himself, yeah.
Of course, Yuri feigning weakness here. Very, very, very happy with his straight. And a very uncomfortable situation for Chad now, starting out with way the best of it.
Chad trying to work through what kind of combinations he beats. The most natural ones obviously would be flush draws of some sort, including the backdoor flush draws that would have peeled the flop.
Right, yeah, I mean, those really are the only hands that make sense to be bluffing in this situation.
It's very unlikely that Yuri is turning some sort of king 7 suited into a bluff here, I think.
Agreed.
Or even pocket nines. Those hands would just consider themselves to have enough showdown value to check either the turn or the river.
Yeah, we can see Chad is really in the tank. This is the problem in limit poker as the pot has grown substantially, and he does make the call.
Yeah, and I don't totally fault Chad for calling down here, although it starts to become difficult by the river to find some of the bluffs.
Yeah, it would have been a big fold.
Agreed.
All of a sudden, we have the haves and the have-nots at our final table.
Yeah, Yuri now with quite a commanding chip lead. Michael Moncek should be feeling some ICM pressure to want to avoid a big pot with Yuri, although on the other hand, if he wins a big pot with Yuri, he's going to take commanding chip lead and have overwhelming chances of winning this tournament. So, interesting spot for Moncek, who we don't think perhaps cares as much about ICM as some of the other players. And those other two really incentivized to try to outlast each other. Although Negreanu, another guy who we think plays for the win, although he does show some respect for those ICM considerations.
Yeah, certainly Eveslage and Negreanu will be eyeing each other's chip stacks in all the subsequent hands very carefully and thinking through their options, given these big betting limits that we're playing.
2 bets.
We do see Michael Moncek open it up here in the cutoff with the very standard queen-jack offsuit.
So Yuri feeling good, feeling no pressure. Pretty easy defense with a suited combo.
That's it.
Interesting flop. Both players flopping a straight draw.
Yeah, the battle of the straight draws here with Moncek having way the best of it equity-wise.
Of course, yeah, much superior straight draw here for Moncek, but Yuri going to feel compelled to continue and potentially could turn this hand into a bluff raise, Chris, targeting some ace and king highs. If not getting them to fold right away, maybe getting them to fold on the turn.
Yeah.
Also could just come in for a call.
Absolutely, and it will be Texas Mike who will also have the opportunity maybe to re-bluff in the future situation if that were the case. But right now, Yuri goes with the passive option.
An 8 would be a disaster for Yuri. I expect he would check raise and have to call a third bet and lose quite a big pot.
Check.
As it stands, I'm trying to think of whether I would like to keep bluffing with Texas Mike's hands. I think the answer is yes.
I think so too. Yeah, you can maybe get something like the king 3 of clubs to fold right away if it didn't fold the flop. So you can definitely get some fold equity, get some king high, and you have quite a bit of equity against almost everything. And we expect Yuri sometimes to check raise his 9x as well. And Yuri makes a nice disciplined fold on the turn.
I was going to say nice choices from Yuri throughout that hand against Texas Mike's holding to avoid any further damage.
Oh, all right, we're switching to Baduki.
And I just heard our dealer say we're switching to Vidoogie as we look at Michael Moncek's bio.
Yeah, one of the only non-pros perhaps in the field, Chris, an entrepreneur from Chicago, packaging industry executive. And note that despite not being a professional player, Mike has a lot of reps in live poker over the last couple of years, maybe as much as almost anybody in the tournament. A lot of those being high-stakes cash games.
Yep,
No
and
limit
2 World
hold'em,
Series bracelets.
as well as 2 World Series bracelets. Always up there chasing that Player of the Year award. Loves all the games and a fierce competitor. Now we're playing Vidoogie. The goal in Vidoogie is to make 4 cards, all of different suits and all of different ranks. The lowest hand is going to win the entire pot. If somebody has 4 cards of all different suits, different ranks, and ace counts as low. If nobody has 4 cards, all different suits and ranks, then it goes to the best 3-card hand. So you want to start with small cards of different suits and ranks.
Kind of like Chad has right here.
Yeah, Chad's got a great hand. He's got the ace 4-5 3-card working, as well as the deuce blocker, which blocks some of his opponent's stronger holdings.
Now, Negreanu's hand would normally be somewhat playable, but seeing Chad open in front of him off of a short stack, I think this becomes an easy fold.
And I think these are the sorts of folds that Daniel's very good at finding. He really knows how to adjust well when his stack is short, especially knowing that Chad is not going to be opening super wide there, being short himself. So good fold there from Daniel.
And Chad will be very happy to see the blinds fold and pick up a much-needed pot. Badugi is a game in which the hand equities can run somewhat close pre-flop and can be a very bloody game when two hands match up against each other, particularly if two players are dealt reasonable pat hands.
We saw a very pivotal Badugi hand last night, Chris, the one that Sternheimer perhaps is still scratching his head about.
Right, so we expect to see a lot of action in this round.
Ever wanted to play on No Gamble, No Future? PokerGo has partnered with Splash Sports for the NGNF 50K Vegas Madness Contest. Not only can you win $50,000, but the prize includes a $5,000 package to come to Las Vegas and play on the show. Join the contest at splashsports.com/NGNF. That's splashsports.com/NGNF. It's limited to 223 entries, so get in there now before it sells out. Chris, I'd like to see you on No Gamble, No Future.
Sounds pretty fun. Just need to come up with some money after potentially. I'm also on the hook for some losing this prop bet to you, as Texas Mike is still in decent spot here in this tournament.
Yeah, I believe I stand to win $20 if Texas Mike can hang on and win the tournament, as we see him raise with a pretty loose holding here, the 9-7 tray.
Yeah, but I think from the small blind, I think this is a reasonable hand to open. And let's see how he handles this situation. I'm not sure how much Badugi experience he has. He should draw one card here.
I agree with that. Chad's going to have a lot of hands that are still drawing two, defending the big blind. Oh, and Mike does elect to draw two. I would have been okay with that if he had something like a 9-deuce-ace where his two-card draw was very strong. But where the 7-3 is kind of weak anyway, you probably want to draw 3 to
That's
9.
exactly right, Alex. When your upside is limited by the 7 in your hand anyway, you want to be drawing fewer cards.
Having said that, he does improve to a 7-5 tray.
I wonder if Chad will be tempted to fold right away, just preserving his chips in this tournament situation. He understands that his hand is worth something, but no, he's very comfortable in Badugi. Chad has played a ton of this game.
Perhaps,
and I'm sure this is a game where he feels like he's going to be comfortable maneuvering.
Yeah, perhaps if he was up against somebody he perceived as a tighter player or someone who had drawn 1 on the first draw, he might let this go. But given Texas Mike was taking 2,
and Mike does make a Badugi. It's not a particularly strong one, but in this situation, any Badugi can be quite strong.
Now, Chad, of course, has to get out of the way. He doesn't have a particularly strong draw.
Well, hang on a second, because with his 3-card 10, I wonder if he's thinking he has enough equity to continue trying to draw out against a stronger 1-card draw. He also does have the ability to reduce his hand if he were to catch a small spade on the river.
This is true. It just seems to me a 3-card 10 in this tournament situation with Negreanu being so short would be a very marginal continue.
I agree. I'm just curious to see how he approaches the situation.
And you're right that he does have a lot of experience in these draw games. He could also be considering turning his hand into a bluff raise, which would not work against Moncek's exact hand.
That would not be a good choice at this moment. If he does choose to continue, he will be very disappointed to find out that Moncek is pat, as obviously he's hoping he has enough equity against a 1-card draw.
Oh, and he does go for the raise.
He's thinking that this is one of the bottom hands in his range and it's worth value raising. Moncek should find a 3-bet here, I believe, especially after that tank.
Yeah, Moncek padding because he can still beat. Chad could be doing this as a semi-bluff with some draw ones.
And now, is Chad going to bluff or is he going to draw? Because he has 2 options here.
Chad's in a very bad spot now.
He was planning on bluffing, I believe. He was planning on snowing and standing pat, but now he's unsure. He was hoping Moncek was drawing 1.
The fact that Moncek didn't 3-bet on the previous street makes him think that he probably has a weaker Badugi, and Chad correctly draws 1.
If Chad can get there in this hand, he has found a way to potentially win a large pot, but he is in bad shape, and he has missed.
He's whipped, and I don't think he's going to want to bluff after taking an unconventional. Trying to bluff twice in the same hand is very dangerous.
For sure, especially against someone who is pretty much committed to showdown a lot of the time with the made Badugi here.
Now, Chris,
King 7-5-3.
A very ambitious play from Chad, but one that might have worked if Moncek were not pat himself.
Yeah, he was very disappointed to find out that he was against the pat hand there. Obviously, targeting the 1-card draw, he would have had a lot more room for success on the river.
And I do respect the chutzpah from Chad there, being willing to go for it for his tournament life, with Negreanu also being so short.
It looked very strong, and you could see that even after Texas Mike stood pat, Chad was still considering whether it might have been a more profitable bluffing opportunity by standing pat behind and hoping to bluff the river. But he elected to try to draw and get there, and Texas Mike wins a big pot, and Chad is very, very short now.
And you've talked about the haves and have-nots. This is about as extreme as we've ever seen it. We have 3 stacks under 3 big bets each, and 2 absolutely monster stacks.
Yes, it will be a race here to see, you know, if Chad or Daniel pick up a strong holding. I think Texas Mike can raise pretty much recklessly on the button here, whatever he wants.
I would be raising any 4 in this position.
In position 2, you can always find something to draw out in a game with like Badoogie. And Chad does pick up a hand here. He certainly picks up a hand I think he's going to be happy to have to go with here.
Yeah, Chad's picked up enough hand to go with it, and Negreanu, unless he picks up a really strong hand, will be just a very interested spectator.
225.
So this situation is a little bit different than the last one for Texas Mike. As you mentioned, here he does have that deuce 5 to draw at, so I think drawing 2 makes much more sense. That jack is not doing a ton for him.
I completely agree. It's a higher high card that he could draw 1 to, and it's a better 2-card draw.
Okay, 1 and 2.
And let's see how the draws proceed. As this hand is, the decisions are not over despite Chad being all in, as there are many things that, you know, both players have
We
to
saw a
think
very
about.
interesting
So
hand
Chad
yesterday with
catches
Nick
a king
Schulman.
Badoogie, and he decides to stand pat, which makes sense. You want to
like
just take
this.
your equity here. And Texas Mike has improved to a 1-card draw, so he's an underdog in this situation against a pat hand, but he still has a sizable amount of equity. Unfortunately, he has not improved here, and Texas Mike is looking for a club to knock out Chad.
Club that does not pair him. And the king of clubs would be no good because Chad would have a better king 6 Badoogie.
Versus,
Chad will double up.
And just for the viewers at home, Chris, when you mentioned that you like Chad's decision to keep that king of spades, it is sometimes correct to throw away the Badoogie when your 3-card is so strong. So for instance, if Chad had ace deuce 3 rainbow and caught the king, then it wouldn't make much sense keeping it because he's going to beat so many of those 3 cards anyway. He may as well try to make a stronger
Right,
Badoogie.
if you think about it, if you hold exactly ace deuce 3 king, the only hand that you wish you had the king against is if your opponent has exactly ace deuce 3 also, where you would now tie, or if they make a worse inferior king on the river, of which there are very few combinations.
Right. So a huge pot there for Chad Eveslage, moving now to 3rd place and leapfrogging Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, the Badoogie round has proven very bloody so far, as we predicted.
that means there's 2 left of this, right?
2 more hands after this, I guess.
Yeah.
This
Texas
is a
Mike.
marginal hand in the cutoff, but I would not mind seeing Texas Mike continue to stay on the gas pedal here, given the short stacks.
Completely fine with this open. I think that Negreanu, Negreanu picks up the
Negreanu
9
picking up.
Badoogie right away.
So Texas Mike is going to have a decision here, because once Negreanu stands pat, Texas Mike has to be looking at his 10 as a questionable card. I mean, against many, many pat hands, you would like to keep the 10, as most pat hands in Badoogie are kings, queens, or jacks.
Chris, you make a good point. The median Badoogie is somewhere around a queen 7-5 deuce Badoogie.
You did raise, yeah. Oh, well, whatever. I can't imagine. I'm going to put it in 350.
Of course, if Moncek could see Negreanu's cards, he's going to draw 2, but not knowing that.
We did earlier see Moncek throw away that 9 in a somewhat similar spot, so he may just have the mindset of drawing for the smoother holding, which will actually work in his favor in this exact situation. And he does throw away the
draw
10.
2. So against Daniel's hand, this is absolutely correct.
If Daniel were playing this pot against me, he would have 100% equity, as I would draw dead here.
Unless you...
I guess I could reduce, right?
Yeah.
But Texas Mike is now drawing very live to knock out Daniel Negreanu in 4th place.
Sticking with these.
Again, needing a club.
And as we are seeing from this orbit of Badoogie, it is quite hard to make one sometimes.
You need a... Oh, you can catch a 9.
And he does catch a small club.
Wow, nice.
Texas Mike has made a 6.
GG, y'all.
And that's a fairly unlikely club here. He only had about 7 outs.
I'm reversing that. I thought I was going to win that one.
Let's go. Actually less.
And we have lost Daniel Negreanu in 4th place.
So Daniel Negreanu, our 4th place finisher for $300,000. Down to our final 3. Chad Eveslage, very happy to see that.
Yeah, Daniel very disappointed, of course. He had predicted that he was going to win this tournament on multiple occasions yesterday and today. Had a number of tough decisions today, and they did not work out.
Alrighty then. Good luck, gentlemen.
Overall, another strong result for Daniel Negreanu, who has got many decades of strong tournament results.
Absolutely, and
to his
finishing off a
belt.
strong PokerGO mixed game series as well.
I had such devious plans in that Badoogie hand where I raised you. I had complete ass, but I had a 3-card 10 and I was gonna. Oh my God! I was like, yes, he just called. Oh no, he patted. It was.
And we continue right away with three-handed play. Chad now on the very short stack, but no ICM pressure really to speak of. He can just try to pick good spots and start doubling up.
I was going to say, at this point, Chad has no reason to deviate from what he just thinks is the right normal cash game strategy in these situations. There is very, very huge gap between him and the other two players.
2 bets.
Now, in a cash game situation, Texas Mike's hand is defensible here with either a draw 3 or a draw 1, but it is very, very weak.
Right. Looking at an ace-4-9 there of Yuri, Chris, is that a hand that you like to draw 2 or 1 with? We'll get back to that in a second as we take a look at the chip counts here at the final table. Yuri at the top of the counts with 4.3 million, followed by Texas Mike and Chad Eveslage bringing up the rear at 530,000 chips.
And we know that the next pay jump will be to 450K for third place.
Right, all the way up to 725,000 for second and $1.2 million for our winner.
And just to answer your Badugi question there real quick, it is certainly a close decision when you have that 9 in your hand, but I would typically keep it.
Perhaps also a spot where multi-way you might draw to the ace-4.
Yeah. So these aces are nice blockers, but they don't really serve you much purpose in Badugi when your other cards aren't relevant.
Raise.
2 bets.
One thing we haven't seen a ton of in the Badugi rounds is snowing, although we've seen some players who were perhaps looking to snow and then, like we saw with Chad faced action that had to make them change their plans.
Curious to see how Chad approaches the situation. Obviously, his hand could be a 3-bet for value. We see that he is actually in fairly good shape with an ace-3-8 against the 5-6-8 of Moncek.
Right. Small blind versus big blind, he can certainly be... Moncek could be opening quite a few inferior one-card draws, but Chad taking the more conservative line.
1.
It's important to note with Eveslage's hand that one of the reasons that you could 3-bet a hand like this is that also you can sometimes reduce that 8 by catching like a 4 of diamonds, for example.
Chris,
Hello,
look at
Moncek.
this.
Moncek catches the 4 of diamonds and makes the hand right away.
And Eveslage can go nowhere, and he's going to have a difficult decision on the next street if he doesn't improve.
So Texas Mike has run very well this orbit of Badugi. I do think that Chad can get away from his hand on the turn here. He will not be getting a very good price to draw against the made Badugi unless he believes that Texas Mike is bluffing very often. But I can't imagine Chad wanting to call down with a 3-card 8.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. For one thing, the average Badugi you make after drawing 1 is quite a bit stronger than the average dealt Badugi. Now, he does improve to a 3-card 6, but he's still in similarly bad shape against the Pat range.
Right. The only way he can call here is if he really believes that Texas Mike might be snowing at a high enough frequency that he can then call the river unimproved.
I agree with that. He's not getting the direct pot odds to draw against a made Badugi.
He's definitely thinking this through right now as he realizes with his dwindling chip stack that he may have to call off his tournament life with a 3-card.
So if Mike had actually had not improved there, his 8-6-5 might have been a tempted hand to start snowing with, being such a weak 1-card draw.
Absolutely. And Chad, having seen those 2 aces, may feel that Texas Mike has a lot of rougher hands in his range that would be tempting to bluff with. Chad is definitely a non-believer. We have seen him in a number of times on our stream tables wanting to hero call or pick off a bluff in spots where, you know, maybe to the average viewer it looks like kind of an obvious fold. But Chad has a lot of experience in these high-stakes mixed games and knows that players are capable of many things.
One thing that might be difficult for Chad is just figuring out what Moncek's level of experience in this game is and how creative Moncek's willing to get. He knows that Moncek's an aggressive player, and he does make the call.
Right, we've seen Texas Mike play pretty straightforward in this game to this point.
Pat.
So Mike should definitely bet the river here.
One of your extensions, please.
Absolutely. You could consider potentially checking your weakest Badugis, but in a spot where you suspect your opponent might be suspicious that you're bluffing
Chad
anyway,
makes it.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, so he will be rewarded for this optimistic call in the turn as he has certainly happily going to get his chips in the middle now.
Just confirming he has what he thinks he has. Wow.
Disappointing for Texas Mike, who had a strong holding.
Yeah, huge river there for Chad, who might have been considering calling down unimproved. We think he probably was, Chris.
Yeah.
So Chad doubles up to just over 1 million chips, and all of a sudden we've got a 3-handed affair.
For sure. Texas Mike and Yuri were starting to salivate at the prospects of playing heads up for the 1.2 million in that ring, but Chad is not having it.
Critical ace of spades there on the river for Chad, who was drawing quite slim against Texas Mike's exact pat hand.
Yes, absolutely. Big action in the Badugi rounds, and now we're going to switch over to 3-handed stud 8 or better.
As you can see, the same rules apply with the betting as in 7-card stud. The only difference is the pot will be split between the best high hand and the best low hand. To qualify for a low, you're going to need 5 cards between an ace and an 8 of different ranks. So you're really looking to play a lot of the suited, small, connected cards here, Chris. Something like Deuce 3-4 of clubs is a real monster in this game.
Yes, and the ace is a very powerful card, as it can be a key component of both a high or a low hand.
About $1 million, like right there.
One thing we've talked about in previous iterations of our stud 8 is that the middle to high pairs can be quite difficult to play.
Exactly.
That changes a little bit when you get short-handed, as you have fewer cards to worry about. And those big pairs in heads-up situations and three-handed can be a little bit stronger.
Absolutely. On the other hand, we are now playing where every player antes individually, and there are only 3 antes in the pot. So as a result, it's not really necessary in short-handed stud games to play a wide range of hands. You can play pretty conservatively in these orbits.
Good point.
Complete to 80.
Mike with 3 low cards. And look at this. Chad has picked up a very disguised hand. The 9, typically not a good door card here, but he's got buried queens, and he very quickly comes in for the raise.
Right. He's very happy to pounce against what he perceives as a 3-card low from Texas Mike, or possibly even worse sometimes.
I think a lot of inexperienced players would have looked at Yuri's hand and been a little bit interested, seeing that ace-king 5 with a 2-suit, seeing some two-way potential, but you really want to be 3 low cards or some much stronger high potential. You don't want a little bit of both.
So in this situation on 4th Street, sometimes players will defer to the low board, but the 8-3 offsuit is so disconnected, and Chad's hand is very connected to itself and has a lot of extra equity. So, you know, Chad is leading right into him here, which I think is a good play. Texas Mike goes for a raise, which I think is a little bit overstepping.
You know, it's a little bit loose, but he can never be too far behind with 4 to a low and his ace in his hand, and it could get his opponent to check the turn over to him if he doesn't catch the higher card. So I actually don't hate this from Mike, although I think the conventional play would just be a call.
Now, unfortunately for him, he catches a brick on 5th, and obviously Chad is very happy to see Texas Mike catch that queen because he knows that it cannot really help Texas Mike's hand having 2 queens himself. The 3 can be a little bit of a scare card. However, the 9s on Chad's board are going to look very strong to him, and I'm sure he's going to keep the lead here to deny equity to the low.
And Moncek with a low draw and those trays certainly forced to call.
Chad in a dominant position right here, really in great shape against anything except for an ace or a 3 on the river.
Moncek does make the low. Note that if Chad bets here, Moncek should raise. His hand can never get any less than half the pot, and he should try to scare Chad. Even though that raise almost never works, you're basically free rolling on your opponent making some sort of big fold. And in the same fashion, if he gets checked to, he should always bet. Anytime you have a stone lock on the hand, you might as well just bet and just hope they do something dumb.
Absolutely. And after a lot of action and a very consequential pot for both player stacks, we end up with a chop pot. You can see that these stud 8 or better pots can grow in size very quickly with multiple big betting round, 3 big betting streets. Chad very disappointed that Michael Moncek was capable of betting the river there, as obviously he's very confident he's going to scoop the hand if it goes check-check, and Moncek misses his low.
Yeah, good point. When you face the bet, you're at least happy to see that it was a chop and that Moncek didn't make something like aces up on the end.
Right.
Is it a king?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So Yuri has a very playable hand here. Split 6s with a 3. Notice that in this game you would much rather have a small pair with a low card kicker than a high card kicker because it also gives you a chance to make a backdoor low. And Chad will have an easy defense here with a connected hand. Obviously, the 5 is kind of his dream card, which he hits right away.
Right away. And on this street where Yuri catches a bad card and Chad a good one, he's going to check his entire range over to Chad.
Yeah.
So even if Yuri has something like split buried queens, he's still going to check because that's what he wants to do with most of his hands.
Yuri certainly could get himself into some trouble in this sort of a hand, having 2 6s. However, this board has gone very poorly for Yuri so far, and I wonder if he'll hit the exit street early.
I'd be tempted just to fold right away. Even though we do have some equity for the high, our opponent's either going to have a better high or a very strong combo that can go both ways. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, Yuri's hand really has nowhere to develop to, and Chad's board is getting pretty scary pretty quickly.
Having said that, it's possible he could call one more and just be willing to get away on the worst of 6th streets, but it's starting to get very dicey already for Yuri.
One thing maybe I would be thinking about with Yuri's hand is that having exactly 6-6-3 is kind of a good thing, as I'm blocking the scariest straight cards that my opponent could make.
That's true, yeah.
But we see Yuri take the conservative route, which makes a lot of sense.
For you.
And Chad up to 1.3 million. Really starting to assert himself here at this final table.
Yeah, he's hanging in there. He's been up, down, and all over the place, especially in that Badugi round. But right now, you know, sort of feeling no pressure, having made his way to third place and looking at these monstrous chip stacks on either side of him and thinking it's just all he has to do is just build up some chips.
All these players have to be pretty happy with how the day has gone so far. Chad has about the stack he started with, but 2 more players have been eliminated, and Yuri's built up a nice chip lead. And Mike, although he was chip leader, is now second in chips, has still improved his chip count from the start of the day.
So I'll be interested to see how Yuri handles this situation. Mike Moncek's most likely holdings are indeed split jacks, but we know he is kind of a loose aggressive player, and Yuri has hidden buried tens, which can be kind of a tricky hand to play in this sort of a game.
Yeah, kind of an awkward spot if you're Yuri against a tighter player, I think, Chris.
It's the jack, yeah. Check.
But you do have the 3 up instead of the 10, which is nice because your 10s are quite disguised, and when the board runs off low, it can also scare your opponent and allow you to realize your equity a little bit more cheaply.
Yeah, the problem for Yuri is that 10s fare fairly poorly against exactly jacks, right, which is what he's looking at.
Agreed.
Threes are high.
However, Yuri is the one who improves by making 2 open pair, and I would not mind seeing him go ahead and take the lead here.
I think you can go either way. The problem with leading is that a lot of your hands are just going to be 2 low cards that would want to check this spot, so you're splitting your range a little bit by doing this.
He might have folded some of those on 4th Street, especially the ones that are more disconnected.
Yeah, that's true.
I certainly don't fault Michael Moncek for continuing here. Not only does he have the jacks, but he's actually building a little bit of a backdoor low.
And now he improves to jacks up against Yuri, whose board is starting to look very scary.
Yeah.
Once Yuri does decide to bet 5th, it's unlikely he has something like ace-6-3. Much more likely he has at least 2 pair for value, possibly trip 3s, and possibly now a flush.
So if I'm Yuri here, I'm really a little bit unsure of what sort of a holding Michael Moncek has, right? He probably has jacks, but I'm starting to see some low cards on the board, and I would not want to get raised in this situation with 10s and 3s.
And if Moncek does have jacks, he might have some additional equity, like something like jack-6, where he's got an open ender and a low draw.
Now, what does Michael Moncek think about this situation? He has to be looking at Yuri's board and thinking this is kind of scary. Moncek shows no fear and goes ahead and bets for value with jacks and 7s, looking at 3 spades, 2 overcards to his jacks, and the open 3s.
So this is a bold bet for Mike, but perhaps he's just sort of piggybacking off the type of concept you talked about yesterday, which is when in doubt, when the pot gets big in limit and your opponent checks, just treat it as
just believe them,
his
right?
honesty.
Yeah. He has something weak about his hand, and
he's able to eke out some thin value here on the street.
I would be a little surprised if Moncek bets the river.
I would agree. I think at this point, with Yuri showing 3 spades, even if Moncek was ahead on 6th Street, he has to be worried that he's been drawn out on. And I expect this to go check-check pretty often.
Yuri,
Check, showdown.
yeah.
And 3s.
10s up, jacks and 7s.
You can see a little bit of disappointment on the look of Yuri's face there as he loses a fairly significant pot over to Mike Moncek.
Certainly.
And I like the way that Texas Mike played that hand, correctly assessing he was ahead on 6th, and then realizing there's probably not enough value on 7th, plus the chance that he's gotten drawn out on.
Absolutely. I was just going to add that Yuri probably felt fairly okay about his hand after it went check-check, as he's thinking he's often going to be against 1 pair. So seeing the showdown was a little bit discouraging to him. And it's Texas Mike who's retaking the chip lead. Stud 8 or better, certainly one of the more technical games in the mix. A game that requires a lot of flexibility in your thinking and experience to understand what sort of a hand your opponent's representing by the up cards on their board.
Certainly.
Looks like all 3 players in this hand have low cards to start.
Note that this is the game among the stud games where it's best, I suppose, to be the bring-in, meaning you really don't want to be the bring-in in Raz because it means you have a bad card normally, whereas a low card can be a good card in stud 8 or better.
Very, very true. In this case, Moncek was lucky that he did not really have a playable hand, as Yuri had a powerful hand in this game. Split aces with a low card kicker, one of the more profitable hands that you can get dealt.
Paul Campbell, tournament director, announcing that they're doing some sort of draw for hands to see how many more hands they'll play in this level, and then we will be taking a small break.
On the other side of the break, I think we'll have our visitor joining us to talk about the tournament.
Yeah, I think when we return, we're going to get Phil Sternheimer in the booth, 7th place finisher, and perhaps we can hear what he thinks, how the event's gone so far. Perhaps even talk to him about some of the hands he played towards the end of the night yesterday.
Certainly, he had a lot of experience with these players as well, obviously playing with them for hours and hours.
And we see Moncek opening with a very weak hand here, but it might get through as Chad also doesn't have much to work with.
Yeah, so this is a situation where Chad would
break now
normally
or one
want
more
to defend, but with only 3 antes, maybe he has a little bit less incentive to play a marginal hand.
Well, this is going to be a color up and race off of the 5K blue chips.
As we take a look at the leaderboard going to break, Michael Moncek has retaken the chip lead off of Yuri Dzivielevski, excuse me. Chad Eveslage in 3rd place at 1.2 million in chips. And we will be coming back in about 10 minutes.
Looking forward to the conclusion of this one, guys.
Welcome back to the PokerGO studio at the Aria Resort and Casino for continuing coverage of the $100,000 Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Edition. We're down to our final three. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Vitch and our newest guest in the booth, Phil Sternheimer, organizer of this event. Phil, how you doing today?
Well, I'm doing really well, but similar to you guys, I probably would rather be sitting out at the table than in the booth with you guys.
Certainly, yeah. We had a little bit of FOMO, I think, playing this event, though it's also been fun to call. As we take a look here at our payouts, $1.2 million for first place, $725,000 for second, $450 for third, and we see our fourth and fifth place finishers, Daniel Negreanu and Benny Glazer. Phil, tell me a little bit about your idea for hosting this event, organizing this event, and how it all came about.
Well, I think we were playing the series last year, and it just sort of occurred to me at the time that, the first original high roller really in poker was the 50K PPC before any no limit event. And that was, I always looked at that as sort of the biggest celebration of poker. And, since then poker has changed a lot, and you have a plethora of different high rollers, no limit, PLO. But really nothing on the mixed game scene. And the way I look at poker in terms of what attracts interest, viewers, and players to it is, you really want to have a stratified offering from all the way to the low end, but also at the very, very high end where you have high buy-ins and really elite competition. And that was sort of missing. And I think with PokerGO we had sort of a unique opportunity because it's the one series that's really the most open to player input. So I was literally just sitting on a floor playing an event and joking around with Tim that we could have 100K or a super high roller bowl, and they thought I was crazy. And as I was then asking around about who would be interested, a lot of people said they actually would, and that sort of that was sort of the origin of the idea.
And how do you feel about the turnout, getting 29 entries in this one?
Well, I'll be honest, I was pretty nervous about it at the beginning. I was, I think some people said you get 7 people to show up. And I think that the fact that we got almost 30 entries while, Triton JJ was going on, where we probably would have also had 5 or 6 players had they not played that, I think is probably at the upper end of my expectations. And so really happy.
I would agree. As we see a bit of a stud 8 pot developing here between Texas Mike and Yuri, were you a little surprised to see Texas Mike joining this tournament, Phil, or did you expect him to be in the mix?
I think as with many players, I had been talking to him sort of leading up to the event, and I know he had an interest in playing this event and also some of our cash games, which he joined as well. He plays a lot of the games during the WSOP. He loves poker, and so I was very pleased that he played, very pleased that he makes it far, because he is one of many kind of big bet player examples that translated really well into mixed games. He's definitely maybe not some rough in some of the limit games, but I think he makes up for that with a lot of card sense and expertise in the big bet games, which are uncapped and which offer a real player a real advantage if you're a specialist in those formats.
And certainly I think his fearlessness can be an asset in a tournament like this, where perhaps some of the players might be thinking about money jumps and that sort of thing, as we see a difficult spot here for Yuri, Chris.
Yeah, he's trying to decide how far to hold on with these nines, looking at a very scary board. He has to understand that he's also going to often face a river bet. As we can see, Texas Mike has no fear to bet here with 2 pair and a low. So Yuri is probably going to have to pay this one off after thinking it all the way through. I mentioned earlier in an Omaha 8 or better pot that typically when you arrive at the river, you do need to be pretty optimistic with your calls, hoping that you can get half the pot. This is definitely not a good situation for Yuri. Obviously, he was hoping to make 2 pair on the river, but even still, I think he's going to maybe talk himself into a call here.
Yeah, very difficult spot, knowing pretty much at best you're going to get half the pot. It would be almost impossible for him to scoop Moncek's hand here. And Moncek has a nice spot to value bet very wide on the high side, as well as bet any possible low.
Absolutely. Phil, I wanted to ask you, how did you find the play at the final table last night? Did you notice a big shift in the pressure as you guys approached the money bubble? Or are these the stakes that people are so accustomed to playing that maybe it was a little bit more low-key?
Well, to me, it definitely didn't feel low-key. I think even people that maybe were comfortable with the financial swings, we're all here because we want to compete at a high level, and this is, a first event that comes with prestige, but most importantly, just competition against many of the best in the world. So I think everyone who was there really, really cared about being there, wanted to make the money, wanted to make, the televised final table and have a shot at the trophy. So there was definitely tension, which which I love. You know, I'm sort of, someone asked me like, how good of a time are you having? It's somewhere between like a 5 and like a 10, because part of me is really loves this situation, but it definitely, at least I experience some sort of pressure in that situation as well.
For sure, we all kind of enjoy that feeling, being deep in a tournament and knowing that every decision that we make is very consequential to our life there. As we switch over to PLO, a game that you guys are both very adept at, and certainly one that can play very large in this mix, as it will be uncapped, and it may be a situation where Texas Mike will take the advice that you suggested, as we have seen him do throughout this tournament, and play very aggressively.
It's probably his best game, is my guess, and it's also where he's incredibly aggressive and he's not afraid to take marginal spots. And I think in this format that it's proven to be a good strategy for him, because maybe not Yuri and Chad, but some of the other players were maybe looking to reduce variance in the big bet games, and that really benefited Texas Mike.
This is a situation Yuri could get himself in trouble with a very pretty double-suited combo, but up against a premium starting hand from Texas Mike. Yuri has already managed to avoid the trouble a little bit by not re-raising out of the big blind with his hand, and maybe this flop texture will save him from further damage.
Yeah, I think Yuri's hand is probably typically going to be played as a call in this spot, but it's starting to get into the relative realm of territory where you could consider 3-betting. He's just taking the lower variance option, especially with the tournament considerations of Chad being short on chips. Phil, you played with all 3 of these players throughout the course of this tournament. What did you notice from each of them?
Look, as I was checking out just the broader final table lineup, including the guys yesterday, I mean, really every single person in that lineup deserved to win, and so these guys are no exceptions. You know, clearly Mike is
I would only raise aces on the button. Only aces.
a little rougher in some of the limit games that he's played less, but you can just tell he has a lot of card sense. He's completely fearless, and I think he really takes advantage of that. You know, Yuri is a bit of a phenomenon. You know, he's incredibly well studied. He's a great guy, and I can say the great guy comment about really all 3 of them. And you have Chad as well, who I think played exceptionally well. You know, we all play a lot with Chad, kind of in other tournaments and in some of our live and online cash games, and he probably puts in the most volume out of all of these guys, and it really showed in a tournament like this.
Yeah, that makes sense. As you look back at your finish in the tournament where you did final table but unfortunately fell just shy of the cash, were there any hands you would have wished you played differently, or any key moments that stuck out to you from your own run?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple, and I think you got to be honest with yourself in terms of, you know, are you being outcome oriented, or are you actually looking objectively, you know, at the factors that were present inside the hand. I think there were a couple of smaller ones where, you know, I felt like maybe I should have bet different sizing on whatnot. I think the 2 that stand out to me is the 8-7-6 4 deuce hand.
Induced to 7 triple
induced to
draw
7 triple
against
draw.
John Racner and another player.
And Scott, who had 4-bet pre-flop. And the action, you know, I check raised the flop, then Scott broke. Racner drew 1, and then it went, you know, check bet call on a turn, and then Racner pats ahead of me, and I have a decision with 8-7-6 4 deuce, and also knowing that Scott could be freezing behind me with something better, and Racner ahead of me, who generally plays quite snug, and I think that's a very marginal decision. That's player dependent. I ended up making the wrong decision.
We were commenting at the time that you probably understood in theory that your 8-7-6 in such a bloated pot is one you might want to hang on with. But having played so much with John Racner, maybe you had a little bit of a player read that pushed you a little bit more towards giving him credit.
Yeah. To be perfectly frank, and these marginal decisions, I think you need to make based on factors other than just theory, like player adjustments being the biggest one, but maybe also other factors. Sometimes players get into modes where they might get more out of line or less, or play extremely conservative. So I made a player adjustment for John that ended up being the wrong one. You know, he probably doesn't make that play. He told me afterwards he might make it kind of 1 out of 10 times instead of drawing, and ended up working really well for him. And at the end of the day, you know, this is where you also, if you're outcome oriented, you say you make the wrong decision, but I think these things are so close that you can't really beat yourself up about.
Absolutely. In tournament poker, especially final table poker, really just magnifies the result of every decision. And we know from playing high stakes for a long time, that it's the players that are able to be objective, be reflective, but not allow those close decisions to dissuade them from future decisions or hurt their confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's really difficult sometimes to objectively assess if you made the right play or not. I mean, in my opinion, I would have played the hand the same way you did, Phil. Even though we ran into that hand of John, he's going to have an 8 really the overwhelming majority of the time, I believe. But it's tough when you look back and see that against his exact hand, you made a play that ended up costing you a lot of money.
Yeah.
Just a quick note that we do see Texas Mike stepping on the gas a little bit here with an 8-7-5-3 from the button. And Yuri does indeed have another double-suited combo from the big blind. So far, this orbit has gone very well for Texas Mike as he's grinding down his other 2 opponents in the big bet game.
Yeah, this is an extremely loose open and certainly one that I don't think would consider making, if not for the tournament considerations, but really just thinking he can apply a lot of pressure to Yuri with Chad being as short as he is.
A bit of an interesting turn card for Yuri, having top 2 in an open ender on a 3-flush board.
Yuri's got some amount of showdown value, but this does not strike me as a hand he wants to start betting with.
And forgive me, because it's Texas Mike who's actually hit the gut shot on the turn to make the low end of the straight.
And now Yuri's got the type of hand that could actually consider bluffing in some capacity. For instance, check raise bluffing, representing those big full houses. But he may just decide he has enough showdown value on check, and I think this one's just going to go check, check.
Yeah, let's see how they navigate this scary board.
Check.
Yeah, if Texas Mike were trying to eke out a little bit of value with his low straight here, that could open the door for Yuri.
Yeah, and I think this is post-flop. I like the way both players played this hand, just checking it down. Don't see too much incentive for any player to bet any street. Moncek could consider a really light c-bet on the flop, but usually you want to have some type of removal to your opponent's continues, and his cards just whiffed that board so hard that I like to give up, and then it didn't really make sense to go for value on either of those streets with the flush and the paired board.
All makes sense.
Phil, do you think this is going to be an annual event going forward, and do you think there will be any changes to the structure of the tournament?
I think after this year's experience, I'd be disappointed if it wasn't, and I think everything that I've heard indicates that it'll become a fixture, which was really the original hope. I think it's symbiotic with the rest of the series because the reality is that there are some players that have come out to these tournaments that because of this event that otherwise wouldn't have come, and they end up being people that play a couple of events, and when they do, are happy to fire a lot of entries. It also ended up being symbiotic with the cash games, which for this type of event is important. So the fact that we had a full game in Bobby's room or this time in Ivy's room at Aria was really again a factor for people to come out that they could play both cash games and tournaments. So
that makes sense. And there were some players I noticed, some higher stakes players who came out just to play the cash games, and then another number of players who played both the cash games and the tournaments. But most of a lot of the field that was willing to play the tournament was also in there in the cash game streets.
Yeah. I mean, look, the poker world has sort of changed so much in that at this point, a lot of the higher stakes games are private, and I'm not commenting whether that's good or bad, but that's just kind of the reality.
Just to quickly go back to the action here, we see that Michael Moncek has flopped a flush in a single raise pot against Chad Eveslage, who is getting quite short on chips, and if Chad decides to bluff it off here, he will be eliminated. So let's see if he can show a little bit of restraint here without a particularly interesting combo to want to put more chips in with.
Yeah, I can't imagine Texas Mike's looking to fold the second flush. However, this is an interesting river card because obviously Chad, having potted pre-flop, is going to have way more full houses here with the ace pairing than.
Yeah, this is a very tempting card to represent. And if he goes with a large bet here, okay, and he does just check it back, and if he'd gone with a large bet, it does put a hand like a flush that doesn't have any sort of board pair blocker into a very difficult spot in Moncek's shoes, where he's certainly just got a bluff catcher and kind of bad blockers to the value range that Chad is representing.
We talked about adjustments. It feels like in certain states and certain cash games, Chad would have blasted that. But, one of the adjustments, I think he's playing a bit more snug in his tournament, and I think, for good reasons given ICM. And it's generally benefited him so really well in terms of being among the final 3 here.
I agree, and I think part of the thing is when you have an aggressive and somewhat unpredictable style like Texas Mike, one of the more subtle benefits is that it makes you a little bit harder to bluff. People become a little bit scared to bluff you because they don't know what you're going to show up with or what you're going to do. And it actually, by not being bluffed in some of those spots, it actually allows you to realize your equity a little bit better.
It's a great point.
Phil, you mentioned a number of the super high-stakes cash game players coming out. We've been really fortunate on this stream to get to see the whole cards of some of the Bobby's Room high-level players that we don't always get to see on our stream. In fact, having Matt Ashton on the stream is probably going to cost me $20 to Alex over here, as he was my pick to maybe win this event, as he was looking in very good form through the middle of day 2. But it has been a treat to get to see the numerous play styles and the clash of cultures and the meeting of the world between the tournament players, cash game players of all different stakes and home bases.
Yeah, and I haven't been able to watch a large part of the stream, for good reasons. Haven't been playing live, but of course, faced the players at the table, both during the cash games and at the tournaments. I think that's kind of one of the wonderful things about mixed games, is that you have the whole range of games that are entirely solved and those that are not that well solved, really lending itself more so than No Limit Hold'em or PLO to very different playing styles. And you got to really have humility in terms of, assessing what might be better or worse, because it's a lot less clear. And to me personally, that makes it a lot more fun to sort of get better at these games.
I agree with that. And I think a fine line in poker between having the humility to be willing to get better and understand where you need to improve, and also having the confidence to execute the strategy that you have come into the game with. It's kind of like I use the analogy of golf, where you want to work on your swing and you want to work hard on the driving range, but when you show up to play, you don't want to have many swing thoughts.
I think it's a great point. You gotta. I think my personal view is that the edges in poker at this elite level go beyond just the pure sort of technicalities of the game. It's in terms of how you really interpret the strategy, but also a lot of non-poker factors. Like take John Racner, for example. Look how he plays the short stack. And I think I've heard varying opinions in terms of, that might not be the right way to do it, but you really got to ask yourself with all these results whether he's doing something differently and potentially better than the rest of us. And I think that's kind of wonderful to see all these different playing styles and people sort of doing their thing.
And certainly John Racner is somebody who's very aware of his image and using it to his advantage in key moments.
Yeah. Did that well yesterday.
We have seen a lot of creativity for sure, even at our final table today, even in these nuanced spots in fixed limit poker where it might seem very mechanical to a learning player.
As we pick up a pretty big pot here, this has been 3-bet by Mike Moncek with the 8-6-5-3 draw. Chad Eveslage had the 9-7-5-3 and elected to draw 2 to the 7-5-3. Chris, thoughts on that?
Yeah,
keeping the 9?
I think that's proper. He's in position. He wants to give himself a chance to make a strong hand. We can see he's up against a fairly strong 4-card 8.
Now,
and this is a very key street for Chad Eveslage's tournament life.
Now, Moncek betting with the draw 1 against Chad's draw 2.
Chad has improved. Unfortunately for him, he has the gut shot, but maybe fortunately for him, Moncek does have the pair of 6s, which are the cards that would be the worst catch for Chad on the river.
So 1 draw to go here, and this could be Chad playing for his tournament life, depending on what he catches.
This is a very neutral kind of 50-50 situation, and Chad is more or less having a big coin flip here for his tournament, and he catches very well.
And note that Texas Mike just decides to put the last 100K in, which I think is sort of reasonable. When the pot gets this big, you're maybe going to have to call it off anyway, and perhaps you get called by some type of pair here on the end.
I actually think that does make plenty of sense. It's Chad, however, making the 8 on the river and making a huge pot there, now up to 1.5 million chips after basically being all in on a flip in that situation.
So, yeah, big double up there for Chad, who has gotten lucky on the last draw in draw games twice now, once in Badoogie catching that ace of spades, and then here making that 87 against Michael Moncek, and now up to 1.4 million and narrowing the gap on himself and Yuri in second place.
These limits are sky high right now. I mean, Yuri was cruising just a little bit ago, and all of a sudden his stack is actually not that far away from Chad Eveslage's. A game like Triple Draw plays very big at the late stages of a tournament in these high limits, as every individual bet represents a significant portion of the player's stacks.
And in fact, Triple Draw yesterday was where Texas Mike helped build his big chip leading stack, winning a couple of pivotal hands, including the one against Nick Schulman.
Yes, very true. As Yuri picks up a playable hand here on the button.
So, Phil, what was the overall playing experience like for you, playing with these excellent players in this event that you helped organize?
Look, I mean, I think a lot of people have said it, but playing in these kind of in a PokerGo studio is really, probably the best poker kind of experience I've had so far. It's it's competitive with Triton, because really everything is great. It's the location is beautiful and convenient. You have the best dealers, even for mixed games, which we all know from the World Series maybe isn't always the standard. You have a fantastic tournament directors. You have low rake, super high roller bowl with 0.5% rake. You know, a lot of the high stakes events these days have 4, 5, 6% rake, and they're just generally open to player input, which just kind of, you know, puts me. And they also know how to actually enforce tournament rules and have just the right amount of discretion. So no one's going to sort of, you know, if you're sort of late for a hand because you're in the bathroom, you know, that they might wait for 20 seconds. It's just kind of, and then it feels very familiar with a lot of the players know each other. It's very sort of jovial.
Phil, I'm really sorry. I want to interrupt you for a second because Chad has just made an incredible play in this situation. It was Yuri who went for a quick pat with the 10-9-8, and Chad is using his blockers. He started the hand with 3 2s and is now turning his hand into a bluff in a very, very pivotal spot in the tournament with 1.5 million chips in the pot. And he is going for it here with this pair. And Yuri has not folded yet. The fact that Yuri is even continuing in this situation is very impressive to me.
And the fact that Yuri pats back, recognizing that he thinks that Chad could be bluffing, but Chad is undeterred. The problem with Yuri's hand is he doesn't have a very good draw to break off to.
It's actually really hard for me to imagine Yuri calling this bet. It does not really look like a bluffing situation. Chad has found a lot of courage in this pot. I'm super curious to see how Yuri handles this situation.
Right, I'm sorry, there are no more draws remaining.
No, he has fired off the last bullet on the barrel on the river here after both players stood pat on the turn. We can see that Chad is clearly gone for a big bluff here. He started the hand with 3 2s in his hand, and I'm sure that is on his mind. Yuri knows that he can only beat a bluff. He knows that Chad is capable of bluffing. Will he click call with this very, very weak holding?
Now, Chris, if you're Yuri and you bet and face a check raise there on the end, are you calling and patting behind with the expectation that you think that Chad's bluffing quite a lot of the time? Because otherwise, doesn't it make sense to either bet fold or to break this off into something else?
Yes, I agree. I mean, I think I would have probably been tempted to just let the hand go on the turn. It was a very marginal hand that Yuri had to begin with. When he caught the 10 and the 9 on the first draw, he decided to stand pat with it, which I think is a totally fine play. But clearly facing aggression, he needs to, in my mind, you know, give credit here. He's going to be facing another big bet on the river after calling the turn check raise.
Right.
It does seem that he was confident in his read that maybe something was up in this hand on the turn to even continue. He definitely seems tempted here.
Certainly. He's played a lot of hands with Chad online, and this is peak Chad right here.
Play from Chad, who has been very conservative at our final table today and yesterday. This, however, is him really, really using his image and possibly his nuanced read of the situation and his blockers that he had in the hand to make a great play.
And to me, Chad is really leaning into his ability in the draw games, which I think at this stage of his career have become his best games.
Yeah, you can see that he's much more comfortable in the draw rounds and plays much more loose aggressively.
As we take a look here at our leaderboard update, Michael Moncek still at the top of the counts with 4.7 million, but Chad Eveslage has overtaken the number 2 spot with Yuri Dzivielevski in third with 1.7 million.
Yeah, so after Yuri having an incredible start to the day, building his stack up nicely, he has had a rough level so far and is now finding himself bringing up the rear 3-handed.
As we take a look at the cash and that lovely ring that accompanies the winner. So Chad's certainly going to be feeling a lot of confidence after that incredible snow worked. Decides to limp in with a fairly weak draw. And Yuri raising also a fairly weak draw, but knowing that Chad's going to be limping very weak and expecting Chad to raise most of his stronger holdings.
Right, Yuri's using his positional advantage here with his 8-7-6 to sort of overplay his hand a little bit.
Chad does draw 3. Would you have ever consider keeping that 9, Chris, or is it always going to be a draw 3 to that 6-4?
I would not have kept the 9. However, I might not have played the hand at all. I do think that the players have been very loose from the small blind in this game. Notice both players making significant improvement here. Yuri with the pair of 2s and Chad making the 9-6 right away. I would assume that Chad will go ahead and play his hand as a pat with a check raise.
Yeah, I would agree, especially after Yuri takes 2 cards. He just rates to have the best hand here, and not a spot where he needs to draw. He might, something like 9-7, 4-3 deuce, where he doesn't have that straight draw, he might be more inclined to continue drawing, but 9-6 is just the type of hand that wants to pat and just hope to never get raised.
Absolutely, and we'll see if Yuri is maybe considering doing something later in the hand aggressive, having seen this extra 2. It's only 1 blocker, but maybe just a little bit on his mind. Everything kind of working against Yuri right now, and everything going in Chad Eveslage's favor.
Yeah, if Yuri suspects Chad to have a lot of rough hands, he could consider doing something like raising here, hoping that Chad breaks some type of rough hand, like a 10-8, and then padding behind if he breaks it, and then continuing to draw if he doesn't.
Yeah,
we do see Yuri just go for the more conventional call.
Right, it looks like Yuri feels that his 8-7-6 is worth drawing at in this situation, hoping that his opponent has a hand like the one that he holds.
Yeah, the ranges are just a lot wider in these small blind, big blind confrontations, so there are going to be more 9s in Chad's range.
And Yuri does make it. So a nice card for Yuri to see here on the river, and let's see if he can get a value bet in as Chad has decided to check.
Chris, do you think this hand is worth value betting, or does Chad have enough better 8s that might play this way?
I think it's worth a bet. That pair of 2s now looming in his hand. Chad did draw 3 cards and then stand pat immediately.
Very true. So Chad probably has a hand just like this, and Chad calls fairly quickly. He can maybe even beat some very thin value bets from Yuri.
Right. Good
given
point.
how wide the ranges are.
So Yuri finally able to sort of right the ship there and get a nice pot back and kind of reestablish himself firmly in the second position right now. Well, Phil, we've certainly had an incredible time watching 3 days of the stream here with you as we let Alex talk to us about the new chips in play.
Yeah, we do now see that 100,000 chip in play. We've been waiting for that over the past couple days, Chris, but it's kind of been nice seeing those big stacks just using a lot of 5K and 25K chip denominations.
Yeah, all of a sudden now one white chip represents a sizable portion of each player's stack.
Yeah, and notice that the blue 5K chips have been completely colored off.
So as I was saying, we've just really appreciated Phil for really putting this thing together and being the driving force behind promoting mixed games all the way through. It was, I'm sure, very disappointing for you and for us to see you finish just short of the money in this tournament, but it was a pleasure to have you at our final table and joining us here today.
And it was a even bigger of a pleasure to play all of these events, and is even better to play it than is to watch it. And you were talking, for example, about the chips. I mean, I always have a little bit of pet peeve when you're playing a tournament and you don't have a lot of chips to kind of stack and play around with. You know, these chips are by far the nicest chips I've ever touched. I mean, they sound nice, they feel
heavy.
great, and it's one of the sort of 20, 30 little things that they get right about this sort of experience. So if anyone hasn't experienced it yet, I would highly recommend trying events at the PokerGO studio. Obviously we all have a bit of a bias towards mixed games here. But it's been a pleasure. Apologies to some of the players that have been nagging over the last couple of months with reminders about the tournament. Some of them actually did ultimately give in. But it takes a village to put this together, and I've been fortunate to help organize it and most importantly get to play it.
Well, great, and you can cast a wider net going forward next year. Anyone out there watching this broadcast who enjoys mixed games and has a spare $100,000 or $200,000 burning a hole in their pocket, I'm sure Phil can give you all the details so that you can join us for hopefully a yearly tradition of the Super High Roller Bowl mixed games, as it's been fantastic.
Yeah, Phil, thanks a lot for making this happen. I think even as somebody not playing the event, I'm really enjoying watching it all unfold and really hoping that this can be an annual tradition. And the studio really does do a good job of now supporting PLO, mixed games, and No Limit multiple times a year. There's always stuff going on here, as well as cash games and tournaments. There's just a lot of action here at the studio, and it's always just a fun environment with a great group of people.
Yeah. And if I could maybe just end in terms of just summarizing kind of the chatter in the poker world that I'm sure you guys have been exposed to in person and online, and that the commentary for this event from the two of you has just really been exceptional and has been absolutely on par with sort of the elite nature of this event. I can just personally say what I've seen, unsurprisingly, it's been exceptional. You guys would sort of belong in this field, and the fact that we've been treated to your analysis via commentary is really just a treat for the poker world. Just wanted to say thank you. You guys are awesome.
Well, thank you. You're welcome back in the booth anytime with those guys.
Anytime, yeah.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Phil.
Thanks,
that is Phil Sternheimer, the organizer of the first ever Super High Roller Bowl mixed games, a fixture in the high stakes poker community, and a good friend to us both.
Yep, so Phil's going to head out. Thanks for coming in and sharing your thoughts with us. And Chris, as we return to the action, Michael Moncek still with a commanding chip lead, and we've seen Yuri and Chad just kind of swinging a little bit in chips and overtaking that second chip position.
It seems like every one-winner game right now, any pot that goes to the turn of the river is going to result in kind of a flip-flop of positions potentially, and Raz could be no exception, especially on a board like this. We have a number of potential collisions here. However, so far no action in the Raz round. You're right, though, that Texas Mike has been able to stay on top and maybe even stretch his lead, and especially in that pot Limit Omaha round where he really pressed his advantage.
And as we've mentioned in the stud games, only 3 players left at the table. There's a little bit less in there to steal. We'll see how that affects the players. I did notice while we were wishing Phil adieu that we did see Yuri come in with a pretty loose open with an ace up and a king-queen in the hole against the 7 door. That's a spot where you might not expect him to be opening that wide, but playing against Moncek, who he may deem to be inexperienced in some of these stud games. And we have seen Moncek perhaps play a little more straightforwardly in the stud games than in some of the other events where formats where he feels a little more comfortable.
Certainly, Yuri must have been breathing a sigh of relief to get that one through, however.
Right.
This time, Moncek has a very playable hand in the blind. In fact, I would not be surprised to see him 2-bet with this hand.
Yeah, very reasonable because Yuri should be opening quite wide here. Moncek does instead decide just to call, and you can certainly balance your range with both the calling and the 2-betting.
Obviously, Yuri catching way the best of it and actually having a deceptive monster in a situation where you correctly note that he might be playing a very wide range of hands. Moncek avoiding any trouble against the 4-card wheel, so nice result for Texas Mike there.
Yeah, great fold against Yuri's actual hand. I think versus Yuri's range, maybe a little bit on the conservative side where Yuri could still have a lemon in the hole, but even when Yuri's got a lemon, Moncek's going to be at an equity disadvantage, so perhaps reasonable to get out of the way in what's already a fairly small pot.
Once he made that decision to just call pre-flop and kept the pot a little bit on the small side, I think taking the conservative route definitely made sense.
Makes some sense to me, and especially seeing 2 very strong cards from Yuri that are both under his
he's
under all 3 of his cards.
Mike Moncek's going to be playing a guessing game for the remainder of the hand there, and that's never a fun situation.
And of course, those 2 cards are cards that Moncek's hoping to catch himself. So.
Right, another good point. It was very interesting to hear the inside scoop from Phil Sternheimer about organizing the event, getting the players to come out and not only play all these tournaments, but playing in their nosebleed cash games here at the Aria Casino. So I'm sure we could have got some more behind-the-scenes stories from him, although obviously those games are a little bit more, kept behind the curtain, let's say.
Yeah, and I think despite finishing 7th and just barely missing out on the money in this event, Sternheimer is going to be very happy with the way this tournament went. Getting 29 entries and everyone having such a good time. And pretty much I've only heard people say good things about this event.
I believe he also made back-to-back final tables in the 2 bigger preliminary events, the 15K dealer choice and the 25K main event.
So he's had a good trip either way.
Yuri looking a little stressed as all these bidding limits are sky high right now.
Yeah, limits at 1 in 200,000, which means that the
are you serious?
the big bet games will be at 25 and 50,000.
Moncek joking because he has the bring in with a 5 high in Raz. And Chad finally pouncing on an opportunity.
And this open should get through.
Absolutely.
Well,
this Rouse round has went rather quickly, I would say, Chris. Perhaps one of the quicker games in the mix.
It can be when you don't get a matchup of 2 strong hands. It certainly can be a game with maybe a lesser amount of action.
45%.
And it feels like
it's
a
little bit less tanking in Raz than in some of the games, with the exception of perhaps some very difficult 6th and 7th Street spots.
Right, a good point. Yeah, certainly a quick game in most common spots.
Yuri certainly looks very focused.
Yeah, looking at that split screen of all 3 players here, all vying for that 1.2 million, all with their own ideas about the best way to approach that. Very fun to see these players battle in all the games.
Now this is a spot, Chris, with a 6 up against a 10 door. You're probably just going to open any 3 cards.
Absolutely, and some players might be surprised to see Moncek folding the 10-9-8, but I believe that is a good fold. Typically in Raz, even if you have 3 medium cards, you'd actually much rather have a small card so that you can give yourself the chance to make a much better hand later on.
Right, he's really capped at the strength of hand he can make. The absolute best hand he can make is an 8-low, and facing that very low card of Yuri, he just decides to let it go. Now it looks like we are switching games here. I believe it's going to be some type of big bet game.
I think it might be Omaha 8, but I'm not sure.
Perhaps you're right. The plaque is looking very Omaha 80, isn't it?
As I can kind of barely read the blurry plaque on the table from the corner of the screen. But let's see if we can figure it out. I am wrong. You were correct.
Okay,
we're going to play No Limit Hold'em, and Michael Moncek.
No Limit Hold'em. Oh, wow. And Michael Moncek has picked up pair of queens.
In a spot where all the players know he's very aggressive.
And they would have reviewed footage at this point. They would have seen him opening 5 deuce offset. And Chad Eveslage has picked up an ace-jack.
I do not see how Chad is going to not put more chips in the pot with this hand against Michael Moncek's perceived aggression.
I think just moving all in here makes a lot of sense. Moncek is also open to 3x the big blind.
Absolutely. I think Chad could very easily shove here.
It's not quite strong enough to want a 3-bet call. I'd rather just shove this combo. And he does.
And Yuri picks up pocket 9s in the big blind. What is he going to do?
This is a very interesting spot, Chris.
1.4, right?
Yuri is
Make it a little bit
discounting
more.
some of the stronger hands, as those would have
1.5.
3-bet small.
Don't look now, but this tournament could end on this hand.
You're not
Michael
wrong.
Moncek covers both of his opponents and is not going anywhere with 2 queens.
And Yuri does call, leaving just 1.4 million behind. Moncek goes all in.
And Yuri cannot be happy to hear that.
Oh, folds.
Wow, and Yuri quickly folds, so very good recognition of the situation. Got to give Yuri credit there for saving half of his stack.
Yeah, a lot of players might have just moved in with Yuri's hand. He gave himself an exit knowing that for
Right.
Moncek to get it in that quickly, it almost has to be a bigger overpair.
Instead of jamming over the top, he decided to just call. And with Moncek jamming behind him, he realized that it had to be a strong hand.
And Chris, despite being behind, what a great result for Chad to get an extra 1.4 million in the pot.
Yeah, he now has an incredible overlay. If he's able to spike an ace or some sort of other strong holding.
Probably not.
Yeah, queen stuff.
If I had a queen, I would have an ace.
I feel like you didn't have an ace. I feel like you didn't have an ace.
Chad
If I had
Eveslage
it would be ace-queen,
needs an
I guess.
ace
Exactly.
Go to jack.
Exactly.
to overtake the chip lead. Otherwise,
Or
he
check.
will be eliminated,
Yeah.
barring some other
Would you?
Jack suited.
run out.
Yeah.
Ace!
Ace right away on the flop, and look at the look of dejection on the face of Michael Moncek.
Yeah, he knew he had him in a bad spot. Chad is 2 cards away from a triple up.
And this pot is for over half the chips in play, Chris, or just under half, I should say.
Yes, Chad will go right into the chip lead if he wins it. If his
Actually,
hand
yeah, it
holds
is
up here.
for just over half the chips in play.
An incredible turn of fortunes here. And Chad is able to do it.
And a triple up for Chad
Had
Eveslage
nines.
with the dead money of Yuri in there.
Oh.
Yuri would have been eliminated in this hand, by the way, and made a great fold to save his last 1.4 million.
Absolutely. Michael Moncek has to be very frustrated to have finally picked up a monster hand, get good action, and instead is now looking at the chip leader on his left. Chad has been very
hard to
fortunate
triple
today
up
in some
only one
important moments.
As we take a look at the new chip counts, Chad Eveslage for the first time in this tournament taking over the chip lead with 4.4 million. Michael Moncek still healthy with 2.9. Yuri had to fold for half of his stack, but still leaves himself with 1.375 in a spot where perhaps a number of other players would have gone broke, Chris.
Absolutely. It is not to be taken lightly that Yuri was able to find that just call and give himself a chance here.
Hey, hold on, it could be more, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we might have messed up. I've got 4.4. I was all in for 1.5. 1.450? Okay. And maybe that's right. Is that right? Yeah. 1.45. Yeah.
Just verifying the
much
chip
more do you
counts.
want?
I
You only
want
had
it. Dude,
1.4.
I'm a greedy
Yeah, over
man.
4 million.
The greed on Chad there after tripling up.
110 seconds.
Yuri with a hand that he's considering perhaps a light 3-bet with.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't think you
playing
really
now
want to flat
about
this.
28 bigs.
300.
I
You
don't
start with
think,
like 1.3?
Yeah.
don't think Chad is going anywhere with King Queen.
Chad's hand in theory is definitely a continue, perhaps deciding if he wants to call or move in. Moving in is nice in the sense that it does get Yuri off of hands like this that have quite a bit of equity against him. On the other hand, when you do run into the value range, you can be quite in bad shape.
Yes, call may also keep in some dominated hands that he could
Correct.
cold deck on flops.
All in.
And he does just go with the aggressive action, and unfortunate spot for Yuri, who has watched his stack whittle away a little bit here in this no-limit round.
Yes, all of a sudden every move Chad is making is right, and every move Yuri is making has not worked out. Quite a reversal of fortunes in this new level. Chad trying to remain calm and cool, but you can see the excitement in some ways seeping out of him after tripling up his stack and finding himself in the chip lead in a very, very exciting tournament.
As we take a look at the tournament summary, $100,000 buy-in. We had 29 entries, 5 of them cashed, and they were all here with us today as we started play 5-handed. Negreanu busted in 4th place, and Benny Glazer in 5th place, leaving us with these 3 remaining players fighting for $1.2 million and the title of first ever Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Game Champion.
Chad right back to work, not giving any breathing space to either of his opponents here. Pressing his advantage, taking advantage of every situation. Certainly someone who knows how to handle himself in a final table of a no-limit hold'em tournament, having many, many wins in big no-limit events.
Yeah, and really an emotional roller coaster for Yuri today, who built all the way up to a pretty commanding chip lead at one point, and now finds himself on the short stack. But if anyone can handle these sorts of swings, it's Yuri. He is somebody who plays with composure no matter what the tournament situation is. He doesn't get rattled easily.
Certainly. He just has to understand the dynamics that he's got right now. He's still got enough chips to make some plays and just take every spot as they come.
Yeah, staying in the moment so pivotal in these spots when you find yourself in a much different situation than you were in maybe just as recently as 15 minutes ago.
I think Chad's going to stay on the gas here.
And indeed, you're right, Chris. Looks like he's coming for a 3x open here in the small blind.
This hand could even consider just open jamming, I think.
I think you're right. Perhaps choosing to play a little more finesse off of 21 bigs, but would have been a profitable open jam, certainly.
10 seconds.
Yuri ready for any other game in the mix at this moment.
I was just thinking that, yeah. Not that he's inexperienced in no limit, but just the way things have been going, perhaps he's ready for a change of scenery.
Sometimes it's nice to just change things up, right, when things have not been going smoothly. Stacks of white chips definitely looking pretty in Chad Eveslage's stack there.
Yeah, what a dream situation for Chad. Not only getting the ace-jack to defeat the queens of Michael Moncek, but getting Yuri's 1.4 million dead in chips in there.
That was quite a cold deck situation pre-flop for all three players.
And we might see Chad start to open it up a little more now in the no-limit round with such a commanding chip advantage. Not that this Queen 4 suited open is particularly on the loose side to begin with.
Certainly, sure. Certainly Moncek has flopped best.
Chad does come with a small c-bet on the Jack 7-3. Moncek with bottom pair and backdoor flush draw probably has enough to continue.
Yuri, an eager observer of this hand.
Interested to see if Chad continues double barreling bluffing this hand. Maybe getting some king highs to fold right away and even charging some straight draws.
It looks like Chad's considering it very strongly. Perhaps feeling that that queen in his hand has some nice interaction with the jacks on the board.
And these can always be a really tough spot as the out of position player here. When you have a 3 or a 7 and you know that against the value range, you're just stone dead. But against the bluffs, you're significantly ahead. It's going to be tough to navigate, but Moncek does fold quite quickly.
Notice the shift in Chad's strategy and his confidence in these plays all of a sudden.
Completely agree, and I think that he really built a lot of confidence when he got that impressive snow through against Yuri.
Absolutely, that was an incredible play. We had Phil on talking about other things, and I had to interrupt the interview because that play was so impressive. Yuri will look back on that hand with a big disappointment, as it did seem that he was sort of sniffing out a bluff, but couldn't pull the trigger on that river call.
Right, but I think Yuri can be quite proud of the way he played those pocket nines, giving himself the ability to get away from the hand when a lot of players would have felt compelled to put the rest of their chips in.
Absolutely.
Yuri with somewhat of a marginal hand off of such a short stack. Might come in for a light steal, but has to feel that he's going to risk getting shoved on fairly wide.
If I'm Yuri in this situation, I feel like I would want to play a little bit tighter than normal, thinking that there's some chance that Michael Moncek could play a bigger pot than other players would in this second chip position.
Right, so just letting the other players potentially play a big pot is one consideration. And typically when you do open lighter there, you probably want a little bit more high card value rather than something like that Jack 9 offsuit.
As we see Chad continue to slowly grow this newfound chip lead as the other two players are whittling down, as you said, feeling a huge change in momentum at the table. I believe we are moving on now to the Omaha 8 or better plaque that I spied earlier. So a welcome change for the guys at the moment. Perhaps Michael Moncek would always prefer to play no limit hold'em, though.
And we actually saw Moncek open that exact hand, the 7-tray deuce with a suit, in an earlier situation when he had the chip lead. But note that he folds it here on the button.
And we're certainly seeing Chad Eveslage continue to step on the gas with a very light open here in the small blind.
Yeah, Yuri's going to certainly be forced to continue with this high-only hand with this price in position. And wow, Yuri flops top set of 10s.
I was going to say these two hands could collide on high card boards, but instead it's Yuri who just flops top set and Chad flopping very little.
Chad may just get away from this hand if the board develops in an unfavorable way with just the overpair, but certainly he could get into some trouble if the board breaks off with some cleaner cards for his hand.
Typically in any Omaha game, particularly in 08, you do want to fast play your top sets, as obviously you can get value from weaker high hands in this situation.
By the way, this is already a somewhat uncomfortable position for Chad, probably feeling forced to call at this price, but really not having very good playability across multiple streets with his hand. And this might be the type of turn where he can just get away if Yuri decides to bet.
This is not particularly a good turn card for Yuri either, however, as he has to be worried that he could be free-rolled by any low, and there are a number of draws on the board.
And I really like this check back from Yuri. For one thing, it keeps in some of these weaker hands like Chad has. And then for another thing, like you said, he can be getting free-rolled by any low that contains diamonds or hearts, straight draws. He could also just be up against a made straight already.
This does not strike me as a particularly good spot for Chad to turn his hand into a bluff, however.
No, and nor do I think that Yuri can necessarily go for value here now that one of the flushes come in.
Yes, many draws have completed, and his hand is shriveled.
Queens, no low.
Tens.
But he will be happy to hear queens no low, as that is a hand that he can scoop. And Yuri gets a much-needed infusion of chips.
Yeah, every pot's so critical when you get down to Yuri's stack size here, having only 7 big bets now.
Yeah, not that it's a perfectly safe game, but Limit Omaha 8 or better maybe probably feels like one of the games in the mix where you can sort of preserve your stack a little bit better. Oftentimes the pots are split, and you can control the size of the pot a little bit as well.
Right, yeah. Being able to just get half of some of these pots really makes you a little bit more willing to play hands.
Chad continuing to ramp up the aggression.
Yeah, rather weak holding here for Chad, but very reasonable to raise on the button with these tournament considerations.
Yeah, I think Chad's showing excellent tournament awareness here. He's really changed his play style based on the stack distributions.
I agree. Perhaps more drastically than we've seen from some other players in the tournament.
For sure. Yuri found a 3-bet here with an ace-3 combo, which normally you would like to see 1 deuce on the flop. However, with only an ace-3, 8-7, you probably would not like to see 3 deuces. Nevertheless, he's able to get Chad to fold his marginal hand.
Yeah, bit of an odd flop texture there, but probably one that just favors the 3-better who's going to have more ace-king, ace-queen, and big pairs.
And certainly those aces, right? Yeah, which are
aces, of course.
Unless your opponent has a deuce there, you're feeling very confident with.
And he did have a little bit of emergency equity with that backdoor low as well, if he was beat on the high side.
Chad stepping out of the way after, you know, getting 3-bet in a spot where he expected his opponents to be playing quite tight. So, no harm done, really. As Yuri has shifted in the other direction with his playstyle, which makes sense with his chip stack to be very conservative. We see Michael Moncek laying the trap here with double-suited aces, probably feeling that this hand is strong enough to limp re-raise, which is what happens.
And he does go for that. Kind of an interesting play. You don't see a lot of limp re-raising in this game, Chris.
Right. Yeah, his hand for me is strong, but not particularly strong, but only having the 8 as a low card. However, seeing a high card flop is very, very good for Moncek's hand and range.
Really nice flop and an immediately uncomfortable spot for Chad, and he just does let it go. I like this play. Despite the fact that he had backdoor diamonds and backdoor lows, some of those backdoor draws are just dominated, and he had no front door equity. And nice pickup there from Texas Mike going for that limp re-raise.
Yeah, neat find from Texas Mike, and able to accumulate maybe a little bit more chips than he would if he'd taken the more conventional option.
And also note, just balancing, if he wants to play a lot of hands from the small blind and he wants to limp a lot, perhaps he thinks he wants to also play some limp re-raises. Typically we see in these limit games, the stronger hands will mostly raise and the weaker hands will mostly limp, but kind of cool to throw some strong hands in that limping range as well.
Absolutely, shows his creativity.
One of the things I've continued to say about Texas Mike that I believe to be true is that he's just a very unpredictable player, and that somebody who's unpredictable, fearless, and also has, you know, a reasonable grasp on the concepts of the game can be very tough to play against because they put you in spots you're not used to facing.
Certainly, and as the game becomes more and more short-handed, you know, his comfort level playing the weaker hands actually works in his favor as well.
Very good point.
You know, and all these players obviously extremely experienced and comfortable short-handed, but, you know, anyone can win this tournament, absolutely.
We do see Chad opening another lighter hand here, but a reasonable one that has some two-way potential, and Yuri flopping best of it here with top pair.
Yeah, Chad Eveslage has been like pretty much in one gear since accumulating the chip lead, which is just aggression in every spot. They haven't not necessarily worked out so well yet, but we definitely see a big shift in his mindset.
Yuri calls here with top pair and some backdoors.
Yeah, Yuri going to have to make some decisions on certain runouts. This card very good for Chad as he picks up a low draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, I really like continuing to bet here as Chad. You've now picked up second nut low draw and flush draw, and you've got some immediate fold equity if your opponent was playing some type of weaker high-only hand that interacted with the jack and the 9.
Notice that if the river card is a high card, that Chad will have a decent likelihood of a successful bluff here, as Yuri only has a jack, and obviously Chad can have many hands that include an ace. Oh, a
wow.
disastrous card
and Chad
for Yuri.
makes the wheel, and you know,
Yuri makes two pairs.
Yuri makes probably a card he's going to have to pay off on, despite not making a low.
Especially because he holds 2 5s in his hands, which reduces the chance that he's ever up against a straight.
I mean, there's a world in which Yuri could even attempt some sort of wild bluff raise here, repping the wheel, but he does end up just calling.
He calls and sees the bad news. So after being way behind on the flop, Chad manages to get a perfect run out to win the maximum there, I think.
Yeah, and Chad had a hand that might have even folded to a flop raise from Yuri, but I still think Yuri played the hand correctly with just a marginal top pair. Just really unlucky for him that the board ran out as favorably as it did for Chad.
Absolutely.
PokerGO is the home of the best cash games, streaming exclusively all in one place. Streaming right now are new seasons of high-stakes poker and No Gamble, No Future. And we've got the debut of our brand new series, Cash Flow, coming this month. The biggest pots and the boldest plays only on PokerGO. Join or upgrade today at PokerGO.com with promo code MIXED25. That's MIXED25 to save $20 on your first new year of an annual plan. And as a starting point for people, if they want to just get a free taste of what PokerGO offers, they can check out the YouTube channel and subscribe to the PokerGO channel there as well. But I highly recommend getting the full subscription, as there's a ton of content, both educational and entertainment value content.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. A lot of options out there for good poker content thanks to PokerGO. As Chad Eveslage does take a hand off here and lets the 2 shorter stacks battle.
And a nice flop here for Moncek with the second nut low draw and a gut shot on the high side.
A very rough flop for Yuri. When you have like a 3-4 for your low component of your hand and you flop bottom pair, it really kills your chances of making a strong hand.
Yeah, when you just have 2 low cards and you pair one of them, it's never good. And we see Yuri thinking about just probably immediately pitching this hand. His hand also has really bad playability, very bad visibility, and Moncek's able to pick up a nice pot there.
Good discipline from Yuri there. Texas Mike could have considered 3-betting his hand pre-flop, but went with just a call with an ace-3 combination. Yuri is very suddenly fallen down into the danger zone below 1 million chips.
Yeah, 4 big bets. But again, somebody who's just going to be very comfortable maneuvering that short stack.
Right. I think we've all been there. Well, the 2 of us have certainly been there a number of times in these limit tournaments. As the stacks do get shallow, you realize that you're in a high variance situation. You just need to pick your spots the best you can and sort of embrace the gambling nature of the situation. These guys are all extremely experienced in these spots, and they sort of know. We've seen comebacks from various chip stacks in many different tournaments, and it's really never over. So I don't anticipate anyone to lose faith.
Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. These guys are all super experienced, tons of tournaments under their belt. And we really have seen good emotional control, I'd say, from everybody at the final table.
As you would expect, nobody willing to even acknowledge any negative thoughts and feelings, give an advantage to their opponents, perhaps. As I think that brings us to the end of the 08 round, and we look at Chad's bio.
Poker pro from Ramsey, Indiana, attended Indiana University. He's got 4 PokerGO Tour titles. Also won 2 Dealer's Choice tournaments, Chris, in the same year, both the 1500 and the 10K versions. So really somebody who is quite proficient at all the games.
And I did not know that he had his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet in a 25K high roller no limit event.
That's right,
so
yeah.
a very well-rounded experience set for Chad, as obviously someone who's capable of winning a Dealer's Choice bracelet and a 25K no limit hold'em is good across the board.
Yeah, very good point.
as we switch to stud high, which three-handed might provide us, it may not be that much action, but if we get a collision of hands, it could certainly also, lead to some big pots. And Yuri does look like he has a hand that he might want to defend here, knowing that Chad is stealing extremely wide, as we see Chad raising a complete garbage hand.
And now Chad's hand, despite being garbage, there is one reason to potentially consider raising this hand because A, you're the last to act before the bring-in, but also B, you do block the bring-in with that 3 in your hand. So kind of a reasonable hand for Chad to use as just a raise fold, just a pure steal attempt.
Yeah, and Yuri with nice recognition, 2-betting a hand as weak as ace-3-5 and managed to steal the pot right there.
Yeah, good point. Thinking that perhaps his ace-high can be best right now, and that even if it's not, the fact that he can get some fold equity against Chad's weaker hands makes the play worth considering.
Yeah, I like that. I like that choice there. Yuri again catching the bring in with King Jack Deuce. Moncek making a conservative fold with King 9-7, and Chad right back on the gas with Queen 10-5.
I think Yuri's going to be tempted to defend this one with the overcards to Chad's 10.
Yes, certainly.
Could he even come in for another 2-bet, you think, Chris?
He could consider it, this, especially also having a 2 flush in his hand, maybe even give him a little additional equity. This time he comes with a call. And it's Chad with the board advantage catching the powerful ace.
Yeah, and typically when you catch good and your opponent catches bad, you're able to just keep your foot on the gas with a good chunk of your range. The exception would be if it's a spot where on 3rd Street, by playing the hand, your opponent had really kind of overtaken the equity lead.
Right. Yeah, well, you'll see in these very wide range situations a number of weak holdings, contesting early in the hand, but oftentimes hitting the exit if they don't improve to some sort of pair or strong draw by 5th Street. Chad with an even 5 million in chips here. About 60% of the chips in play.
Yeah, really commanding lead for Chad, and like you noted, Chris, he's done a very good job of adjusting to his new situation. And sometimes you just have to adjust very quickly. Chad was the short stack, and then all of a sudden, one hand later, he found himself as the chip leader.
I suppose it can be easier to ramp up the aggression as the adjustment rather than the opposite, which is something like Texas Mike right now really needs to be maybe a little bit more conservative given the stack distribution.
Yeah, perhaps also depends on your playing style. If you're somebody who's naturally more comfortable playing tight, it can be a little difficult to correctly ramp up the aggression. But I think all these guys have an aggressive enough nature that part's not going to be too difficult for them.
Yuri went for another one of his trademark limps with the Queen Jack 7, maybe hoping to just get heads up with the bring-in and steal it on a later street. And Moncek waved his finger and said no with the split 8s and was able just to take it down there.
And I really like that Yuri's showing this creativity with these limps. It's a very cheap price to limp, and you have to be willing to limp fold some of the time. You have to be willing to limp some stronger hands as well. But you just get to get a lot of information for a cheap price without committing yourself to any one course of action.
Yeah, and he has a clear plan in mind, I think, which is that maybe if the Texas Mike folds behind him, he's just going to be up against the bring-in and be able to represent that he holds a stronger hand on various 4th Streets. The only thing I would say about Yuri's strategy is I think it'll probably be a little bit more profitable if there were more antes in play.
And he does come in for another limp here with quite a weak hand, the King 7-4 with the highest door card.
Yeah, so we could see kind of 2-0 hands colliding here, and this is often just a battle of either who catches a pair first, or, well, obviously Yuri catching open 7s pretty much ends this hand immediately.
One thing that's interesting about the limping range is that if Yuri's limping this really wide range of speculative hands, it can be very difficult to kind of figure out what he has later in the street. He might catch some pairs that you don't expect him to have.
Right, that's true. It would also be tempting to assume that he can never have a strong starting hand when he takes this line, but we did see him earlier limp a hand like Jack Ace,
yeah,
right?
Ace,
so
yeah.
very clearly he's thought this through in detail about like what sort of hands he might choose to make sure that he is capable of having various hand textures in various spots.
Note there hasn't been a lot of chatter among the players. Now that Negreanu has left the arena in 4th place, it's been fairly serious for the most part.
Yeah, absolutely. The stakes that we're playing for now monetarily are certainly weighing on their mind, and possibly also just their serious, studious nature.
Yeah, perhaps a little more introverted personalities for the most part from these 3 as well. But they're definitely locked in and all hyper-competitive players.
As Texas Mike was probably a little disappointed to not get some action there with his split aces.
And it looks like they just drew for the remaining hands in the level. Texas Mike drew an ace, meaning we're going to have one more hand at this level before the limits increase.
So if you thought these limits were big, we're about to jump up even further to 150. Maybe, is it 125, 250 or 153?
I believe it's going to be 125, 250.
Okay, so maybe a little bit more of a modest jump than I had first thought. But nevertheless, these limits are already quite high. Not too much fireworks so far in the stud round, though.
Phil Sternheimer was asking us, Chris, on the break before he joined us in the booth, what we thought about the structure, if we thought maybe it was a little too fast on this final day. I think the structure's been perfect. What do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, we had a long day yesterday, but there was a lot of play. Even on the final table bubble, we had opportunity for the players to, bob and weave as the stacks changed.
And you look now, the average stack of 15 big bets seems totally reasonable for a tournament of this magnitude.
Yeah, so I know Yuri defending split threes here and has to be concerned about the King-9 of hearts board of Michael Moncek, even though Mike opened a very weak holding here and really doesn't have anything. Maybe Yuri takes a card off here and reevaluates, though.
Yeah, typically on fourth, unless you catch really bad and your opponent catches really bad, you do want to see Fifth Street. But Yuri also thinking about the tournament considerations. He's going to have to be... He's going to have a very tough decision on Fifth Street if he doesn't improve and Moncek catches anything remotely scary.
Which he has now caught open 9, so that should probably end the hand.
Yeah, that one's scary enough that it just ends the hand.
Disappointing hand for Yuri here, as obviously Moncek was on a pure steal and just picked up a stronger hand. And now that looks like the players are going to take a short break as the level goes up.
As we take a look at our chip counts here, Chad Eveslage at the top with 4.8 million, Michael Moncek at 3.2 million, and Yuri Dzivielevski at the short stack with 625,000.
Yeah, big change in fortunes here as the players are now back through TV Magic to the next level. And
yeah, 125, 250K, so Yuri down to under 3 bets now. Well, actually, it shows it's still 100, 200K, so it's... But I do believe they drew for hands. I think that graphic just hasn't updated yet.
I think we're switching to no limit single draw, so the blinds are actually going to be even different here if I have the game right. As we just transition from 7-card stud.
I believe then that the blinds are actually 50, 75 with 125K ante. So what an unfortunate spot for Yuri having to put so much of a stack in the middle.
Yes, that's true, although at least this game's a little bit deeper for Michael Moncek picking up a nice hand here. Somewhat of a convertible jack.
Yeah, certainly.
This can be a difficult hand to play in some situations.
You're really hoping to pick up something playable. No. Yeah, so if Yuri had gone all in there and then patted, are you going to convert that 8-6-5-4 draw, or are you going to just think that Yuri has enough pat jacks, given how short he was?
That's what I was just thinking about. I mean, Yuri is so shallow at this point that obviously I believe he would go with any pat jack, and a jack 8 can actually beat a wide number of jacks there. Obviously, also having the gut shot in Texas Mike's hand would make him less incentivized to break the hand.
It might be close enough where I'm tempted to pat that one and break if I had like an 8-6-5-3 where I can't make that straight.
Right.
As we take a look here at our payouts, $1.2 million for our winner, $725,000 for second, and $450K for third. Fourth place was $300,000, so these players have all locked up an additional $150,000 after Daniel Negreanu busted in fourth place.
Yeah, and the next pay jump is $275K from third to second.
150.
Chad coming with a minimum 2x raise, which I think is totally reasonable given that he wants to play a wide range of hands here. And Mike certainly with a defendable hand here.
Yeah, not the strongest of draws, but versus a button open, you just have to call, take one, and just hope for the best. I mean, your price is just too good to do anything else.
Oh, sorry. No. Chad.
Unless you decide to make a really light 3-bet. But yeah, you certainly can't fold this hand. And Chad, as we can see, is drawing 2, I believe. No.
Chad
like
opened a very rough hand and really did not have a plan for the situation.
If I was Chad here, Chris, I'd be tempted to consider snowing this hand.
I think so, too. I mean, maybe that's the best of the available options. He knows he can put a lot of pressure on Texas Mike, given Yuri's very short stack.
Yeah,
Instead,
basically,
he just elects to go for a draw 3.
When you open a hand that's this weak, even though you don't have sort of a conventional, like, full house type snowing hand, the fact that your other option is drawing 3 makes me want to just turn it into a pat. I do the same thing in Badoogie sometimes when I find myself opening perhaps a hand I shouldn't have opened or the bottom of my range.
And we see Mike making his 10 and coming with a nice little value bet here, obviously against Chad's actual holding. There's no value to be had unless Chad decides to get creative.
So Chad has the type of hand that actually would be a really nice bluff raise, blocking so many of the strongest hands. The problem is he went from 3 to pat. it's really hard for him to represent that he has a hand that's strong enough to want to value raise now, simply because there aren't that many combinations of those.
Right. Nevertheless, I think he's looking at the tournament situation, realizing how shallow Yuri is in the small blind here, and thinking maybe this is a good spot to put pressure.
And Chris, I think if you do raise here as Chad, you want to use quite a big sizing.
I have to say, I don't think that there's any sizing that is going to get Mike to fold to 10 here.
Chad's really giving this some thought.
I don't think this has much to do with his actual cards. It has a lot more to do with the tournament situation.
10 seconds.
And he's going to come with a small raise,
Okay,
probably just targeting those one pairs.
Just trying to get bluffs to fold. This actually makes some sense to me. Or hoping that Moncek was just value betting something
I was going to get raised.
very weak. Now, Moncek really just
I mean, given
clear
this
call.
given this small size, I don't think Moncek has much of a decision here. I mean, obviously, he probably should fall to the value hands, but you have to give Chad credit for being able to bluff in this situation. You have way too good of a hand to consider folding.
You might even beat some very thin values, some 10-9 sevens and that kind of thing.
It's possible.
Since he went from 3 to Pat, or sorry, since he drew 3 cards, he could actually value raise quite thin here for a small size.
Yeah, I don't really see him getting away from this.
No.
He's nevertheless he's giving it a lot of thought.
If Chad could see the type of hand that Moncek's considering folding, he's just
3?
loving his bluff right now.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Yeah, Chad has already achieved a decent amount of success here, as you said. I think he really was just targeting. Wow! A bit of a misstep from Texas Mike in this one.
I think that's, to me, that's just a bit of an inexperienced play. Perhaps Moncek.
10-9. Maybe you're not supposed to bet there. I bet because you drew 3.
Chad's not going to give him any info here. I don't think.
If I were you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think the 10-9 was certainly capable of value betting in the 1 versus 3 situation. You can bet much more thinly than that.
And I think that
Chad is shocked to hear that he folded a 10-9, by the way. He's trying to figure out what to say because he really did not believe that he had a hand that good.
Moncek potentially was, in his mind, just maybe thinking a little bit more in the terms of triple draw ranges.
Yes.
Where a 10 is just a very weak hand.
Good point.
Perhaps underestimating what a strong hand that is against a player who's drawing 3.
Or sometimes players just think about the absolute value of a hand, and they're conditioned to get to showdown in single draw in a situation where it's like, well, when someone raises, they're going to have an 8 or a 9.
Right.
They're not thinking about the way that he got there.
Yeah, and the thing about the 1-3 spot is because Chad ends up with so many weak hands, you're actually able to value bet quite wide as the player drawing 1. Certainly much wider than a 10-9.
Yeah, so now Yuri is desperate to pick up a hand, but this does not really look like one. Yuri is so shallow. Okay, so Yuri believes that this is enough because he does not want to take the big blind next time.
He doesn't want to have to put that big ante in as well.
And Chad probably can't fold any 5 cards here. And instead, Chad has a super reasonable hand. What is Yuri going to draw it? I guess he's going to draw 2 to the 10-9, but I'm not even sure.
Or 1 to the queen 10 potentially.
Right, that would be maybe the other option.
Cards you're keeping, just put them on the.
It's a situation I have not found myself in too frequently.
Right, it's only going to really come up when you're this short on chips.
My instinct is that it's best to draw 2, but he feels the 1, which was your first.
No, I'll go right away.
Yeah, I think I like the one where the 2-card draw is so weak anyway.
2 and 1.
6s.
Pair of 6s.
Pair of 6s is what
that's
Yuri
pretty
likes to
good
hear.
welcome news for Yuri as he doubles up with 2s.
Note that Chad got a very good first card. there,
Yes,
but
the
then
first
paired
card
it.
was terrifying for Yuri to look at, as 1-6 makes Chad's draw very strong, but the
Well, how do
second
you win
6.
after I hit the 6? As hot as I'm running, that's just...
Yeah.
And a big double up here for Yuri.
It was a pair or not.
Huge.
Oh,
With a
okay.
pair of
And I was
deuces
looking
against
for
the 6s
your
of
face and
Chad.
It was a nice
You're
face.
not- yeah,
it was
exactly.
it was a pleased face.
So I was, oh my god.
Yeah, this big blind ante in the no limit single draw round is very substantial as it represents both the small blind and the big blind. So Yuri has to immediately put up 200K total of his newfound chips there. And Chad whiffing on an opportunity to knock out a fearsome competitor there, but we battle on 3-handed.
Absolutely, and you can see why having to put that 125 in the middle, Yuri was so tempted to move in on the previous hand, even with a fairly weak holding.
Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of forgot how much of his stack was going to be committed to the ante. But just a flesh wound for Chad Eveslage's chip lead right now. As Texas Mike picks up a very playable hand on the button here with a 4-card 10 and a pair blocker, which is quite nice to see. Chad with a disciplined fold, and Yuri again has a tough decision because he is so shallow. He has a rough draw either to a 3-card 10 or a 4-card jack, but perhaps feeling that there are less reverse implied odds being so shallow, he might choose to continue in this hand. Definitely giving it some thought. He has to decide whether he thinks he's better off waiting for a better opportunity to shove, or whether or not he wants to take this spot and draw and play the river.
Yeah, certainly trying to think about how wide he thinks Texas Mike might be opening in this spot.
And also what to draw it, right? Because it's unclear to me whether he would prefer to draw 1 or 2.
And he does just make the laydown, which I think I like with such an awkward hand, although
Sure.
it starts to get close, given how short he is on chips and given the price.
Chad Eveslage definitely could have taken the spot in the small blind there with the hand. I think he had 2-2-7-8. Obviously, we've seen Texas Mike being aware of Yuri's very shallow stack and potentially could make another laydown facing aggression from Chad.
Yeah, definitely a good point.
Maybe after feeling like he was just able to get some grand larceny through with that 2-pair previously, he's decided to scale back just a touch.
Yeah, I think if Chad had seen the hand he was up against with that 2-pair, he either wouldn't have bluffed or he would have used a much larger sizing. But
right,
able to get it through, and that was actually quite a significant pot, keeping Chad with this fairly significant chip lead over Texas Mike.
Absolutely.
Raise to 150.
So we see Chad just sticking with that minimum raise size, and,
Oh,
Yuri,
and Yuri
with a very happy 2-3-6-7.
I think this is just go time. Chad's going to have some raised folds, and your draw is very strong.
Certainly.
And then I think Chad is going to be forced to call.
Yeah, Chad has enough to call here for sure. Chad could probably call as much as 15, almost 20 big blinds with this hand.
Right, and he calls quickly.
And both players are going to toss their ace, and we're going to have a D1 versus D1 with Yuri having the best of it.
9874.
763.
1 and 1.
And we see Yuri with the better draw this time. We'll see who goes first. Sometimes the all-in player defers to the other player to go first.
Obviously, scan your cards too, please.
Well, it's not going to matter because Chad's made a
safe.
pair of
I got
eights.
Eights?
Yeah,
Yuri cannot
that's a hand
lose.
that Yuri cannot lose
Yeah.
to. Yuri likes hearing eights.
A number of cards would have shut Chad right out of the pot, the 9, the 8, or the 7, and he found one.
So a couple critical double-ups for Yuri here in this round of no-limit single draw.
Absolutely. The levels are so big now that all these pots are very critical. And now, not only has he accumulated some chips, but now he has a playable stack again, too, where he can maybe have more fold equity on his jams.
Yeah, it's
Back
a lot
over
more
20
interesting
blinds.
here, over 20 blinds, a little bit more post-draw play rather than just some of these pre-draw shoves.
Certainly true.
Yeah, it's literally
I'd say, Chris, that this and Stud have maybe been my two favorite games to watch
Even
these
the pair
players
with
play.
two
Do you have any games you've really enjoyed seeing them
Smiley
maneuver in?
I think the Badoogie, because it's a game that we don't get to see too often, and as I mentioned yesterday, that it's the one game where there's literally still some poker to be played even after the players are all in,
That's a
as
good
there are
point.
decisions to make about your draws. We've also just seen a number of consequential Badoogie pots throughout this tournament
Yeah,
that have
that's-
seemingly made the difference for people.
That's true. We've seen some really big pots in Badoogie. And in Deuce to 7 triple draw yesterday, we
Yes,
saw
the-
Schulman getting eliminated on the bubble.
The draw games have absolutely been the most powerful.
10 seconds.
Yuri's draw just a little bit too weak there on the button, the 10-3 deuce.
So in a typical situation, I think Mike's hand is good enough to come in for a raise, particularly with that pair blocker. Maybe given the turn,
225?
maybe given the chip dynamics, he's much more comfortable just playing passively here.
That makes sense. And we do see Chad putting his foot on the gas here, as we've seen him do with this chip lead, opening a hand that in other circumstances might just check back with the 8-5-4 draw.
Correct. I would definitely agree that he's using the tournament dynamics a little bit to push the edge with this hand. I think Moncek is correct to continue here. And I think Chad has a hand that's good enough to go ahead and draw 2, whereas earlier you mentioned the idea that maybe he could just bluff and stand pat with a weak hand.
Chad also may feel he just has a significant skill edge in this particular game against Moncek, particularly after hearing Moncek ask if he should have bet that 10-9 on the end. That might be giving Chad a little extra confidence to bloat some pots.
A very good point. In fact, this Queen 10 could even go for a little bit of value.
Yeah, in a 1-2 spot, I think certainly reasonable to value bet, or just use this as a check calling hand. Probably you can't be check folding too often.
So actually, Mike does find the value bet here. I actually think his size might be a little bit large improve given the strength of his holding, but you know, he is definitely understanding that he has a range advantage here and can definitely bet a lot. Chad foregoing the opportunity to make another huge bluff raise this time, despite the fact that he had a bit of a tempting combo again. And we have seen Chad Eveslage's lead dwindle here as Mike Moncek has almost caught him.
As we switch over to Limit Hold'em.
Okay, a game that can be either lots of action or no action, again, depending on the card matchups. But all these single winner games are certainly the ones that can be very bloody.
Yeah, often these single winner limit games are the ones you want to be avoiding playing marginal hands in when you are one of the shorter stacks.
The switching games is just so cool.
I know, right?
So cool.
Yeah.
It's always fresh.
Yeah.
And Moncek really alluding to one of the things that's always drawn me into mixed games, Chris, just constantly switching games. It works different parts of your brain and it keeps you feeling fresh. I think playing one game can feel quite stale sometimes.
Absolutely. There's also another component to it that I find interesting, which is that even if you're frustrated about one game, sometimes by switching to the next game, it sort of hits the reset button a little bit mentally.
Yeah, I like that as well. And you mentioned that earlier when Yuri was having that tough round in No Limit Hold'em, he was just waiting for the next game.
Right. Yeah, even if it used to be your favorite game, if you're having a rough orbit, you might be ready to try something else.
King 6-3 flop here. Neither player flops anything. Chad with the best hand with ace high and the betting initiative.
So in these small blind versus big blind situations, the small blind can definitely mix all of his hands in these sort of spots between bets for protection or as a bluff, or consider some checks. Obviously, both players have incredibly wide ranges in these spots, and we can see Yuri continuing here with queen high. This is probably more of a belief that he can have the best hand at times. He also does have that 9 of diamonds that gives him some backdoor potential, and this is a very good card for Yuri's hand. And it has to be a bad card for Chad to look at, as his hand does not have a lot going on the board, despite having the current best hand. I would definitely want to start with a check with Chad's holding now.
Chris, do you think it makes sense to just continue on the flop as Yuri? Anytime you have 2 overs to the 6 with a diamond in your hand, maybe just a little too much equity to fold?
Yeah, that's a pretty reasonable rule of thumb. You can also continue some of those as raises.
Right.
So you can mix up your play very confidently there. Now Yuri's kind of deciding whether his hand is bad enough to semi-bluff with, or whether he would just like to take a free card, believing that queen high can sometimes be the best hand.
And now
we see him improve again.
Catch that queen, and this is going to be a tough spot. I don't think Chad has much of a reason to bet here.
No, his hand's not bad enough to bluff with, and certainly not good enough to value bet. If and when he checks, Yuri certainly can value bet his queen. Yuri wants to be thinking in this spot about what sort of hands would it make sense for him to be bluffing with. Earlier you mentioned he could continue on the flop with a number of weak holdings, like maybe something like 7-8 with 1 diamond.
Yeah. So Yuri certainly has enough hand to value bet here, facing 2 bets from Chad. And once he faces this bet, the problem in my mind for Chad is that he's going to be worried that a lot of the hands that Yuri floated the flop with that are on the lighter side would have bet that turn. So
Yes.
a lot of those hands that like 7-8 with a diamond, something like that, potentially some of those that have bad blockers at the time would have maybe checked back and bluffed the river. But that call, check back, and then bet river line, it looks a little value heavy to me.
I agree. I will say, however, Chad's hand not interfering at all with the 6 and the 3 on the board does make me think that some of those straight draws could still be in there.
If they chose not to bet the turn.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri wants to do both options on the turn with all of his hands. You know, you don't want to just always be bluffing in that spot. You'll have so many bluffs if you're doing that.
No, it's a good point, and that's an area where the best players are really good at balancing those ranges, where you might see some weaker players just bet all their draws on the turn.
Chad may also have to think about how often does he really have a hand better than ace high that arrives at the river that way.
Yeah, I think he can have a number of smaller pairs, stronger ace highs, but you're right. He's going to have a lot of ace high exactly, I suppose, when he takes this line.
Yeah, so you often want to think about whether your side card with your ace interferes with the potential bluffs or not. Nevertheless, Yuri has built back up here nicely, and we kind of still have a 3-horse race now. Anybody can win this thing.
This is a loose open in my books from Chad.
Very
with the
loose.
King 4 offsuit. And look, all players have weak offsuit.
All 3
King
players had
X.
almost the same hand here.
And I don't blame Moncek for defending with the 125 already in the middle.
Yeah, this is kind of like a weak hand in the big blind that you kind of have to call in limit poker.
Oh, wow. And look, Chad has flopped trip 4s.
I wonder if Moncek's going to feel obligated to continue with his king high.
Certainly, I think if he had King 6 or King 5 with those backdoor straight draws, he would have to continue. King Deuce is kind of a little bit more marginal with not many good paths to making clear value hands, but...
Right. On the other hand, King High in these really wide range situations is often kind of that combo that you get sticky with.
Yeah, I agree. And Chris, I think if you call the flop, you actually kind of like this turn. If you were behind ace high, you're still behind it, and now that one more ace hits, it reduces some of those ace-6 combinations, and it's a card that Chad might use as a scare card if he just has bottom of range.
Very good point. And also notice that by having just the deuce in his hand, he really doesn't interfere with all those random gut shots and things that Chad could have. Like something like an 8-6 makes tons of sense for Chad to be bluffing with.
Right, and if I'm Michael Moncek, despite the fact that we can see he's run into 3-4s, I think I'm just check calling down the whole way once I've played the hand this way.
I don't mind that at all. I think he's actually showing good limit hold'em awareness by realizing that this hand can definitely beat bluffs. There are so many big and middle card combinations that Chad could open pre that would just want to be barreling on this board. And Moncek does make a good play, but unfortunately for him, it does not work out.
Yeah, and I think a very reasonable call down. Although I suppose you are getting towards the bottom of your range when you check call the turn, but you still have some flush draws in range.
Yeah, these spots are always close. I mean, anytime you arrive at the river in limit poker with a hand that can only beat bluffs, you're always going to have a difficult decision. And the best players are considering many, many variables in that situation. One might be the way your opponent's been playing, what he thinks of me. The other may be how your cards interfere with the board, or more of a GTO theoretical sense of how the spot should be played. You know, many, many things going on in their minds. And, of course, the tournament considerations of their fluctuating chip stacks as well. But a good spot for Chad there to build back up.
Yeah, one thing that's been cool for me watching this tournament and chatting with you in the booth, Chris, is that even a number of the small pot situations have really generated some interesting discussion between the two of us.
This is a hand that I think we should pass on in the small blind here.
I agree with that, and perhaps Moncek just trying to keep his foot on the gas. The problem is these weak offsuit ace-X combos just very easily dominated. Of course, when they are live, you can see here he only has 56% equity. He can quite easily be dominated by bigger ace-X and those pocket pairs.
And you end up with very difficult turn and river decisions, very similar to how he was in the last hand, where you're often kind of having to decide whether to call with ace high with a very unclear situation. That said, this is a very good flop for his hand and against the hand that Yuri's holding. It's possible that Yuri just folds right here.
Yeah, very uncomfortable spot for Yuri. When the pot gets this big, you don't do a ton of folding in position to one small bet. Having said that, it's kind of unclear what type of run out he's looking for, barring something really nice like an 8-6, and he does just fold right away.
If there was one club on the flop, we would see Yuri continue. If there was only one overcard, maybe if the board was something more like 10-6-4, he would be more inclined to continue, as he would have a backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, even a king-8 where he's got a few more backdoor straight draws rather than the king-7, I think he might have continued. It was kind of like the top of his folding range there.
A big concern for him there is that even if he hits the king, he could just lose more chips to the value portion of Mike Moncek's range.
Yeah, certainly possible.
I just didn't do anything else after that. It was just like, I think I broke even that summer.
Trying to be.
I mean, I was I didn't a little bit. You know what I mean? It's like if I would have tried if I had got another FT or something. You know.
The players are reminiscing on
too big.
The summer where Chad won 2 Dealer's Choice events, and he's mentioning that he didn't really accomplish much else that summer. But I think anytime you win 2 bracelets in a summer, you can call it a pretty big success.
Well, we've already seen that he's been very greedy here at this final table, so that is no surprise to me.
And Yuri with the type of hand that probably in a cash game you're always going to defend. In this tournament situation, he may end up making a tight fold, Chris.
Right, very good point. It's a kind of a low EV hand that you know, you would want to defend in cash, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah, it was like a week into the summer. Yeah. I just thought I was the greatest player ever.
Yeah, maybe you are. Who's to say?
Yeah.
It's impossible not to try.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
After winning one tournament in the first week, I think.
Yeah.
It makes sense for.
Yeah.
For whom played all the games.
Yeah. Yeah, I was running good around that time too. I had such an. I was you know, I was a delusional man.
Chad's showing a little bit of self-awareness in assessing past Chad.
Certainly, a lot of humility.
And as the players are discussing that Player of the Year race, Chris, is that something you think about when you choose your WSOP schedule? Is that something you'd like to accomplish in your career?
Not really. I'm more interested in the bracelet aspect of things at the World Series, but
of course,
I just don't think I played enough volume.
Winning bracelets would certainly help lead.
It would definitely help. They could go hand in hand. Yeah. So Yuri opens a very pretty hand, and Moncek just flats in the big with Queen Jack off, which could have gone either way pre. I like playing passively now with Mike's hand. He obviously is way behind the ace-x combos, but doing very well against everything else.
Yeah, he has a nice hand to start bluff catching against the weakest parts of Yuri's range.
And Yuri c-bet on the flop that was very good for his hand and his range. But now that he's gotten called, I think that he can go a passive route with his hand. Obviously, his hand is good enough to continue. He's also picked up a gut shot himself.
I tend to agree with you. If Yuri is up against a pair of jacks or aces, he's an equity underdog, but enough equity to check call. And if he's up against some king X or queen X, just naked, perhaps he can start inducing some bluffs. So
now Mike can go for 2 streets of value here. This hand is good enough to bet twice, and unfortunately, he does not find it.
yeah, I agree with that. Of course, you can be up against a very tricky opponent who's going for the check raise sometimes, but you can't just always fear those check raises. And now look, Yuri has improved the jack high straight.
And Yuri has both options on the table. Sometimes on these board changing river cards, you do want to throw in some check raises. We saw Mike Moncek do that earlier as well in Limit Hold'em. I think maybe he's better off just betting, however, because Moncek has not shown the propensity to go for super thin value bets in spots like this. You would want your opponent to be betting a hand like Queen Jack in order to go for the check raise here.
And Yuri agrees with you here?
I don't see how you can fold Mike's hand. This is a very good bluffing board for a number of hopeless hands.
And not only that, but
Can you spread that, please?
Moncek checked
Thanks.
back a hand on the turn that perhaps is stronger than a hand you would expect him to check back, so he's actually kind of towards the top of his range here, even though the 8 changes things a little bit that way.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. There's a lot of things about this situation that lead me to want to put more chips in the pot. We have seen Mike be relatively conservative on the river, as is the tendency of big bet players playing limit poker, which is kind of what's going on here.
Yeah, but just, I guess, to temporarily play devil's advocate, if Mike is pretty sure that Yuri's value betting, I don't think he's beating any value bets here, so, and he does make the call. I think you're right that overall his hand's just a little bit too good, but taking his time, using a time bank chip there, and we haven't seen Mike use too many time bank chips, so I like that he's taking a little time to think things through.
Definitely thinking it through. I think he played the hand totally fine. I would have bet the turn, and I guess I would have lost about the same. Yuri probably does not lead that river card, and I think that now his hand would be a little too thin to go for a bet on the river.
Agree with that. You can plan to double barrel turn and river, but not on the worst runouts.
And Yuri has battled back.
Octopi Poker is the ultimate poker lab for everyone and makes poker study easy for all skill levels. Join for free or subscribe for exclusive features like the Octopi Poker Vault, where you can drill real PGT final table spots. Start improving today at octopipoker.ai.
I misunderstood. I thought it
Sorry.
said you caught on the 10.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
So Yuri has battled nicely back to almost a tie with Michael Moncek as these stacks fluctuate wildly in these high limits that we're playing.
We will take a look and see if...
I think it's Badoogie time.
Okay, it's Badoogie time. So we'll see if both Yuri and Texas Mike maybe avoid some more marginal spots here now that they're down to 8 big bets and Chad has somewhat of a sizable chip lead. Still, though, 8 big bets is maybe more than it sounds like. You can get through one hand and usually still have enough chips to play almost another full hand.
Right, yeah. You're always going to be a little bit more conservative maybe on the big streets with your decision making. However, with these chip stacks being relatively level between Yuri and Texas Mike, not a ton of pressure at the moment on either, especially in pots against each other.
Right.
This hand would normally be a little too weak to open on the button, I believe.
Yeah, I agree. I'd be looking for something more like an ace-4, but Texas Mike does come in with the ace-6, and he's going to get Chad to fold a better hand. Beautiful PLO or 08 hand Chad had there.
Curious to see how Yuri approaches this situation. Earlier we saw Texas Mike definitely throw away this 10. It's possible that Yuri might feel differently about this about the hand.
Yuri, this is a very creative play from Yuri. So he's going for a 3-bet here, and my thinking he's going to draw 1, but represent that he has a stronger D1 than he's saying he has. He's either going to turn this hand into a snow pat later, or potentially just keep drawing 1 and represent that he has some sort of 3 cards to a wheel.
Very interesting to see how he proceeds in this one. Yes, this is certainly a hand that is played with a bluffing plan.
This is devious intentions from Yuri. Perhaps he thinks that because he has to draw 1 anyway, way, he may as well use the most aggressive action. And look at this. Texas Mike has improved to an 8 Badugi. The only saving grace for Yuri is that his hand's so weak, he might just get away very quickly here. He might just fold to the raise.
Yeah, he definitely probably had a plan to start bluffing on the turn here, but now that he's facing this raise, it's kind of hard to imagine how he can proceed.
Sometimes psychologically it can be frustrating in these spots where you had a plan to just bluff your way to showdown, but you need to be willing to make the adjustments when you're presented with new information. Having said that, he could still be just facing a draw one from Moncek, and he's just going to draw one. Now that he sees Moncek's pat, he's quite concerned.
So Moncek has gone 2 to pat here, and Yuri is going to believe that his range of hands is often much weaker than an 8. Nevertheless, with a 3-card 10, I would expect Yuri to get away from his hand here on the turn and not try to outdraw him on the river. He did make the pot large with that 3-bet pre-flop, though, and be feeling a little bit tempted to either go for a bluff that he was thinking about initially or continue drawing, hoping that Moncek has something like a jack, queen, or a king.
Yeah, so the problem here is that as Yuri, maybe something like 35 to 40% of the time, maybe even a little more, you're actually drawing dead against the pat hand of Moncek.
Yeah.
And he does end up letting it go for that reason.
8.
8?
Moncek being honest there.
Chris,
There have been a couple times like this, Chris, where we've seen players with the intention clearly to snow, and then something happens in front of them or with their opponent where they no longer have that option.
Yeah, they've been denied the opportunity multiple times, usually by Texas Mike making a pat hand.
And it is important that you balance your frequencies appropriately here, and you don't just always go for these snows, because first of all, your opponents are going to get suspicious and start calling down with more 3-card hands.
Yeah.
And also, sometimes you just run into it. But
yeah,
you still want to take some of your best combos and turn them into bluffs.
That is one situation we have not yet seen, somebody ending up with a 3-card hand on the river and hero calling and being right.
This is true.
But we will definitely keep an eye out for that, as all these players are capable of all these lines.
And we see Chad with a clear open here in all situations, including this tournament situation with the 3 cards to a 7.
Yeah, and Yuri
has
has
a very strong hand for Yuri. Now, Yuri has a bit of a decision with his draw here, doesn't he, Chris?
Correct. He has a great hand, but he also has an option, because the ace-3-5 alone is very strong in this situation. Sometimes you want to go for the stronger holding, and Yuri may be thinking about that right now before he makes his action, about what he wants to do with the hand facing various actions. Notice that Yuri is just calling. This is very surprising to me.
I'm also surprised, because even if Yuri chose to break off that queen, I would expect him to 3-bet.
So this is kind of cool. What Yuri's doing is actually very thoughtful. He realizes that the Queen of Hearts could be a good card for him in the hand. And because he's throwing it away and deciding that he's not going to keep it, it's actually one less card in the deck that he might like to have in the future. As a result, he's keeping the pot a little bit smaller, and he's underrepresenting his hand.
No, that's true, Chris. He's not turning his hand face up as having a strong D1 necessarily, and because of that, I believe Chad thinks that he's just value betting perhaps with this Deuce 3-7, which could be ahead of some of the weaker 1-card draws that Yuri might have.
Right. Also, Chad pairing his 2 here may make him think about doing something aggressive later in the hand. That often in these 1-versus-1 situations, you're thinking about blocking the cards that make your opponent the premium 3-card hands, and obviously something like an Ace-Deuce-3 is less likely when you hold 2 of the 2s.
Chris, if you were Yuri there with that Queen 5-3 ace, would you have been tempted to 3-bet and pat, or perhaps 3-bet and draw?
I would not have wanted to pat the hand. I think the draw is so premium that I would want to go for it. I would have probably 3-bet without thinking, however, intending to draw. But I quite like his decision to go for the call. Now he's caught a very annoying card with the Ace of Hearts. And Chad is shutting it down here with the 2-3-7. He is not trying to bluff. He just thinks his hand has enough equity to just continue drawing.
Chad has, in my opinion, a very middling hand, and this check back makes sense. If he had a weaker 1-card draw, he might continue blasting off to represent the strong 1 cards. And if he had a stronger one, he could go for value. 7-3 deuce falls somewhere in the middle.
Notice that Yuri should switch suits in this situation, because he did throw away the Queen of Hearts earlier. Now he wants to catch a diamond.
Touché. And look, he does do that, but he catches the 6 of clubs. Can Yuri consider value betting with just his 3-card 5?
Really good question. I think the answer is a clear yes. Chad has shown weakness on the turn, and Yuri has underrepresented his hand. Interesting that he is choosing not to do so, maybe for tournament considerations.
And I think Chad was somewhat confident he was going to win that hand the way he announced it.
I agree.
But Yuri really played that hand in quite a passive manner, and we've seen this from him in a number of the games.
Yes. Always preserving his chips.
Right. Yeah, definitely tournament considerations at play for the way Yuri's playing these hands. Having played a lot of mixed games with him in cash game environments, he tends to employ, in my opinion, a more aggressive style than we're seeing from him in this tournament, but he's making some nice adjustments.
So this is a different Yuri than you're used to seeing.
Yeah. Yeah, but Yuri is one of those guys who always keeps you guessing, and really, I think, has employed a number of different types of styles at different points in his poker career, as he is a very curious player, as we see the bio board there. #1 ranked Brazilian player, now living in Florida.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, certainly someone who we see doing, taking lines that the other players maybe in the entire tournament have not necessarily considered, especially some of those stud limps that we saw earlier. So certainly the hallmark of a great player, someone who's willing to have creativity and try things that maybe go against the conventional wisdom.
Right.
And he gets one through from the button here.
As we see, the stacks are starting to even out a little bit.
Yeah, we might be in for a long night, Alex.
We certainly could be. We were thinking perhaps that it would be a quick night. If Texas Mike had won that all in with the queens, he would have had Yuri down to 1.4 million heads up. But Chad Eveslage was able to bank an ace on the flop and a second ace on the turn, and a huge triple up for him, he's now remained our chip leader.
It was not inconceivable that Yuri could have just 4-bet jammed and both players and all three players could have been all in there.
We thought we might have been done for the day, and I know, Chris, that you've got a drive ahead of you tonight. Is that right?
It's going to be a long night for old Death Donkey here, but I'm happy to see some more poker first.
Chris is driving back to Phoenix before getting on an airplane tomorrow morning, so probably not rooting for this to go until midnight, but
nevertheless, I'll have an adventure.
As we see Chad open the ace-6 with an additional ace, which
always a welcome sight as it reduces your opponent's premiums.
Right.
Did you respan all your cards, Yuri?
So we see Yuri defending quite light here with the 6-7. I do not believe he would want to keep the jack in this situation.
Chris, would you be defending a two-card draw this light?
I would. The value of position in Badugi is very high. You know you're up against a wide range of hands, and even though your opponent here has an ace-6, you're really not that far behind with a hand like 6-7.
Right. Would this be kind of towards the bottom of your two-card range?
It would. Maybe the two-card 8s would probably be the weakest hands I would consider. So Chad has kind of not improved. He reduced slightly from ace-6 to ace-4, so he probably just wants to play it passively and continue and draw 2 again no matter what. Yuri can bet any improvement.
And Yuri is getting creative, it looks like.
I just don't think we've
Or
scanned his
have
cards
we not
yet.
seen his cards, right?
Yeah. He can pretty much bet any improvement here. Some of that improvement will be to a very
There we go. Now we see his cards come in.
Check.
Here he has kind of more of a middling hand. We'll see if he takes that conservative route here, as typically in a 2 versus 1 situation, you would expect the in-position player to bet 100% of the time. Chad has made a king Badugi.
Yeah, sometimes it becomes a little risky betting all of your draw ones.
Look at this.
And Yuri does check back. I think this is a very reasonable check because your opponent, when they are drawing 2, are often drawing to a much smoother D1, and they can even get some check raises in with some wheel 3-card hands.
Absolutely, or even the king that he had would be way ahead and be able to check raise. So Yuri finding a nice check back on the turn and saving himself some bets here, as now I believe he's just going to get away from the hand.
And now, Chad, notice he is value betting even after padding. He's just trying to rep that he has some type of snow hand after Yuri checks back.
Right, so this makes a lot of sense. Chad could, in theory, have just caught, like, say, 2 more hearts or something really random and decided to stand pat after Yuri checks back the turn showing weakness. So for Chad here, even though he only has a king Badugi, Yuri is at least considering hero calling with this 3-card 7.
And when you're somebody who's as aggressive and capable of finding bluffs as Chad is, you also need to be willing to value bet thin. And so Chad being able to value bet all of his Badugis in this spot makes a lot of sense given the ability he's going to have to find bluffs that some other more inexperienced players or less creative players perhaps won't find.
I noticed Yuri giving Chad the stare down in the situation. So not only is he considering his cards and the strategy of the situation, but it does appear that he is willing to consider like a live read when deciding to make this hero call or not. We did talk about the situation a little bit ago that we have not yet seen a player hero call with a 3-card on the river, and Yuri is certainly considering it with only a 7-6-4.
Yeah, Yuri has a very weak hand on the surface, but at the same time, against any hand that Chad's actually choosing to snow with, Yuri's going to easily win here with his 7-6-4, as Chad's stronger draw 1s would have just preferred to draw themselves.
Right. It's very unlikely that Chad would have any draw 1 here, as he was drawing 2 on the previous street. Most of his bluffs are going to come from hands that were completely unimproved as a draw 2. Good note. Yuri may be also thinking that he took an unconventional line by checking back the turn, and would that induce more bluffs from Chad than a typical line? Using many time extensions here, and he is going to hero call.
King. Good.
Not happy to hear king, as you want your opponent to be a little bit more polarized if you're going to make a crying call.
Yeah, maybe you want to hear 3-card king.
Yes, certainly that would.
Which is a hand Chad could have if it's part of his snows.
And Chad, after Yuri takes more than a couple seconds, is pretty confident that his hand is good. Obviously, there's some small chance that Yuri's considering a raise with a thin hand, but I think after taking all that time, Chad knew that he was thinking of hero calling him with a 3-card.
Yeah, so really some excellent high-level play we've been able to see throughout this entire tournament, and particularly this final table. this fusion of all these advanced cash game concepts with all the tournament considerations really makes every spot a little bit unique.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of poker streams and coverage of any events, but there has not been a lot of Badugi where we've gotten to see the hole cards like this. So this is a rare treat for us, and we've seen a number of interesting hands.
Yeah, the only time I can really remember televised Badugi prior to this, outside of perhaps some PPC coverage, was there was a cash game, Dolly's game.
Yeah, part of the PokerGO library, I believe.
Right, and there was some straight Badugi, I believe, in that library. But a much different cast of characters, more of the live cash crowd.
Sure, as we see a walk there for Texas Mike Moncek. No action.
With that pot, Yuri now getting a little bit short again at 1.45 million.
Yeah, any big bet of 250K is so consequential at this stage. They will get a small respite in some ways on the next game, which will be stud 8 or better, which can sometimes play a little bit smaller.
Yeah, one of the better games for the short stacks typically.
Yuri getting a brief respite by getting dealt trash 2 hands in a row.
And a very playable hand here for Texas Mike with the 3 to an 8.
So let's see how Chad handles this 3-card 10, because obviously we've seen that 10 go a number of ways in different players' hands. Here, Chad goes with the more conventional route, maybe because he feels that his ace-5 is stronger.
Yeah, I think with this good of a 2-card draw, the 10 is just not that interested in staying in Chad's hand.
Mike Moncek catches a suit that he needs, but unfortunately it pairs him, so this card does not improve his actual hand. Chad catches a slight improvement to the 9, and will he keep this card? Yeah, now I'm thinking yes.
Now it's getting a little bit closer, I think,
but
he
no.
does still just draw 2.
Interesting. So he feels maybe more comfortable trying to outdraw the 3 cards that are in Mike Moncek's hand by trying to give himself the most chances to reduce to a premium 3 card.
Note that Moncek is bet in the dark, which I think is reasonable just in general, but it might make Chad think that he doesn't have as weak of a draw as he actually has.
And Chad's strategy has worked out well because he has improved to an ace-4-5, which is now by far and away the best hand.
Yeah, and I think if Chad had improved maybe slightly more to like an ace-deuce-5, he could even consider a thin raise on the turn.
Interesting situation on the river here as Moncek has reduced to an ace-4-6. And the question is, will either of these players go for thin value with a 3-card hand?
I don't think Moncek should. Whether or not Chad should is a little bit closer to me.
I think that he should in theory. And he does.
And he does.
And Moncek, I believe, has to call. Although he has been in this situation a number of times on the river in these limit poker games.
Well, Moncek has to realize that Chad was drawing 2 and then reduced to a 1-card draw. So he probably has a fairly decent draw. In fact, we saw him pitch that 9. Then he has to ask himself, is Chad going to turn his very weakest D1s into a bluff here? I don't think this is a clear call as Moncek, and I think it was towards the bottom of Chad's value betting range, but he does make the call, Chris, and you called both those actions, and Chad is really able to eke out some nice thin value there against basically a hand that was just a pip or 2 higher.
Absolutely, and this shows the merit of Chad being patient and throwing away those medium cards that maybe some players would have been tempted to keep, giving himself the maximum opportunity to reduce into a really premium 3-card hand, which then he could eke out some thin value with, and that was a nice value bet that he found.
As we take a look at our final table chip counts, Chad Eveslage now up to 5.3 million. Note, Chris, that the other 2 players are both below 2 million. Michael Moncek at 1.9 and Yuri Dzivielevski at 1.45. Now a little bit more ICM pressure on both of them as Chad's lead has expanded.
Yeah, the Badugi round again providing a lot of action and most of it going in Chad Eveslage's favor. This will allow him to continue to stay on the attack in all these games coming up.
And I believe we have switched the game now to stud 8 or better, as we see Chad likely will be the bring-in with the deuce of diamonds.
50 bring in.
So this is a nice situation for Texas Mike. Obviously the ace, always a powerful card. Yuri has a premium starting hand here. Despite the ace of spades up, the ace-6 of spades, a 3-card low flush hand is very powerful in this game.
Now, this is just typical of what Yuri's been doing in a lot of the stud games, balancing his limping range, limping some strong hands. Perhaps another reason he's limping the 8 up here is that the ace that Michael Moncek is holding as his up card is just simply such a powerful card, not to mention the tournament considerations.
Not to understate it, but also Chad E has ace deuce 5 here, and he's thinking about re-raising.
These are 3 premium hands. In fact, Moncek's hand is actually the weakest, despite the fact that he has the strongest door card.
I'm curious to see how Yuri handles this situation.
Under ordinary circumstances in a cash game, this would be a very clear-cut continue with so much equity, and I think he is still going to continue.
In fact, he's coming in for a 3-bet, and he gets Michael Moncek to fold the ace 8-7 immediately.
And note that Yuri, balancing that limping range, finding a hand that can limp 3-bet and actually get Michael Moncek off of his equity.
Yeah, and I actually think that was a nice fold from Mike. Both of his opponents showing tremendous strength, and an ace 8-7 is definitely a difficult hand to play. Now, Yuri's going to stay on the gas here as he is showing the tremendous strength with his preflop play.
And this makes a lot of sense to me. A lot of the hands that Yuri's going to play this way are actually high hands because there's not that many really strong low hands that contain an 8 into a deuce and an ace.
Right, a very nice street for Yuri as he pairs his ace against the open pair of 10s.
And note that this 10 is not actually as good a card as it might appear for Chad, thinking that he's up against some type of high hand from Yuri, and if he's not, that Yuri's going to pair that ace at some frequency, despite there being a dead ace.
But the pot has grown significantly, and I think Chad is certainly going to have to continue here. He has a backdoor low draw, and he has a pair.
Absolutely, and he's still
bad
got that,
6th Street
that
card.
3 to a wheel.
Yuri has to be pretty happy with this run out so far. I know he only has 1 pair, but all the cards that he has on his board are blocking Chad, and it's very unlikely that Chad hasn't beat it this
So what I'm doing here is I'm betting as Yuri because either I'm ahead anyway right now with aces, or if Chad has 10s up, I'm not that far behind, and then I can just choose to bet the river when I improve and check back when I don't.
Right, so the interesting thing would be if Chad did improve on the end, would he consider a lead?
I don't think he should, to be honest, against the board of Yuri there.
It's looking pretty scary, right? And Yuri, both players have bricked, so we expect a check here?
I expect check, and I think that Yuri played this hand really nicely, getting that value in on 6th Street. Now, if Yuri's feeling really confident here, he can go for an extremely thin value bet, but he ends up checking back, and I think that's a conventional play. And I think Yuri played this hand really, really well.
A massive pot for Yuri Dzivielevski, too, because, anytime you can scoop and stud 8 or better, these pots are huge. 2.2 million in the middle.
And not that I'm surprised, Chris, but I'm just very impressed with the overall level of play at this final table so far today.
Absolutely. That was a cool hand. Again, a bit of a cooler preflop as all 3 players had eminently playable cards, and it was Yuri coming out on top, making a nice play, showing again the merits to that limping strategy that has been paying dividends for him all day, and maybe the creativity that he approaches these stud games with. Counting his chips happily right now, realizing that he is no longer the short stack.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael Moncek, all of a sudden, who started the day as the chip leader, finding himself on the short stack, still somewhat healthy. We've seen some much shorter stacks be the short stack, but down to 7 big bets. Yuri with one of those really uncomfortable hands in stud 8 where you have the pair with it, and I think he's just against the queen door, he's just going to get away from this hand, I believe.
think so too. He would have actually had a harder decision were he against the ace from Chad, because he knows that Chad can raise without even looking at his cards in that spot.
True, although the ace is just so much more powerful by nature that it's still going to be a very tough spot.
Right, those split 2s with the high card kicker are just very difficult hands to play profitably in stud 8.
Yeah, I tend to just fold those hands from the bring in without a very good, strong reason for playing them.
Coward.
You like to defend the 3-10-3, Chris?
I do. I really do.
Why am I not surprised? One of Chris's bracelets was in stud 8 or better.
Aha!
So perhaps I should defer to his expertise.
Probably just made a lot of wheels that day.
As we see a battle of the aces here. Hard to make the wheel with the 3-10-3 start.
Hard, but profitable. Looks like Chad has something here, coming with a call. So usually when a player with the ace calls after another ace is completed, he's more claiming a low. And actually, Chad has made a very light call here with ace, king, deuce.
Yeah.
Moncek has the goods with split aces
This
with a low
actually,
kicker.
despite looking like a light call, and despite me saying that these hands are actually kind of weak because they're not really committed to either the high or the low, if you think that your opponent's opening super wide, you perhaps just have too much equity with ace, king, deuce, but you are going to have some playability difficulties.
I disagree with you. I think this is a clear error. I think there's only 3 antes in the pot. These are not the sort of hands that you need to get stubborn with and be sheriff. Your hand just has really nowhere to go against the aces, and it's very hard to play even against the low board, as you will often fold the best high.
Yeah, you might be convincing me, Chris, and I think perhaps even a bigger error would be continuing on 4th Street after catching the queen against Moncek's suited 9.
Yeah, it's clear that Chad doesn't believe Texas Mike Moncek has a strong hand here. He is definitely wrong, as Mike can very confidently value bet his now aces up on all streets in this situation. But I do think that maybe Chad has to continue here, having the ace deuce 3. He's giving it some serious thought. He knows he needs that 4 that he's staring at on Mike Moncek's board.
He's perhaps just regretting playing this hand.
Yeah,
on 3rd Street.
This one, I think, was just a little bit too far.
And sometimes when you come in with these light calls, you end up being somewhat forced to compound your errors. And I think Chad's showing a little bit of frustration there, not because of the way the board ran out, but because of perhaps his decision
Recognizing his own decision earlier put him into a weird spot.
You're probably right that 3rd Street should be folded. And then as played, I would also fold 4th Street.
Fair. Nevertheless, a nice pickup for Moncek, who was falling behind there a little bit. And now, you know, again, we just kind of keep saying this, but all 3 players sort of just staying near each other to the point where it's anyone's game. I think Chad should recognize that Moncek has played fairly conservatively in the stud games, especially in the stud 8 game, which is probably not his favorite game in the mix.
That's a really good point, yeah. As we can see, Michael Moncek here, 6th in the PokerGO Tour ranking, but that is going to go up to at least 2nd, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, he's guaranteed at least 450K here. So this is a nice spot for the king, as obviously a 9 is a very weak holding in stud 8 or better. I'm curious to see if Yuri will continue with his limping strategy, and he does.
And he does, and this is just consistent with what we've seen throughout the tournament from Yuri in these limit games.
Perhaps it's obvious to us, but I should mention for the viewers at home that one difference in the stud games is that the bring-in after bringing in for the minimum does not have an option like a big blind would. So when Yuri chooses to limp last to act there, even if Mike Moncek thinks that he's incredibly weak, there's nothing that he can do about it. They're just going to go on to the next street. That's another reason why limping can be very powerful. You can't get punished for it by the bring-in, even if he holds a strong hand.
A good point, Chris. And what that results in is the bring-in just having 2 random cards at all junctures where there was no raise. It's not like the bring-in had a hand that they checked and elected not to raise. They just have their entire range of possible starting hands when 4th Street hits.
Right, which adds a lot of complication to 4th Street, as both players have a wide range and relatively weak ranges, so there could be a lot of posturing depending on what up cards they start catching.
And very undefined range for the bring-in, and then with the frequency with which Yuri's been limping, his range is becoming somewhat undefined too, so we're really kind of getting into some, I would call it street poker.
Yes, absolutely.
In these stud rounds.
You would be tempted to think that Yuri can never have a good hand, but we know that's not the case.
Now this one, I think, Yuri here with just the stone bottom of range. Jack 9-6 Rainbow is about as bad as it gets in stud high-low.
Yes, you would much prefer to have 2 low cards versus 2 high cards if you're going to play a bad hand.
And I believe we're going to get some big bet after this round. I'm thinking either PLO or no limit hold'em.
I'm sure something Texas Mike will be happy to see after having to go through these limit games for a while.
7.
This looks like a good spot for the ace to come in pretty wide.
Yeah, if not any 3, very close to it with a picture card behind.
You'd have to be a little wary of the bring-in having a reasonable hand here. It looks like Yuri has something. So Yuri is tempted here with the ace-3 of spades in the hole, knowing how wide Chad can be, and we see Chad does have that wide ace-jack-6. But notice that Yuri has the discipline to let go of the spot, recognizing that maybe it's just not worth it to put his chips at risk.
I like the fold from Yuri, and even kind of a worse spot than the one Chad faced, where at least Chad's up card was an ace when he had the ace-king-deuce.
Yeah.
Here, Yuri's up card is weaker, and you just really need to be very careful here. And he takes a little bit of time to think it through, but does end up folding. As we see Chad Eveslage, 2023 WCB 10K Dealer's Choice winner, also winner of the $1,500 Dealer's Choice that same year.
They were like 4 days apart from each other, right?
Yeah, and like Chad kind of admitted here, showing some humility, he thought he was the best player in the world, and he was all jacked up with confidence. And I think still Chad has a lot of self-belief, but perhaps it's easy to let things like that get to your head a little bit when you win 2 tournaments in a week.
Perhaps in this tournament he would have more confidence if they would allow him to add Deuce to the mix.
Certainly a game that Chad is well renowned for across the live and online high-stakes circles.
How much could he pay his opponents at this final table right now to add it to the mix?
It reminds me of I was commentating Blesnik versus Berkey, and Berkey ended up paying Jared Blesnik to just play only no limit hold'em and not play any more PLO, which is more Blesnik's game.
And I believe it worked out well for him that day.
It worked out extremely well in practice, though. I'm not sure if, in theory, he should have paid such a high fee.
So we have switched to PLO, a big bet game, as you mentioned, and it's Chad right back to work with these dry queens.
A hand that Chad might, in other circumstances, consider limping without a suit in his hand, but here, where he's got the chip lead, I really like raising this hand and applying maximum pressure to Yuri. And certainly a hand that would be okay to raise in any situation.
I don't believe that Chad or Yuri would consider PLO to be their best game in this mix.
I would agree with that, yeah. And I think this is the one game where Michael Moncek might feel like he has a nice advantage over his opponents.
Yuri has flopped quite well here.
Yeah, this is a really big flop for Yuri. Note that while Chad's queens are currently the best hand, it's Yuri who has the 2-to-1 equity, or the 3-to-2 equity advantage, and the playability advantage, and position, might I add. And I think Yuri's hand is strong enough to, he could play this one of two ways. He can check it for a little bit of deception and a little bit of pot control with a hand that can absorb aggression on later streets, or I think his hand is strong enough to just place out a bet right now, being strong enough to call a raise. He does go for option A, and I can understand this, just wanting to play a little bit more small ball, think he's going to want to check a lot of hands in his range, and he has a hand that can basically call bets on almost any turn.
Right, and Chad, on the other hand, doesn't really have a hand that's incentivized to do anything here, right?
Chad's interaction with this board is very bad. So despite the fact that he has an overpair, and he has 1 spade and 1 diamond, 1-4, he's got a little bit going on. He really doesn't have any immediate draws, and he doesn't have good enough interaction to want to be putting money in the pot right now. Yuri has an interesting decision. He now picks up a 5 blocker to that straight. He still has all the equity he had on the flop, and perhaps now he can start thinking about getting some overpairs to fold immediately, but he does elect to take the more passive option and just check back, which to me is also fine.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, is Yuri kind of playing into Chad's hands a little bit here by allowing him to check down these queens, or am I being a little results-oriented?
Well, I would have been very tempted to stab Yuri's hand on the turn there, trying to get some overpairs to fold immediately. But the one thing that Yuri's really trying to avoid, if he bets the flop, he doesn't mind calling a raise as much, whereas when he bets the turn and gets raised, it's actually a bit of an uglier situation where he only has 1 card to come to hit his draw.
Okay, so he's being wary of the traps.
And now that this river is hit, does Yuri want to turn his hand to a bluff? He doesn't have a particularly good combo for it, in my opinion. He doesn't have a diamond.
Chad does hit that ace a lot as well.
Chad hits that ace a lot, exactly. And Yuri still has some very small amount of showdown value here, too, with the 7-king, but it looks like he is turning it into a bluff. And against Chad's exact hand, this might work.
Yeah, we can see that this is not a welcome development for Chad's hand. Obviously, if Chad held an ace here, he would have maybe more of a decision, but I think that...
Right, certainly something like aces up or an ace with a big diamond.
Nevertheless, Chad has not folded immediately, having a good sense that maybe Yuri is capable of finding a weird bluff here.
Chad also wondering to himself, how much of Yuri's unpaired hands and straight draws and stuff would have bet themselves on the turn? Does he get here with a lot of really weak hands that need to bluff? The thing is, Chad's hand really is just hard to call with. This would be quite a hero call, and it would be a really nice read on Yuri.
Yeah, I mean, I give him credit for even thinking it through.
I agree. I think my hand would have hit the muck already with this combo.
Yuri gets it through. So another nice line from Yuri where maybe he de-escalated the aggression a little bit, but then was able to pick up the pot later on.
Yeah, I think Yuri's hand was tempting to bet at some point across all streets, but I can also understand his reasoning for wanting to play a smaller pot there and checking it down, and then nice find bluffing the river against Chad's exact hand. It's an excellent bluff.
As we continue with this PLO orbit, and all players are sort of trying to navigate a very dangerous game in the mix. Certainly one that could end their tournament life at any moment, and Texas Mike is certainly the one who is hopeful to build some chips in this orbit.
And we'll see if Texas Mike steps out of line pre-flop with some more marginal combinations like we've seen him do in No Limit Hold'em, and in this game in some previous iterations.
It has been Chad so far pushing his chip lead, but this time he elects to let his button go.
Really weak hand here for Yuri. It would be very strong in either 08 or Badoogie. He does deem it enough to limp. With this 50-75 blind structure, you really want to be limping a lot of hands, even though you know that Texas Mike might be punishing you quite wide.
And he'll be relieved to see that he gets to see the flop for cheap.
And this 54-46 equity distribution is very typical of what you'll see pre-flop in PLO. A lot of the hands run quite close to each other.
A little something for both players on this board. Obviously, Yuri making 3 aces. Given that Mike showed more weakness by checking back pre, do you think that he should mostly be leading out here?
It's somewhat of a neutral flop in the sense that Yuri is going to be limping very wide with this blind structure. Perhaps it slightly favors Yuri because Moncek's strongest hands are going to raise a lot of the time on the pre-flop. So I think check-check makes some sense here. Now Yuri should probably start pursuing value at some point with this hand, hoping to get called by a 9.
I was going to say that's a good turn for him to see because now there's a clear hand class that can call his bet if he just chooses to make a bet.
Right, or even getting a flush draw like the one Moncek has to either call or fold. Both of those are better option than having it go check-check for the most part.
And now, what is Moncek thinking about having king high and the nut flush draw here?
This is a pretty ugly spot with just the dry nut flush draw, but he does elect to call. He can still be ahead with king high some percentage of the time, although it's very hard to navigate your way to showdown.
Certainly, me as more of a Hold'em player definitely have the mindset that like king jack high can be good here.
Right.
Yuri fills up, I believe. Oh,
Not
sorry.
quite.
Not quite. Nevertheless, he feels pretty comfortable with his 3 aces, right?
Yeah, Moncek can certainly have a lot of 9x. He can have some pocket pairs that continue this way that have a flush draw with them. But it's possible that Yuri just decides to check and induce a bluff, or if he goes for value, let's see what type of a sizing he chooses.
I would think he would be more apt to induce a bluff if he had a 9 himself. But I am wrong.
Nice.
With such a weak kicker, too, it is still possible that Yuri could run into some bigger ace-x combos, although I think most of the time he's certainly going to have the best hand there.
Yeah, if he loses on the river there, I would be thinking it might be more of a hand like 9-3.
Right, also possible. Again, with how aggressive Texas Mike is, we do expect a lot of his ace-x to raise pre-flop and or bet the flop.
For sure, and after seeing that hand limped in from the small blind, Texas Mike might even feel that he should be raising pre-flop even more often, as he's just, you know, seeing that Yuri is definitely going to be coming in there very wide.
Yeah, these spots are tricky. Somebody as good as Yuri is definitely going to be balanced. They're going to want to limp a lot of hands, and they're going to limp some premium hands too. So you have to be a little bit wary of raising those marginal hands and risking that limp 3-bet where all of a sudden you're kind of forced to play an all-in pot on a lot of boards.
Yes, and we have seen Yuri spring the trap on him in blind versus blind confrontations already today.
Right. And conversely, we've seen Texas Mike spring the trap in Omaha 8 or better, a game where we don't see as many limp re-raises.
10 seconds.
Yuri, another limp on the button here.
And notice that Texas Mike just limps in with the ace-jack, jack-3 single-suited, probably, again, giving credit to his opponent, Yuri, for being able to limp some stronger hands.
And Yuri did limp a strong hand. Look at this.
And this limp, to me, is a bit unusual from Yuri, although he does flop a full house. He really, to me, has the type of hand that just wants to be putting money in the pot. But if he is very balanced and just playing primarily limp strategy, then I can understand it.
Yeah, unfortunately for Yuri, I mean, I guess Moncek does have the jacks that might be obligated to continue for a small bet. Maybe Yuri feels his hand is so strong he might want to check back.
Yeah, Yuri has an option to slow play this flop. I think that your choices are small bet or check back. If he just had trip 10s, typically you're just going to bet your strong kickers. But with the full house, you do have an option to play it coy.
I have to say, I know you said earlier you played a decent bit with Yuri online. I have not played with him nearly as much as you have, but I would find him very difficult to play against. Despite seeing his cards, he is often very surprising in the actions that he takes and is very unreadable.
Well, even just month to month and year to year, it seems like he's employing some different strategies. As I've never seen Yuri play quite this passively, but I think a lot of them are tournament considerations and stuff that he's been working on. Perhaps thinking that he has some type of skill edge and that keeping pots smaller allows him to maneuver better.
So a funny card for Yuri to see on the turn is he already had the full house. Does a second board pair make him more or less inclined to bet?
I would probably just continue betting and hope that Mike has something that he can call with. But I can understand wanting to check here also with so much of basically a board smash.
Moncek may feel okay about his jacks. Not the greatest card for him to see on the river. Although
He may feel sort of okay about them, but certainly can never pursue value.
Right, and I don't think he would think that Yuri would value bet a queen here on the end, though, so he may be a little tempted to hero.
Right. So keeping in mind that all Yuri's done here is limp the button, min bet the flop, and check back the turn, Yuri does get to the river with a fair amount of weak combos. And it's going to be tempting to bet some of them, hoping to target exactly hands like the one Moncek has. So he's going to end up with kind of a classic bluff catcher. I think, ultimately, he can find better hands to bluff catch with, but it's easy to say that from the booth when we're staring at the full house of Yuri.
And he goes fairly big.
Time extension.
And Mike Moncek folds right away. So good read from Texas Mike there to get to avoid the danger.
Yeah, nice discipline laid down from Texas Mike, who folded there rather quickly.
Maybe he's just ready to go on break.
And we are about to go on break, it looks like, Chris, as we take one final look at the leaderboard here. We can see Chad Eveslage at the top with 3.6 million, but Yuri has mounted a very nice comeback, just 400,000 behind at 3.2, and then Michael Moncek bringing up the rear at 1.8. Still anybody's game. We'll return in a few minutes for more continuing coverage of the final table of the $100,000 mixed game tournament here at the Aria Resort and Casino.
Welcome back to the PokerGO studio at the Aria Resort and Casino here in Las Vegas for the 2025 Super High Roller Bowl $100,000 mixed game tournament. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Vitch. As we continue here with three-handed play, Chris, what have you seen so far today from these three players?
Well, we've seen quite an incredible battle since it's gone three-handed. We lost Benny Glazer and Daniel Negreanu relatively early on in the day, and these three guys just have been up, down, and all over the place with their chip stacks. The levels are getting very shallow now.
As we see the payouts here, $1.2 million for the winner, $725,000 for second, and all players already guaranteed a hefty $450,000 for their efforts, Chris.
Absolutely, and now we have another increase in the blind levels. Looks like actually the big blind in the PLO game is going to stay the same, although in the limit game I think we'll go up a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be 150 and 300,000 betting limits in the limit games, and we're sticking with 50-75 in the big bet games.
Okay, so we'll see maybe even some more blood in those limit rounds, although right now the players are navigating the tricky game of pot limit Omaha.
And again, with the small blind being 2/3 of the big blind, we are seeing a lot of incentive for the small blind to play a lot of hands here.
This time it's Chad flopping the best of it with top pair. Yuri checking back ace-king combo in the big blind, but obviously having the Badugi preflop maybe contributed to that mindset.
Yeah, this is nice theoretically sound concept from Yuri, which is that you want to be able to hit different types of boards with your check-back range, so you take some of the weakest ace-king combos and you use those as check-backs, and then you raise a lot of the ones that have suits and better side cards.
Very interesting. Nice. Unfortunate for him, though, that it allowed Chad to see the flop and steal a small pot, but nevertheless, Yuri has built his stack back up very nicely after being all in for a very, very small amount of money several orbits ago in the no-limit single draw round.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuri has perhaps swung more than anybody all day. He's been as short as, you know, what was he down to, about 300,000 when he got all in no-limit single draw. And he's also had a big chip lead at points, and now he's back to the middle of the pack.
Yeah, he has been really the biggest roller coaster of the day, although Chad has also been all in multiple times in the day. So it's really Texas Mike who's stayed the course the most. He's the shortest at right now, but he's never been really below this. The chip stack that he has right now may be his low point of the day. And let's go of a possibly defendable hand there in the big blind.
PLO induced to 7. Triple.
Yeah. There's this one, and then there's Hold'em and Badugi. Hold'em Badugi's a nice little blood round, too.
Yeah. And 08 is always to
Calm everything down.
calm everybody.
As we noticed there, Chris, the players discussing which of the rounds are the bloodiest. That's some of the first conversation we've heard among these final three.
Yeah, they're sort of echoing what we've been mentioning today, that the 08 round ends up being the one that gives the players a little bit of a respite. But right now they're involved in a bloody game.
Another fairly weak hand from Texas Mike, but again, just getting such a good price, you need to be quite stubborn in these spots.
Yeah, so far this orbit there hasn't been many big confrontations of hands.
Mike has a compelling hand to just go for an immediate steal with this gut shot plus flush draw and only 10 high. Having said that, he's run into the trip fours of Eveslage.
Oops.
Mike chooses a very big sizing here.
Yeah, this is not going to work out well for him so far.
Chad has a little microphone malfunction as he makes the call. Nine of spades on the turn, improving Moncek to 9s and 4s, probably giving him enough showdown value that he wants to just check this spot.
Yeah, I was going to say he's caught a piece of it now that maybe he'll stop bluffing. A very dynamic board for Chad. Does he want to protect his 3-4s?
It's a tricky spot because if you do bet and you face a raise, it's a very difficult spot. And sometimes you use some of your weaker trips combos to protect your checking range, actually. So, but he does like to go for a small value and protection bet, which is probably the more conventional option. Facing is just a small bet. Mike really, I don't believe he can fold here with the 9s and 4s and as many draws as he has, but it's kind of ugly where none of your draws are to the nuts.
Chad Eveslage just found a good bet size to put Mike's actual hand in jail, you know? I mean, this is a very difficult decision. Obviously, facing a large bet, Moncek probably would have just gotten away from his hand.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is just such a small bet. And he does make quite a nice fold there, having only 20% equity and being out of position to the trip fours of Chad.
Yeah, very good restraint there. As he slips a little further down in the counts, however. And we are ready for a new game.
As we take a look here at the chip denominations, we have the $25,000 green chips and the lovely $100,000 white chips. When you have those white chips in your stack, you know you've made it very far in the tournament. It's always a pleasure to receive those.
One day I would like to hold one. There's a few. And the capable shuffling fingers of Chad Eveslage. So I think we're playing triple draw. Limit, deuce to 7, triple draw now.
Another one of those bloody games.
Certainly. See how the players navigate through these. Chad with a small chip lead over Yuri has been quite aggressive today, and he stays on the aggression with the 5-5-7.
Yeah, and Yuri definitely has enough hand to defend. Interesting to see how Chad plays this. Maybe he plays it as a D1 and then a snow, Chris, or a D2 that turns into a snow. It's such a weak draw. He could also play it as a D3. He really has a lot of options.
It's possible. I think so far, whenever we've seen Chad play a draw game hand, he has usually gone for the premium draw. He's underlying the hand, and he's continuing that here by drawing 3 to the 5-7.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense from just trying to make a good hand perspective. I was thinking if he took less than 3 cards, his incentives might be a little bit more devious, but here he's just going to try to make a hand.
Yeah, it looks like Yuri has bricked, although he has paired his 4.
Given that it went 3-2, it's definitely not an automatic bet. As the player drawing 2, if you don't improve, you often check back.
Correct, and also you notice that Yuri's starting hand was relatively weak, having only the 8-7-4. So
right,
yeah.
And that some of the stronger draw 2s would have 3-bet anyway.
Right. Both players now kind of playing a relatively small pot size in this 2 versus 2 spot on the turn. Sometimes the out-of-position player can sometimes take the lead here of the betting and achieve some fold equity.
Note that Yuri switches that 4 of spades to the 4 of diamonds, not wanting to make a flush.
So it looks to me that Chad is going to bluff this hand.
Yeah, so Chad now, and the fact that he's seen that additional 9 and 10 to start the hand, Chris, actually helps him in this case because it gives Yuri less pat hands.
Absolutely. Yuri also has some incentives to continue here. Obviously, the pair of 9s is also going to influence his thinking in this hand.
Now, we expect Chad to pat here. I believe no.
Interesting that he decided to bet there with no intention to bluff, more just to try to take it down. I think I would have preferred to see him check if this was his plan.
Yeah, it is an interesting play to think about. He's betting with the option of potentially generating a fold and then just turning his hand into an honest draw. If not, I was expecting him to pat there.
Yuri has made his 9 and will be very comfortable value betting if checked to. And Chad's going to have a difficult decision here. It's very possible that Yuri has made a pair in the situation and would want to bluff. Chad has a good hand to consider a hero call, as he does not have that many of those medium-high cards that people would typically use as bluffs.
So these 2-1 spots are always very, very difficult because you end up with a lot of hands around this strength, Chris. You end up with a lot of medium-strength bluff catchers, and you just have to decide, A, can I ever beat value bets? In this case, probably not with the King 7, but if he had something like a Queen 7, certainly a Jack 7, he could beat some value. He just decides there's enough bluffs and that he's high enough up in his range, drawing 2 to this King 7.
Yeah, the way Chad played that hand, he ended up in a pretty difficult to deal with river situation when you're drawing 2 out of position versus a strong player drawing 1. You often have to play that guessing game.
And
maybe it was on his mind that Yuri has been hero calling him a little bit more than he would like, and as a result, he just didn't feel comfortable going for a bluff.
As we take a look again at our chip counts, Yuri at the top of the board now with 3.875 million, followed by Chad Eveslage and Michael Moncek, bringing up the rear with 1.4 million.
Yuri has been on a roller coaster ride.
So Yuri, yeah, he's overtaken the chip lead. Chris, that final betting round there, to me, really reminded me more of a single draw spot than a triple draw spot because we were dealing with loose ranges and a 2-1 situation.
Yeah, and they also had single draw kind of hands.
Yeah, exactly. And I've played online, I played some limit single draw, a game I think you've also played, so I was really thinking through some limit single draw concepts in my head there.
Sure. So Yuri picks up another marginal hand and one that maybe has some options. I think the standard with this sort of a hand is to just go for the 4-5-8, though, to try to make a strong holding.
I agree with you.
Yep.
Again, another hand that would be stronger in single draw. Moncek with a fairly weak hand, but totally reasonable to call and take 3 here against a button open.
Absolutely. You cannot overfold.
Yuri opened from the small blind, so
Right.
definitely going to call.
Yeah, you don't want to overfold your big blind, particularly against the small blind open. Being in position is quite valuable in all these draw games. So far, nothing surprising from either of these players. Two standard starts to the hand. Yuri has improved. He does have the gut shot draw, but having the pair blocker in his hand in a 2 versus 3 situation, I think will compel him to bet for value.
Now, Texas Mike has also improved to a nice 6 draw, although both players have gut shots.
I would like to see Texas Mike just call with this hand. Sometimes players can overrate these draws a little bit.
I agree with that. I think one mistake players make is they think that because the other player drew 2 that they might continue with a lot of those draw 2s. But I think usually when Yuri bets, he's either drawing 1 or pat. And you also leave in a little bit of deceptive value when you make a strong hand here because you can make it look like you have a much weaker draw given you started off drawing 3.
Very true. And one final consideration would be that whenever you have that gut shot straight draw component in your hand, you do typically not mind playing slightly smaller pots. Yuri catches a magical card, but Moncek catches an even better one.
And Chris, I expect this pot to just blow up here as both players are somewhat under-repped.
Absolutely. Will Yuri decide to go for a sneaky check raise?
And
yes,
he does.
He will, and this is going to work well for Mike Moncek, who is probably going to find a way to get all his chips into the middle here as he only has 3.4 bets remaining.
Right, and there's still 1 draw to go, and this is one of those spots where Yuri's check is really nice because he knows that Moncek's going to bet here with a lot of much weaker pat hands. And in this case, he's just run into it.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Yuri made a good choice here at some frequency with this 8-6, but he is certainly going to pay the maximum here. As soon as he gets 3-bet, if that's what ends up happening, he will be very disappointed because now all of a sudden Moncek is representing a hand that beats this, I think.
Chris, is this a spot where as Moncek you're always just going to 3-bet right away, or are you going to feign a bit of weakness and call, patting back, and then try to get your value later on the final street, given that he only has 375 behind if he makes the call here?
You know, for tournament reasons, this might be a spot where he actually just wants to call down. I know his hand is very powerful, but having that 75,000 chips left over, if you are somehow cold decked by a better hand here, is probably worth keeping behind.
Yes, and now having said that, of course, if Yuri checks, his hand is more than enough hand to value.
Yeah, I think Yuri will bet, though. I mean, I think that he feels that he has the best hand.
I would agree with you. Yuri still has a very strong hand here. Moncek can be playing this way with a number of pat 8s and even some pat 9s.
Raise.
And he does go for that last 75 in value.
That's what I think, right?
75 more.
Yeah, so I don't think that Yuri likes his hand anymore, but
Yep.
nevertheless. So Moncek just felt his hand was so powerful that it was worth risking that last 75K in chips. And Yuri is feeling very discouraged as he kind of got cold decked on that turn card by catching one of his best cards. Notice that he had a very weak draw with the 8-6-5-4. He probably would have lost way less had he caught a brick.
Right. And Moncek does get the full amount there. Your point about the tournament consideration is kind of interesting, that he perhaps could have actually just called and saved that 75,000 just because of the tournament considerations, but
yeah,
hard to think that you're beat too often there as well.
There's a key idea in poker tournaments when there's multiple players left in the field that chips earned are less valuable than the penalty for losing your chips, right? And the difference between having 75K chips left over versus having 0 chips left over if his hand is beat is sort of infinitely valuable to him there as he gives himself an opportunity to claw back into the tournament.
Right.
This is perhaps even more important in like the big bet games with the big blind ante, as on the next hand you then qualify for the entire big blind ante. So our stacks have leveled out once again.
Yeah. Nice looking starting hand here for Yuri.
Certainly. Right now, everyone has about 8 to 10 big bets. So very high stakes triple draw happening at the table.
And you do see Chad make a slightly tight fold here with the 5-3 against the button open, perhaps a tournament consideration.
I think that makes sense. I mean, if you have a marginal defending hand in a cash game situation, perhaps you want to reduce your variance in these spots and not commit yourself to a hand where you could potentially lose a big pot out of position with the chip stacks being so close like this.
Yeah, I think the position was a really key component there where Moncek had the 5-4 in position and Chad's got the 5-3 out of position against perhaps a slightly stronger range too in the button.
And also,
range.
obviously, the button should be playing a little bit tighter than the small blind, as the small blind only has 1 player to get through. The button has 2 to risk
exactly,
when he opens.
So look at this. This is about as even as the stacks have been all final table, within about 550,000 of each other.
Yes, and once again, it's one of the draw games producing a lot of blood and changes to the fortunes of the players. Now, I would typically fold this hand on the button, and okay, Moncek agrees.
It's a nice big O hand, but certainly not a great deuce to 7 triple draw hand.
So all the players take a sigh of relief for a moment there, as nobody had anything to play.
What time is it? Please. 5? 5. Wow.
You have a flight tonight?
No.
Play PokerGo is here, and it's where you can play free online poker anytime, anywhere. No deposits, no risk, just pure action. Jump into the ring games and tournaments, compete against players worldwide, and sharpen your game. Play now for free at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. As we continue here in this triple draw round, and Chad picking up a very nice 8-6-5-4 with an additional 5 blocker.
Yeah, and both of his opponents having literally nothing to play.
Yeah, there's 10 cards above a 9, I believe.
Chad maintaining a slim chip lead here, although all the players very close to each other and one pot away from the lead at any moment.
Chad definitely feeling very comfortable in the draw games. Moncek perhaps eagerly looking forward to no limit hold'em, which should be just around the corner, I believe.
Yes, certainly. Despite the small pair blocker here, I think just letting this go seems reasonable out of position, and he does agree.
Nice disciplined fold there from Moncek, and Chad had a big hand waiting for him in the big blind.
And as you suggested, oh, actually, we're going to put some Raz.
For some Raz, yeah.
Raz can sometimes be a bloody game. However, three-handed, we have seen it be a little bit lacking in action at times, as we have not had a matchup with 2 strong holdings. But nevertheless, you see how these guys handle this another single winner scooping game with a lot of nuances to the steal and defend situations.
And we'll see if Yuri continues to employ his strategy of finding a lot of limps. It's perhaps less of a thing in Raz, depending on the distribution of the cards. If you have the much lower card, you usually just want to be aggressive. But when the cards run similar, he may be employing that strategy a little bit.
Right. Some interesting hands out there. Yuri a little
Raz
suspicious.
stunned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, hold up. Oh boy.
Yeah, Yuri perhaps wondering if Chad is opening super wide there with the lowest card. But when it's 8, 9, 10, you can't get away with opening your entire range. So
right.
just letting go of the Jack 9, 5.
Chad indeed had a reasonable holding. Moncek wishing the game was one of the other stud variants, as he had pocket aces.
Indeed.
I thought you had Texas there, Yuri. I thought he was out of here.
At 8-6.
Yeah, I figured. I was just like, oh, we check raise, it's strong.
Yeah.
Chad indicating he was an interested observer there with a big pay jump looming.
Certainly true.
I thought. I was so happy. Oh my God, I made an 8-6. It's been a while.
7 flop. 50.
With all 3 low cards here, Moncek getting rid of the 5-8 king, and Chad coming in for the complete with a nice holding.
Will Yuri elect to defend this kind of one high, one low? No, he has good discipline here, recognizing that there's only 3 antes in the middle, and despite feeling that Chad is often stealing, he's just going to wait for more reasonable cards. And this is kind of what I meant about Raz sometimes being a lack of action short-handed, because with less money in the middle, you know, you do want to be pretty cautious on 3rd Street as you get yourself into some sticky situations.
And Chad noting that Yuri's bringing was a strong card. He can't just steal with impunity there. He can certainly have a bad one in the hole, but it's not like he's going to show up with 2 bad ones or anything like that.
We have seen almost every player except for Yuri at the table basically complete that spot in the dark, however.
Perhaps. But I don't know. I don't know about with the 7 door though.
Yeah, I guess we'll never
For
know.
Yuri, yeah.
These guys seem pretty aggressive in the stud games.
True. Now this situation where there's 2 picture cards going, very easy any 3 steal for Moncek.
Right. So this round not doing any favors to the core part of our audience out there that believes that Raz is not a particularly exciting poker game. It is
Yeah.
one of my favorite games in the mix, but maybe not at the current moment.
I think Raz is one of those games that's a lot more exciting when you're seven-handed.
Yes.
It's almost inevitable there's going to be some type of clash, and some of the multi-way situations are very interesting, noting the dead cards. Three-handed, it can be a bit stale. You can have a lot of just raise and take it's. Three-handed, I think some of the better games would be the draw games and then the big bet games.
Right, yeah. Luckily, we have one of those just around the corner here, although, you know, still some things to find in the Raz streets.
Certainly. As we see a strong hand here for Yuri. 4 with an 8-5 in the hole.
And he does indeed limp it, just
Right.
as you suggested. And Moncek has a big hand behind him.
Sticking with that consistent limp strategy. Now, Moncek at this point has seen enough of Yuri's limps to know that there are some strong hands in there. But and Yuri does go for
Yuri
the
goes
limp
for
raise.
the limp jam. Yeah, the
which
limp,
is
limp jam, the limp raise.
very reasonable. Moncek can have a lemon or a semi-lemon in his hand. A 9 or a 10,
What
perhaps.
counts as a semi? I was wondering what a semi-lemon is.
I think a
exactly.
9 is a semi-lemon.
A semi-lemon.
A 10 in this context is probably a semi-lemon as well. A little bit dependent on
Both
the
players
boards.
catch well. Yuri certainly has to feel that he has
I
the
like
best
this
hand.
check from Texas Mike. Even though he has a very strong hand, given that Yuri limp raised, I would just be respecting Yuri saying that he has a strong range and keep my range a little bit more uncapped.
I agree. This makes a lot of sense. He's kind of leaning into the weakness that
That he's
you know,
perceived
that
to
he's
have,
perceived to have.
and the strength that Yuri's perceived to have, and he can find some thin value raises later in the hand, or just have a deceptively strong hand. Also, if Yuri did pair his 7, he might just continue bluffing in some spots. Now
Both
that they
players
caught
catch a
9,
semi-lemon.
Both players catch a semi-lemon, yeah. So this easily could have paired each of them in this situation, but of course it didn't pair either of them. This is very similar to a hand we saw yesterday where, or perhaps the day before, where Scott Seaver was very optimistic about his holding just because he had under-repped on some of the earlier streets. I'd be feeling the same way if I was Mike Moncek here. I'd actually be feeling pretty good with my 9-8.
Yeah, I feel okay about it, but I do think that he's going to be very cautious here looking at the board and just giving Yuri credit for maybe a little bit more of a premium starting holding.
Certainly, yeah. It depends what he exactly thinks of Yuri's limpy raising range. But
And I think Yuri's going to kind of value own himself in this hand because he doesn't really no reason to suspect that he doesn't have the best hand the way it's played so far. I would be surprised if he checks here. He has surprised me at every opportunity, however.
although
So
at this
I
point, he
suppose
might
we'll
have
see.
thought that some of Moncek's weaker holdings would have continued or would have folded on 5th Street. And he does end up taking
He does
conservative
end up
action and
slowing
correctly
down,
checking
yeah.
back.
And once he slows down here, I think Mike can value bet his hand. Notice that Mike could have a weak hand, like you said, have that semi-lemon, and could get value from a worse 9 here. Good bet from Mike here.
And he does go for a somewhat thin value bet here.
And I don't see how Yuri can fold, although he's not happy to really pair the semi-lemon of the 9.
Yeah, this is really a close spot for Mike deciding to go for the value bet where Yuri's almost certainly drawing to a better hand. And then also a close spot for Yuri where he's got all these blockers to some of the cards that Moncek needs, but he also knows that Moncek continued with something on 5th, right?
Right.
And when Moncek pairs that card on 6th, that's very unlikely to have paired him since it's his door card. So
yeah, this
it
would
is,
be a heroic fold.
but he does actually make the call. And
What is that?
98?
985?
And Yuri does not like hearing 98
certainly
because
not.
he's
He
going to
cannot
lose
beat
to
it.
all the 98s
Yeah, he
that
cannot beat
Moncek can
any
have with that
98s.
deuce up.
So this is the first instance
Are
where
you sure?
Yuri's...
Yeah, a 987 I had. You can show my hand. 987. You have 985, right?
No, 98.
98.
Yeah, he has 987, he has 985.
987,
Okay.
yeah.
985 for deuce.
85 my cards. And an 8. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I lose.
Okay.
Thank you.
I
Moncek-
wasn't sure if she said it correctly.
Yeah,
So, sorry.
Moncek making sure he
I
won.
want to make sure you're not.
Yeah.
It just happened in the circuit, so
I know,
sorry,
that was insane.
Like the hand gets tabled or
Yeah, the Hawks flying high.
yeah.
Very classy from Texas Mike. They're just absolutely making sure that Yuri did not
I
make a
know.
mistake by maybe the dealer not announcing the hand clearly.
Yeah, Texas Mike about as classy as it gets in the high-stakes poker world.
So in that instance,
I just want to make
Yuri's,
sure you didn't muff the winner.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yuri's limpy raise working against him a little bit there as he ended up making the pot large and felt compelled to call the river bet. Both those hands were so close to each other. That was kind of a cold deck situation that we've been talking about in Raz as the two hands matched up very evenly on every street. Really, them catching basically quite fairly on every street, and Texas Mike just maintaining the lead throughout the hand.
Now here with the 9, you're going to have some hands you want to play even staring at that 5 in the face, but Moncek does not have one with the queen
Ooh,
there.
this is a tempting spot for Yuri, however. He does have a premium 2 card underneath, knowing that Chad can be raising any cards here, and Chad has it. You know, Chad has a very, very strong hand.
Oh, sorry.
Definitely a very tempting defend in a spot where Chad's got any 2 in the hole.
I don't think Yuri can get away yet.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Chad's going to continue betting his entire range here, most likely.
Chad has to be loving life right now, having such a strong hand in a situation where he can have so many weak holdings. Very interesting development on this street. I would actually like to see Chad go for a check raise.
Chad should check his range here and go for a check raise. I completely agree, Chris. He's got enough weak holdings, and Yuri a little bit less likely to have paired the 8 than he would have been some other smaller
Certainly,
cards.
He probably doesn't defend that many hands that have an 8 in the hole.
And
so.
now here is where we're going to see, does Yuri go for a tournament-style check back here? Perhaps feigning a little bit of weakness, pretending he could have paired his 8, and being a little bit fearful that Chad could be check-raising some of his stronger hands than he does.
Good call, Alex.
This is a very Yuri play, and I like it.
And now Chad can consider both options again, I believe.
Yeah, well, now I think Chad should... Yeah, you're right. He could continue to feign the weakness, or he could just accept that he knows he has the equity edge and admit that he has a good hand.
Yeah, he's just kind of, well, I mean, is he admitting he has a good hand, though? Because he still could definitely have plenty of bluffs here,
No,
right?
that's very true.
Yeah. Now, if I'm Chad, I think I want to bet this 10 on the end unimproved. I doubt that he will. He has been fairly conservative in these spots, but I could easily imagine myself having plenty of bluffs here and Yuri calling me with the queen. We have seen Yuri hero call many times already.
I think it's very reasonable. And he does catch an ace, which is a blocker to some of the cards that Chad, and he does go for this value bet.
Good bet, Chad, yeah. And I think this might get paid off.
That's a good shout out, Chris, and I like this bet a lot, and I think you're right that it might get paid off. So Yuri's wondering to himself about Chad's bet on 5th. Is this something that Chad's doing with his entire range of hands, where he's going for a check raise with some strong hands, or is there actually some weak component to his hand that's allowing him to and he does pay this off, and I think this is very reasonable and a very confident 10-7 announcement from Chad, and just kind of a cool Raz hand there.
Absolutely, and that, unfortunately for Yuri, those 2 Raz pots back-to-back have put him right back down into the very, very low danger zone.
Yuri back under 500,000 now.
These antes of the remaining Raz round, or 50K ante, is certainly going to eat up that tiny stack, and he's going to need to find a hand very quickly here. Yeah, very well played hand there from Chad, and I think actually from both players certainly, but I think that Chad recognizing the fact that you said he can have so many weak holdings in that spot that on 5th Street, even though he actually has quite a good hand, he wants to probably protect those weaker holdings that he can have, and it would have been a neat spot to find a check raise.
Yeah, so cool hand from both of them there. Yuri with that sort of tournament decision to check back on 6th.
Right, he avoided the trap, but then he wasn't able to avoid it on the later streets.
And we see another battle of low cards here with the 7 of spades being the bring-in.
So let's see if Yuri... Oh, Yuri does pick up a nice hand, and Chad has something to come with, so I assume that we're going to have an all-in here.
And Yuri again with the limp. Chris, when he's this short on chips, I might just prefer raising this hand as Yuri. Picking up the blinds or picking up the antes is so valuable at this point that I don't really feel like I need to do this balancing act when I'm under 500,000 chips.
I think that is a very good point that you make. On the other hand, it has worked out quite nicely for him, where now he has a very strong holding and he's up against some weaker ranges. He's induced Moncek to overlimp with pocket aces, and he doesn't know that Chad could have a strong hand here in the ring. And Chad actually has a monster with the 2-3-6-7 in this spot.
You make a good point. He did get a hand that he's doing very well against in to put chips in that he might not have otherwise put in. Moncek now is in a very awkward spot. Yeah. Chad could have anything. There's no way to know Chad is a big hand as he was just a bring-in. Moncek knows that he's probably a card behind.
And notice that because Moncek has pocket aces, that card that Yuri caught is particularly worrisome, right?
That's correct.
He's very unlikely to have the 4th ace in the hole.
Now, Chad might just want to push an overall equity edge, thinking that...
I think that he should. He has no fear of putting more chips in the pot here, and he just goes ahead and raises, which I think is a good play. Yuri sticks in his last chips, and Chad and Moncek gets
just
out of
folds,
the way.
which is a little bit tight in the spot where he can't get re-raised again. But
yeah, but
he's
maybe
in
he
a
recognizes
three-way
that
pot,
he's in
one
3rd
card
place.
behind.
Yeah,
reasonable.
And here we go. Yuri Dzivielevski is all in and needs to improve.
And I'll tell you, Yuri was wishing the game was stud 8, where he'd be drawing to a better low and a better flush. But it's still, he's a leader here in Raz. And Chad pulls ahead as I believe that Yuri paired his tray.
Oh, wow.
But look how close the equities are there.
Yes,
Yuri with the stronger draw, only
strong
slightly
draw.
behind the made 9 of Chad.
And now it's Yuri who has made a 9. I believe he has the better 9.
Yeah, Yuri's actually made 9-7 now.
The semi-lemons reigning supreme at the moment.
9-7-5, I should say. Yeah, the 9s.
So Chad needs to improve, or Yuri will double up.
And this is probably a spot where Yuri will request that Chad peel first, and he does, and he bricks. So Yuri does not even need to improve. And Yuri doubles up back to 1.1 million.
Yuri Dzivielevski, who's been on a wild ride all day. The adventure continues.
He simply won't die.
No one will.
And we transition to no limit Texas Hold'em, with Yuri being very shallow. Although the ante in no, or the big blind in no limit Hold'em dropping down to 75K is actually probably a welcome sight for Yuri. I don't know about you, but sometimes when I'm very short stacked in a tournament, no limit Hold'em is not nearly as scary of a game because obviously as the short stack, you don't have as many decisions to make compared to the deeper stack.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of easier to play. I think everyone has a fairly intuitive sense of how to play that sort of sub-20 big blind stack in no limit Hold'em. Although you do notice the absolute best players in the world getting very creative off of those stack sizes. But, 30 to 50 big blind poker can be a little bit more tricky sometimes in no limit Hold'em, so I tend to agree with you. And Michael Moncek picks up a very nice starting hand here on the button.
Probably immediately thinking about what he will do if Yuri were to shove in the big blind.
Yeah, good point. It would be kind of an awkward hand to have, although I think he would just be forced to call for that price, especially when he opens to 200,000, which is a larger opening size.
Is Chad thinking about putting some ICM pressure on Michael Moncek with Yuri being so shallow?
Yeah, weak ace-X is definitely the type of hand that can 3-bet here as a bluff for Chad, putting a lot of pressure on the exact type of hand that Mike has, especially if he uses a rather large sizing.
And okay, so he passes on the spot. I was going to say, if he takes it, we'll see how Michael Moncek feels about the ICM considerations.
Yuri's king-6 offsuit is kind of an uncomfortable hand given how large Moncek opened to. I think versus a smaller raise, he would be very comfortable defending this.
Yes, this feels kind of like a tweener here.
Note that despite having king high against queen high, you're really only 52%, and he does end up letting it go, which I think is reasonable given that he was facing almost a 3x open.
Chad denied us of the opportunity to see. I would have been very curious to see how Texas Mike was going to handle a 3-bet there with his queen jack suited. But a nice pickup for Texas Mike anyway, and Yuri is hoping to find a better spot this orbit.
Texas Mike sneaking up on the 4.1 million chip lead of Chad.
Yeah, he's closed the gap substantially. Everyone today taking a turn at both the top and the bottom of the chip counts.
Yeah, and Chad has another hand that would be kind of annoying facing a Yuri shove here. Pocket deuces.
But happy to run into the 6-deuce offsuit of Texas Mike and not have to face any more decisions. A good situation for the players to go out and play on the Octopi Trainer real quick on the break for this orbit.
Yes, certainly. You can drill real PGT final table spots, Chris, on the Octopi Trainer.
Oh, these guys are living the real PG.
They are, and perhaps they will eventually be. I don't know when the Octopi Trainer will incorporate mixed game spots, but that would be pretty cool. As we take a look at the cash and the ring that will accompany the winner of this event.
Is it all real money?
I think it is. Somebody said it was.
It looks pretty legit.
Texas Mike with a nice-looking suited one-gapper here in the small blind. Not a ton of incentive for Chad to raise this big blind, except for perhaps the tournament dynamics of covering Texas Mike.
Right. Chad flopping way the best of it.
King, Queen, Deuce favoring Chad. 95% equity edge. Texas Mike drawing to running 7s, running 5s, or running spades. Unless he's able to somehow bluff his way to victory, which seems unlikely, at least for now.
I suppose if he starts facing some turn and river barrels, though, the second pair is obviously always a hand that can be a little uncomfortable.
And we did see John Racer make a pretty big fold with second pair in a very different spot where he was feeling a lot of ICM pressure and the board was quite scary. This is a very different spot here, and I think that facing one more bet, Chad would feel very fine calling. On a rainbow board, perhaps not thinking he needs a ton of protection, Chad does elect to check back.
A beautiful river for Chad.
And, you know, Mike has done a pretty good job of shutting it down in spots where his opponents had hands they were going to call down with.
I was thinking the same. He's very well aware of his own image, and he knows that a lot of times his opponents are going to try to trap him when they have strong holdings.
Yeah,
he tends to try to wriggle out of those traps very often.
He knows how wide he can get to this spot with, and he's able to just release some of these hands that have very little equity or blocking properties for continuing to bet. And if Chad's able to pick up a few more chips off Moncek, then Moncek should be feeling some degree of ICM pressure, although as we've discussed, we think he's perhaps one of those players who's really just playing for the win and doesn't care as much about the ICM considerations.
Right.
As we look here at our payouts, $1.2 million for first, $725,000 for second. All three of these players have already secured almost $500,000, $450,000. Buy-in for the tournament was $100,000 with only a very small $500 in rake.
So here we see after Moncek folds his button, Chad decided to just put immediate pressure on Yuri's shallow stack in the big blind, and Yuri definitely giving it some consideration with this Queen 8.
Yeah, kind of a close combo, actually. Queen 10, I think he would be very compelled to call, not feeling as much ICM pressure, but Queen 8 offsuit just a little bit too weak.
I believe of all the players that made our final 5 today, only Yuri is in for 2 bullets. And of course, with the minimum cash being $225K, all players going to make a profit at least.
Yeah, that's right.
But I think Benny Glazer and Daniel Negreanu were both only in for 1. Many other players were less fortunate and had to rebuy and did not cash. So
yeah, that's true. Nick Schulman, unfortunately, our bubble boy yesterday, I believe he was in for 2 bullets. Among others, I think there were about 6 or 7 players, Chris, who bought in twice. Some players bought in twice on day 1.
Right.
Didn't even
Others
make it
elected
to
to
day 2.
wait until day 2.
Others waited until day 2, yeah.
Well, Yuri, of course, looking for a situation. Maybe this one is good enough to limp. Probably not a hand you'd want to be open shoving.
And he does go all in.
And of course, he fools me immediately.
Oh,
again.
wow. And Texas Mike has picked up pocket 6s and snap calls.
And Yuri is in a bad spot.
Texas Mike now a 2-1 favorite to eliminate Yuri Dzivielevski and get heads up with Chad Eveslage. Eveslage, rather. As you can see, Chad standing up. Clear rooting interest in this hand.
An interested bystander here.
Wow, and Yuri flops an 8 right
Yuri
away.
is unkillable today.
Note that Moncek does have a gut shot.
Yes, I may have spoken too soon, but so far Yuri has been unkillable today.
Ace on the turn, changing nothing. Moncek's going to need a 6 or a 7 to eliminate Yuri. Otherwise, Yuri's going to double back up to 1.6 million. And the Jack of Diamonds completes the board. Yuri back up to 1.6 million. And Chris, we have seen a lot of fluctuations in the sack size of the Brazilian today, have we not?
Absolutely. He has been all over the place. And every time he has gotten very, very short, he has found a way to survive. So I'm not sure I'm super well versed in 10 big blind shoving ranges from the small blind, but that struck me as a little bit thin. And maybe against Texas Mike in the big blind, it wouldn't be the sort of spot I would want to be going a little light.
Yeah, I think if it's in there, it's the very bottom. But I suspect Yuri knows his ranges well enough to not be making a big error there. I know the suited connectors tend to be hands that really enjoy shoving because they have okay equity against the strong hands like the ace-king offsuits and something like that. A4 suited, of course, potentially not in that connector category, but
sure,
connector adjacent.
Nevertheless, everyone fights on.
And now Chad's chip lead is feeling a little bit more powerful.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking maybe that he could have chosen to choose this one pre as a raise.
Yeah, sometimes you do get to raise some of these weaker holdings.
Now he's maybe happy not to have.
In no limit hold'em, facing limp from the small blind.
Interesting that almost the exact same flop texture happened their last blind battle, and Moncek stabbed at it with 7-5. This time he has 7-4 and elects to go a different route.
Right, and Chad's exact hand, I think, makes for a pretty decent check in the big blind, by the way. I think you tend to want to be a little bit more polarized, raising some stronger hands and some really, really trash hands that can fold out dominating hands.
So Chad's check back on the flop has earned him a small bet from Texas Mike on the turn here.
And I like that check back when he has such a
Whoa.
weak range.
This river card actually could be one that Chad, I thought Chad was basically never folding top pair, but.
And now we just expect this to go check.
Yeah. Mike does not go for it, and Chad is able to rein in another small pot. And that is the end of our no limit hold'em round. So Yuri did get all in and survive, but everyone fights on with a slight change to the chip stacks there.
Yeah, worth noting, I feel like the distribution of cards we've seen in No Limit Hold'em has been very interesting. We've been seeing a lot of weak hands get dealt in general, and then that one time we saw 3 extremely strong premiums hands all get dealt in the same hand and lead to what could have potentially been a 3-way all-in, but Yuri was able to escape with his pocket 9s.
That's true.
As we get a nice split screen here of all the players. They might be feeling some fatigue now, Chris, after 3 long, difficult days of play, but...
Absolutely. But when you're at these final table spots, a lot of times your adrenaline just kind of keeps you going and carries you forward. And it's after the tournament ends that you really start to collapse.
I think we've all had that feeling once you bust a monumental tournament. Whether you do well or poorly, you just feel very fatigued. And I've taken some naps in those sorts of situations. As we see a new game, Omaha 8 or better, and Texas Mike with a very strong hand on the button.
I think I will also be feeling some fatigue at the end of these 3 long days.
Yeah, I can definitely relate to that. There's different type of stress in the booth, perhaps.
Yuri passing up on a very marginal potential defense spot, which we've seen from all the players, which makes a lot of sense for the tournament considerations, as he has just built himself up to a playable stack now.
A lot less financial stress for us in the booth here, Chris, but...
Speak for yourself. I've got $20 on the line here.
That's true. I'm free-rolling Chris right now, so early on in the tournament, I tried to get an even money $20 bet, betting on my man Texas Mike to win the tournament and giving Chris his man Matt Ashton, but due to Texas's overwhelming chip lead at the time, I conceded that I needed to lay some slight odds. So it's my $30 now free rolling against Chris's $20. I've got Texas Mike to win the event.
Yeah, so you've been very doing a good job of keeping unbiased in the booth, but I think in your heart,
well, I'm sweating that $20.
Yeah.
It's been a rough trip for me, Chris. I busted 2 bolts in the 25K, so I'll take what I can get around here. As we see Yuri come in with the raise, very strong hand here. Anytime you have an ace with a wheel card, a suited ace, and a king, it's a lot of things going for you.
Yeah, I noticed a good fold from Texas Mike in the big blind. These, even though he had pocket 10s, the hand is very, very poor with 1 small card and 3 diamonds in his hand. Not the sort of combination in Omaha 8 or better that can lead to many, many good boards. Yuri's still on our short stack, but not nearly as short as he was a moment ago. All players being very deliberate and conservative as these big betting limits now of 300K on the big betting streets representing such a sizable portion of all of their chip stacks.
A hand that in PLO would be a very tempting open, but in Omaha 8 or better where you have no low potential, I like that fold, Chris. Even double suited, perhaps you'd open it, but it's not as strong a hand as it may look.
It's very weak. Not only does it have no low component, but sometimes the 9s and the 10s in this game are also a little bit overrated by players because even when you end up making things like straights with those cards, there's always either higher hands available or a low available on the board, so you can't scoop.
Note that Chad made a bit of a conservative check pre-flop facing limp with ace-7-6-4, but now he does go ahead for the bet with bottom 2 pair and a low draw.
Both players having the same current high, but Chad having the ace-4 in his hand is actually way ahead equity-wise.
Interesting card. I wonder if Moncek would ever consider turning his hand into a bluff with the 8 of diamonds in his hand with flush and straight blockers, but perhaps he's just too strong with his 2 pair here.
I don't know if he's feeling very strong about his hand at all here. Obviously, the flushes loom, and he actually makes a pretty conservative laydown there, but I don't necessarily fault it.
Kind of an interesting spot where with the cards he has, he could kind of go any of all 3 options there.
Yeah, you had mentioned earlier about the properties of like bluffing in a game like Omaha 8 or better. You do have to be wary because if the river card comes a low, you will often get called by a hand that's just trying to get its half, and then you don't have a particularly strong holding.
Right, and typically also using blockers to make bluffs is less effective when you can only bet minimum bets and raises as opposed to PLO where you can put a lot of pressure on your opponent.
Very true. Hey, there we are.
Larger sizings. Indeed, there we are. Not our best pictures, I'd say, Chris, either one of us.
Yeah, that was several days into the tournament series already. You want to read this?
And yeah, we've got a tweet from Michael Iverson saying, we are doing a great job on the mixed game commentary. I don't know if I want to read this tweet. Just feels a bit
we compliment each other so well, and we're explaining it. Yeah. Hey,
yeah,
thanks.
well,
Thanks,
you.
Michael.
Thank you, Mike Iverson. We do appreciate it. And I can tell you, on behalf of Chris, we're both very honored to be covering such a prestigious event. Both of us certainly mixed game enthusiasts for a long time, and it's really a pleasure to be in the booth watching these top-level players play and just getting a chance to consider some strategies that perhaps we don't employ ourselves, or that we might glean some information from the way these great minds think.
Absolutely, and if anyone is watching today but missed the previous days, I think that the day one coverage when everyone was very deep stacked, and a lot of the players that we had at our tables on day two that we don't get to see very often on streamed poker shows are all well worth a watch.
Yeah, somebody like Ray D comes to mind, where he's mostly a cash game player, so seeing how somebody who's been playing the highest stakes cash games for a very long time approaches these spots. As we go back to the action here, Chad Eveslage with a nice two-way hand here, top pair of jacks and an ace-4 low. Note that Yuri has also a bit of a two-way hand and does make the best hand on the river with deuces and nines.
Yeah, very funny river card. Yuri called on the flop fairly light with a deuce and a 6-8 low draw, turned a very good card by picking up a straight and flush draw, and has now made a very marginal two-pair. And this sort of seems like he's turning his hand to a bluff.
Ace jack, one pair.
Yeah, this is a bit of an interesting bet from Chad.
Yeah.
And my question to you is going to be, if Chad does elect to check the river, does Yuri ever go for value with deuces and nines?
I would have thought no.
A little tricky because all those low draws miss, so
Right.
maybe now Chad can have a lot of one-pair hands that want a hero call. Kind of an interesting spot all around.
Yeah, it was interesting. I am a little surprised to see Chad turn his hand into a bluff on that river card. You could see that when he got called, he did not like his hand. He was not feeling very confident that he was betting for value with top pair there.
Feels a little mergy to me. It's some of these spots, it is possible you can actually sometimes get a better hand to fold and sometimes get a worse hand to call. And when the pot gets big, sometimes you just defer to betting. But I agree, a bit of an unusual bet from Chad there.
And note that Yuri did call very quickly there by making two pair in the end. When the low misses on the river in Omaha 8 or better, you do have to be much more optimistic. I think I've said this already on the stream, but by having no low potential on the board, now when you call and you are correct, you scoop the whole pot. So that is a situation where you do need to be very optimistic and get to showdown quite often.
And of course, all these players great in all the games. I think if you were to ask Chad what his weaker games in the mix are, he might concede that it would be PLO and Omaha 8 or better.
This is a bit of a misstep from Chad Eveslage. This hand is very, very poor in Omaha 8 or better, and he may be just trying to press his chip advantage, but these players are not particularly short compared to him. And notice that Yuri's coming in with a hand that he was probably hoping to get to fold, like a marginal 3-4-5-7. And now Chad's playing King, Jack, Jack, Deuce in a three-way pot, and this cannot be a pleasant situation.
And note that he does have a lot of equity to win the high, but he's no potential to win the low. And this is a lowy type of board, and a board that Yuri likes quite a bit with the 5-3 low and a little bit of high potential, really looking to hit that deuce.
I do like Chad just deciding to check back this board, knowing that he's not going to get two players to fold, and his hand has nowhere to go.
And Chris, I agree with you. In a game where equities run as close as they do in Omaha 8 or better, you simply can't use that same pedal to the metal strategy that Chad's employing that he might be able to do in PLO,
Right.
no limit single draw even, perhaps stud high. You can't quite do that in 08 where equities run close and players are going to be a little bit more sticky pre-flop.
A nice bet from Yuri here gets both players to fold some equity and is able to scoop the pot. He did have the 3-5 low already with an open ender and a pair.
Yeah, with the third nut low there and players showing a little bit of weakness in front of him, he just felt that he had the best low draw enough, and that gave him the confidence to bet there, also with a little bit of high potential with his open ender.
Yeah, just reading the situation well, that Chad wasn't trapping on the flop, and that Texas Mike did not necessarily have a strong high or low hand in the big blind as well. So a nice pickup for Yuri, and all of a sudden he is maybe right back towards the top of the counts.
And Chris, have you ever wanted to play on No Gamble, No Future? PokerGo has partnered with Splash Sports for the NGNF 50K Vegas Madness Contest. Not only can you win $50,000, but the prize includes a $5,000 package to come to Las Vegas and play on the show. Join the contest at splashsports.com/NGNF. It's limited to 223 entries. Not sure how they settled on that number, so get in there now before it sells out.
Question, do I have to know how to play No Limit Hold'em?
Well, you have some idea, right? You've watched this stream.
Well, yeah, good point. I've been studying.
You've been watching these great No Limit Hold'em minds.
All right, I like my chances just fine then.
Yeah.
Yuri not quite at the chip lead, but very healthy stack all of a sudden after finding himself all in not long ago with the 8-4 against pocket sixes. So quite a day for all the players here, but particularly for Yuri as he has bounced around the leaderboard. Chad pushed it one step too far, I think, with that King Jack Jack 2.
Yeah, perhaps feeling a little flustered after that bet he made that we think was a little bit unusual with the Ace Jack, and it very immediately opened the King Jack Jack Deuce. But now we're in a game where perhaps the chip leader can apply a little bit more pressure here in stud high, where you end up with a lot of marginal hands.
Yeah, your opponents don't often get dealt that many strong holdings, although Yuri does here have pocket sixes, although he runs right into the eights of Texas Mike.
And note that Yuri has been limping a lot, now does elect to open with the biggest door card.
Mildly surprising to me, only because there is a dead 6 out there. He could see the 6 of hearts as Chad's bringing card, so you would think that maybe this would cause him to want to be a little bit more tentative or passive.
But perhaps he also just wants to win the pot right now against the marginal hands, given that the 6 is dead.
Right.
And now I think that Yuri should just continue his bet on the strength of his board, even though Moncek played the 8 for a call.
Certainly. Moncek is deferring to the jack that he can see, a little bit worried about his 8s being behind the jacks. So he's playing carefully so far, which makes sense.
The nice thing about betting a board like this on 4th Street as Yuri is that if you catch a very nice-looking card, sometimes you just win the pot right away on 5th Street. Yuri did catch a nice-looking card for his board, but Moncek catching that suited ace of hearts, blocking some of the things Yuri's pretending to have, could be a little bit concerning to him.
Yeah, this is a tricky situation for both players now, as Yuri has got to be a little bit worried about opening the action here with his marginal hand, but if he were able to do it, Moncek would also be worried. However, it does go check-check, and Moncek makes the open queens versus the open 9, so Moncek now should feel much better about his hand, as even if Yuri did have those jacks, he has overtaken that hand.
Right, I think a very comfortable value bet here for Moncek, especially after Yuri checks back on 5th Street.
And Yuri's hand is pretty dead now, you know. He sees the queens, a 6 was dead. If Moncek has a reasonable hand here, he's in very, very bad shape, and we can see that he is only 11% to win. So
at the same time,
wow,
Yuri goes for a raise.
He is turning his hand into a bluff here, representing that he has a 9 in his hand. This is an interesting play. I did not expect this. Yuri has surprised me on so many hands today with his unorthodox plays and his creative mindset towards all these limit games. And Moncek is very uncomfortable
This
with
is
queens and eights
creative,
here.
but Chris, I think it's also possible, and I'm not saying this is the primary reason driving the raise, but it's possible Yuri thinks he has the best hand some frequency of the time, given that all that Moncek did was call. He could have had 3 diamonds or something like that. He's looking at a queen. It's unlikely Moncek has an ace. Those queens could be the only thing Moncek has.
I suppose we'll see how he feels about it. If he decides to bet the river, he's very clearly bluffing, although now his hand has improved slightly to jacks and 9s.
Although it hasn't really improved,
No.
because with Moncek showing queens,
Yeah,
you're
you're
either
right.
losing.
Yeah. Okay, so he's given up.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess he just didn't believe that Moncek had the 8s to start.
Yeah, I think he thought that there was some chance that he had the best hand.
Thank you.
Well, nevertheless, a consequential pot as Moncek is able to scoop a pretty big one with two bets going in on 6th Street.
Certainly an interesting one there.
I had the 8 to start.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah.
I figured, but it was, it's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe Yuri was thinking, well, I may have to call down in this spot anyway if I don't believe him, so I could just put the 2 bets in now,
Yeah,
and maybe I could get him to fold unimproved queens, which also actually have a lot of equity against me.
So if Moncek ever just folds the queens right away, it's a really good result. If he calls with the queens, he gets some money in good. I think he didn't think he was beat often enough, but still, certainly a bit of an unorthodox raise from Yuri, as we see Moncek back to second in chips.
Yeah, cool hand.
A nice deuce to 7 Raz hand for Moncek.
A nice, fine starting hand for Chad here in any situation, but particularly given that he has a small chip lead now, he can kind of push it just slightly.
And sometimes with 3 overcards there, as you'd be somewhat tempted to play against the 5, but the 6 queen jack 2 suit just a little too disjointed, and not wanting to play big pots against the chip leader.
Certainly. As we see the face of Daniel Negreanu on the sideboard here for the PGT Championship, who finished in 4th place many hours ago here at our final table, as these 3 players have been battling for quite some time now.
Another strong performance from Daniel Negreanu, who's got a number of final tables in this PokerGo studio across the years that this has existed. And Yuri picks up a very strong hand, and look at this balancing.
Back to the limps.
Back to the limps. Such a premium hand. And one thing that this does is it it forces players in with some weaker hands, and then they end up having to call down sometimes with weaker hands.
Yeah, let's see what happens now because Chad has made the open 2s.
And Chad very confidently bets his open 2s. This is an interesting spot because, as I mentioned, Chad has just it's not like Chad defended, right?
Right.
So he has just anything in the hole. So the deuces is not perhaps as strong or as scary of a board as it would look otherwise.
I'm curious to see how Yuri approaches this. Okay, so it actually makes sense to me that he's raising because what I would be thinking here is his weaker hands that limp would basically always fold in the situation, right? So when he continues, alarm bells should be going off in Chad's head anyway. So he may as well go ahead and try to get some value the times his queens are best, which they are.
Yeah, and perhaps he just wants to be able to control the future streets and receive those checks, as we've seen in some other spots. But yeah, just getting those 2s to fold some chunk of equity right now is a very good result.
Yeah, Chad had 34% in the hand, so that was indeed a good result. And I think that actually Chad probably could find a continue there. Yeah. I like Chad's lead there. Obviously, we know that Yuri can have many weak holdings, and because his range is completely uncapped, as we don't know what he has, obviously he's going to have 3 2s at some frequency as well. So yeah, I think he just kind of gets to bet his board there.
Yeah, I think it's close when the door card is so low.
Well,
just
if
depends
Yuri,
exactly
if Yuri
how wide you
a little
think
bit more
Yuri's
relevant to his limping to his up card,
also
maybe
true,
that would
yeah.
be more concerning.
It's hard to know what's relevant to Yuri's up cards given the range of hands he's been limping with. Yeah, watching these guys play stud has been a lot of fun.
Well, Yuri's got the ace of spades, so I assume he'll limp.
And he does just decide to open this one, perhaps thinking that his blocker to the jack is enough of a reason. It gives him a little bit less equity, and it also reduces Moncek's continues a little bit.
You know, we should just take whatever I think is going to happen when Yuri has action and then just bet on the opposite thing.
He's definitely surprised me a number of times as well.
I'm like 1 for 90 on predicting what he's going to do.
And when you play somebody like Yuri who's capable of changing gears and employing both the limps and the raises, it really keeps you on your toes. It's
Absolutely.
a lot easier to play against somebody who is more predictable and where you can kind of understand the types of hands they might be opening with. When somebody plays a lot of limps, it's very hard to try to figure out exactly what that range is, what their opening range is, what hands overlap into each range, and it throws a little bit of confusion into your opponent's heads for sure.
Another advantage to it is that your opponents are probably very unfamiliar with playing a lot of limp pots, but because you do it all the time, you are more familiar with it. So you have a lot of an experience edge in these funky spots.
That's a really good point, Chris.
Somewhat like how very good PLO players are very comfortable playing limp pots to widen their ranges as well, right?
Right, as we hear tournament director Paul Campbell.
Maybe giving them a heads up that the levels are going to increase soon. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like this will be the last hand of stud 8 or better, and then I believe we will be switching over to no limit single draw. Yuri with an extremely weak hand, and wow. This one surprises me a little bit, Chris. The 6, 9, 10 Badugi. I think this is just a little too light.
Yeah, he's really really fallen in love with this strategy.
Oh, you know, for some reason I thought we were playing stud 8 or better. In stud high, I can understand this a little bit more, but it's still a little bit loose.
I do like that he gets away from it in a multi-way spot. Like he recognizes that the ace behind him completing is bad for him, and Chad continuing has something.
Yeah, I think I can actually get on board with this in stud high. For some reason, I was thinking it was 8 or better.
Chad, again, just showing that he kind of, when he has an ace in the hole, he seems to not believe that Texas Mike can have a good hand. Notice that he's even continuing against the good up card that Mike has caught on 4th Street.
Yeah, he's really just floating here. And now, once Mike catches 3 to a steel wheel, this might spell the end of it for Chad.
Chad is fortunate to have not improved on this street, as Texas Mike has an absolute monster.
Powerhouse.
And you're never going to believe this, but all 3 players are within about 400,000 chips.
Yeah, this is the closest. We had one other situation where they were within about 600,000, but this is the closest that they've been. As we switch the game to no limit single draw.
The difference between 1st place and 3rd place is $750,000. And all these players are very similar in stacks and very shallow.
What a sweat.
We are doing some extremely high-stakes gambling right now.
And as we can see, no limit single draw. Similar to deuce to 7 triple draw, you're trying to make low hands, meaning aces are bad, straights are bad, and flushes are bad. The best hand you can make is 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. You get one chance to exchange as many cards as you want, and then it's no limit betting on the final street. So often in this game, you're going to be looking to draw to 10 or 9 lows. 8 low draws and 7 low draws are really ultra premiums. And then you have the battle of some weak pat hands at some point as well, which we look at something like this for Texas Mike, which could be either a draw to a 10 or a weak pat jack, depending on how the action goes.
Yeah, these jacks can be very difficult to play as they're complicated hands. Yuri has not much here in the big blind, although his hand does have some of the properties you'd be looking for in a bluffing candidate.
True. I think the only way to play this hand as Yuri, perhaps, is to 3-bet and snow it, or he could potentially call and draw 3.
I wonder how Texas Mike would react to a 3-bet.
And he does go for this 3-bet.
Yeah, this is a very uncomfortable spot for Texas Mike. I think this 3-bet size is a little too large, by the way, but you know, he's leaving himself a very awkward amount for the river.
Right. Sometimes you do go a little, and Texas is really thinking this over. Sometimes you do go a little larger out of position in no limit deuce, just because you're going to have some marginal pat hands that are very vulnerable against those draw ones, and you just don't mind taking the pot down right away. But perhaps given the stack sizes, this is a little bit on the large side.
So Mike is continuing. I'm really a little just unsure what his plan is in the head. I believe Yuri's going to stand pat.
Yeah, now if Mike had something like a jack 9-5-4 deuce or jack 8-5-4 deuce, this makes a lot more sense where he can pat facing a draw or draw quite often facing a pat.
Super interested to see how Texas Mike views this situation. Because if he pats behind, he's effectively bluffing himself. He does not beat value. He could draw 1 to this 10-5. I believe he was hoping that Yuri was going to draw 1.
I agree. And it's not that compelling of a draw is the problem with breaking the jack off. But at the same time, you only pat hands you beat are snows.
So for what it's worth, if you do think your opponent is bluffing very often here, you can draw and then just call the river anyway.
I would have actually preferred Mike to just move all in pre-flop, Chris, if he was going to choose to continue with this hand.
That would have given him more
then
options.
You can fold your opponent off of some of his snows. You can actually fold your opponent potentially off some weak-made hands, and then you have that option to break or pat depending on what your opponent does.
Okay, so Yuri needs to jam now. He cannot win a showdown. This is a very nerve-wracking situation because if he were to get snapped, he knows he's out of the tournament. I suppose he'll leave a few chips behind. I don't think he's going to go for a small size, and he does just say all in.
He just goes all in. Wow.
And Texas Mike, I do not believe, can call. This would be an insanely heroic call, having paired his 4 on the end. It would have actually been a very interesting spot had Moncek caught a 10 low on the river, as that hand also would not necessarily want to call this spot. Texas Mike seems to believe that Yuri is bluffing in this situation, at least at some frequency. He has not immediately released, and even the fact that he continued pre-flop is telling me that Texas Mike has a non-belief in this hand. Look at him throwing out his time banks, really, really believing that Yuri is capable of having a snow in this situation.
This is wild. Texas Mike, and does he have, Chris, the type of hand that actually looks like it would be very good against the blockers?
He asked how much, so he wants to get a full count. I mean, all hands are sort of equal against a pat snowing range. I mean, yes, it does make some sense that he doesn't have any of the
I think the 8s and 9s are often very featured in those pat ranges, right?
But the way Texas Mike approaches poker, I believe that he just has maybe a good read of the situation. He does seem to play more instinctually than some of the other players at the table, not necessarily using his blockers to make decisions.
Also, Chris, worth noting, the stacks are all so close. This would be for almost all of Texas's Mike's chips as well. So Chad is an extremely interested observer who would like to see a call no matter what the result of the showdown is.
Let's not underrate how impressive of a bluff this is from Yuri. To take this hand and go for it with the 3 chip stacks being as close as they are, this is an incredibly heroic play.
And Texas Mike is not posturing. He is genuinely considering calling Yuri with a pair of 4s.
This could be like the dumbest call of all time, or like the sickest.
Yuri cannot like hearing that.
He is sniffing something out here.
I haven't seen a 6, 7, or 8 yet.
Alex, you called it.
Yeah, he really thinks that those...
I paired.
10 seconds.
If I draw 1, how can you jam? You just started with like a good 8 or 7.
Time extension.
I would be...
How can you jam if I draw 1?
My pulse would be going 200 miles an hour in Yuri's seat.
He's so gangster.
Wow.
And he makes the call.
An incredible hero call from Texas Mike Moncek. Unbelievable. One of the greatest hands I've ever seen of this game.
guys.
Yep, good game.
Chris, that's outstanding. And
I cannot believe that just happened.
Mike really showed a lot of high-level concepts in his thought process
Dean's
there.
gonna yell at me forever if this is like the dumbest move ever.
That was amazing.
So
I'm
you were-
speechless. I'm stunned.
That line's almost always a bluff, but I thought Yuri had it that time because Yuri's good enough. You know what I mean? He's good enough to like do it with like if he had a 9, he would do. I think if he had like a good 9, he would do it too. It's like
I got goosebumps for that one. Let's go.
no, a lot of players. Well,
was impressive.
that was sick.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to give you guys about a 10-minute break while we set it up. Chad, we're going to have you move over.
Absolutely incredible, and we have lost Yuri.
Chris, we're going to take a quick break after that. Extremely impressive hand. Michael Moncek back on the top of the counts. We're going to be heads up against Chad Eveslage when we return. Welcome back to the PokerGo studio at the Aria Resort and Casino for continuing coverage of the $100,000 mixed game Super High Roller Bowl. I'm Alex Livingston, joined alongside Chris Vitch. And Chris, I think that was one of the coolest hands either one of us have ever seen in a live tournament setting.
Alex, I tried to use the break to pick my jaw back up off the floor. I'm not sure I was entirely successful. That was incredibly heroic, an incredibly thoughtful play from Texas Mike Moncek. Yuri with a brave snow in no limit single draw. And unfortunately for him, ran into a great player who made a great decision, and we have lost Yuri in third place after a roller coaster day.
And Chris, Moncek, not somebody who typically talks too often at the table, but he said a couple things during that hand that really gave me some insight into his mentality, and he made a lot of very good points about that hand. One is he hadn't seen any 6s, 7s, 8s, or 9s, perhaps cards that Yuri would use to snow with as we take a look at those payouts. $1.2 million for first place, $725K for a runner-up. And the second one was that he thought that a lot of the time when Yuri plays that hand, 3-bets out of position, pats, and Moncek draws, presumably to a very good hand, although he was only drawing to a 10 in that case, Yuri's going to have a lot of incentive to check because he's going to, or perhaps go for a small bet. He's going to have a lot of sort of weaker pat hands.
Absolutely.
So really demonstrating a quite high-level thinking in a game that perhaps, I'm not sure how much he's played, but he's certainly demonstrated a very high level of expertise there.
It's one thing to think about all those things properly, which I give him credit for already. It's another thing to pull the trigger when you know that if you're wrong, you are effectively crippled in the tournament, and they're playing for so much money against such high-level competition.
And Chris, I think some players would have just snap-folded there after pairing the 4.
Or even folded pre-flop. It seemed the entire hand he did not believe Yuri for some reason.
4 fold.
As we see Chad take down a nice pot there with a pat 10.
So these guys are playing heads up for $475,000, the difference between second place and first place. Both experienced heads up players, both having multiple World Series of Poker bracelets, numerous accomplishments, titles. So we are in for a fierce battle. Both players probably much more comfortable in a short-handed and heads up environment than even at a full ring table.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Chris. These are two of the guys that, if I were to say at the start of the tournament, who are the better short-handed players, I would have put these two towards the top of the list. Chad certainly will open sit tables online and battle some of the best in heads-up and three-handed environments. And Texas Mike as well, somebody who is just very happy to get in there and battle almost anybody at any time.
And obviously, a player that is more on the loose, aggressive end of the spectrum certainly benefits from that style of play and short-handed play.
Yeah, really interested to see how these guys go at it with each other, and especially in the big bet games.
Yeah, so you'll see the ranges changing for heads-up poker, as obviously each player has tons of incentive to play tons and tons of hands and fight for that ante. Here we have Chad defending a 9-8-4, which is super reasonable, and Moncek opened a 10-9, 6-6-3 on the button. And again, a very reasonable combo, both quite normal holdings at this point.
Right, notice how much the ranges change as we get to heads-up from the start of the final table where we were 5-handed.
And this is a large ante that they're playing with in each pot here. So.
Yeah, good point, Chris, is that in the stud games, the ante's actually a lot smaller when you get heads up because the players are anteing individually, while here the ante is a constant size no matter how many players are at the table.
Right, so that will have a big impact on all the big bet games that you mentioned. It'll also have an influence on the TLO and the no limit holding rounds.
Yeah, perhaps leads to a little more blood in the big bet and perhaps a little bit of tighter play in the stud rounds.
Still our levels?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, we don't produce.
Heads up no limit single draw is a very difficult game, as obviously you have to play a number of weak holdings and also make sure that you find bluffs like the one that Yuri tried to employ earlier. Notice that even Chad is coming in here with a hand as weak as ace, queen, jack, jack 3, and the fact that he's coming in raising makes me think that he's planning on bluffing with this combination.
Chris, do you think you would have just let this one go, knowing that perhaps we need to fold some hands?
Typically when you're looking for bluffing combinations in single draw, you'd like to have pair blockers. The hand that Yuri held was at least a very a reasonable combination to choose to snow with, having the two bad pairs that block some of the value hands that he could be up against.
You're not the. I'm the.
Oh, sorry.
Absolutely. Let's note that Yuri played that hand really well too. He just ran into a soul read.
Sometimes you just get outplayed.
By Texas Mike, yeah.
Yeah, that play works very well against almost anybody, probably in the tournament. Chad even said from the sideline after the hand, as they were discussing the hand a little bit, that he believed that Yuri had a strong hand there for some reason. So clearly, you know, not everyone had the same read.
Right.
Texas Mike just had a great read of the situation. I mean, even from the pre-flop, I felt that it was possible that he could just fold the Jack-10 to a 3-bet, but instead he wanted to continue, and he wasn't even sure how he wanted to continue. It was a great decision for him to choose to draw 1. If he stands pat behind, it's possible that Yuri abandons the bluff.
True.
The fact that he ended up drawing 1 and drawing at the 10 and then calling with a pair of 4s induced Yuri to go ahead and fire the last barrel.
So you just draw 1 and then call no matter what. I wonder if he would have called with a pair of 10s.
That would have been pretty wild.
Chris, worth noting that at one point single draw was limping was not an option in no limit single draw. They changed that rule.
Yeah.
Now that limping is an option, do you expect to see some of that employed heads up here with this big ante? We haven't seen it yet. We've seen some marginal hands raise the button.
It does not appear that we're going to see it from either of these two players, as they both have had opportunities to do so, and neither has taken it. I think that you should expect to see a lot of limping in this situation theoretically, because with that big ante in the middle, it's just so tempting to just complete for 50K more and get to fight for it in position.
Now,
this is kind of a wild bet here.
Yeah, this is a 2-3 drawing situation. and Moncek's hand doesn't make a ton of sense to me. It could be a very, very thin value bet.
It does appear indeed that he's not. I don't think that he's. Oh, okay. So here maybe we have not updated the hand. I was going to say I do not think he was thinking he was bluffing, but here he's actually made a very strong holding given the situation.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense. The 10-7 certainly more than enough hand to go for a value bet.
Yeah, especially after you've drawn 3, right? And the fact that he's gone for a large sizing, a relatively large sizing, makes sense. Actually, he could have gone even bigger, I would say. Chad thinking of hero calling with the ace, the 9 and the 8 in his hand, not the ideal cards to see.
Chad always very curious.
Certainly.
Trying to get a little bit of extra information.
Right. If you can fold, I had it.
Everyone always has it on the 3. That's why you got to do. That's why you got to bluff.
Last hand of NL2.
As we hear the last hand of No Limit Deuce here coming up.
I believe that Yuri probably would have approached this heads-up no-limit single draw situation differently, as we did see him employing limping in a number of the games, and so it does make sense that he would also probably consider limping more on the button than these two players have chosen to. But it ends up creating a little bigger action and bigger pots for us with a raise-only strategy on the button, so maybe we'll be happy to see that. Sometimes you want to be very careful in those limped pots, as there's not so much money in the middle now to fight for.
Makes sense. Chad definitely enough of a hand to play on the button here.
Right, and just coming in for a small raise.
Having that extra 9, always nice to block your opponent from having strong hands and continues.
Yeah, so in a ring game environment, you would rarely draw to a 3-card 10, but I think this is a totally reasonable play for Moncek.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me for both these players to be drawing 2.
It's just rare that you're going to get a big confrontation, as both players are drawing 2 to such weak holdings that it's kind of hard for them to make anything that can really cold deck each other in these sort of situations. And as you see here, it's like a pair of 5s versus a pair of 9s.
Chad probably feeling like he needs to bluff this hand.
Yeah, I think 9s is probably bad enough to bluff.
Although perhaps a little fearful after seeing the call that Moncek made earlier against Yuri's pad hand.
Absolutely, and he goes for a large size. This makes a lot of sense.
I like this.
Building a strategy around making a 9 low and going for a big sizing here.
Right, just like in Hold'em, you want your bluffs to somewhat mimic your value hands. Having 2 9s, a 9 is a value hand that Chad would often have here.
Don't look now, but Texas Mike has not immediately folded his pair of 5s. He does indeed appear to like hero calling.
He might be thinking about the same logic he was thinking about earlier.
Yes.
He hasn't seen any 9s, 8s, 7s, or 6s. Now, he has seen the 10 and the Jack, which could be cards that Chad would pair and bluff with.
He has extremely good instincts for these situations, and another good potential hero calling hand, and he's going to make it.
He does it again.
Pot after pot, Moncek is winning huge no-limit single draw pots with pairs.
Worth noting that Moncek made what we thought was an overly tight fold, facing that small raise from Chad earlier in that draw 3 situation, but now has been calling with
Yeah,
couple
he is
pairs
loving
very
no limit single draw
He's
right
getting
now.
locked in, and I believe, unfortunately for him, the game is about to change.
Yeah, Chad is very happy to see a new game.
4 hands of each game, gentlemen.
So now we're doing 4 hands of each game, Chris, while we were doing 6 earlier in the final table.
Oh, that'll be fun. We'll get to go through the rotation
mixing it up a little bit more
quickly. As we switch over to a limit poker game with 200 and 400,000 betting limits for Limit Hold'em. A very bloody game. Heads Up Limit Hold'em is a game where you play a lot of hands, and you should see a lot of aggressive 3-bets out of the big blind. Obviously, Ace-King being an easy candidate considering the strength of the hand. So, certainly a game I'm very familiar with, having played a ton of Limit Hold'em earlier in my poker career. A very good flop texture for the button player here. You don't necessarily need to continuation bet your entire range in this spot as Chad. I believe Texas Mike could go for a raise here to try to punish him right away, and he does choose to do so. Ace King definitely needs to continue, although he cannot be very happy about it. This is a situation where if I were to turn an ace, I would probably want to go ahead and take the lead back, knowing that the ace is a very likely good card for my 3-betting range.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The king is an interesting card because he could probably go for a check raise on this card. He may be a little bit worried about the clubs that are on the board, but I think in heads-up poker, this hand's just strong enough.
With his stack, too, Chris, where he only has about 2.5 bets left, I think he just feels comfortable enough with top pair, top kicker. Of course, sometimes you're going to get cooler and be out of the tournament, but I think you just want to get the value now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're beat in this situation with only 2.5 bets left.
Yeah, I mean, he has a very strong hand.
And Mike cannot necessarily fold here, as obviously he has enough equity to continue against just one pair of kings.
Now, does he want to just call and figure out what he wants to do with the last 175, or is 175 such a small amount that maybe he just puts it in and hopes that Chad has some sort of semi-bluff with a big club?
Yeah, it is a tough decision because on the end it's going to be really hard for him to fold no matter what, right?
Yeah, the pot is just too large, and you can see that Moncek actually has 20% equity, so he's definitely getting the right price.
I think both players have played this hand well. The only thing Moncek could have considered doing was maybe making a tight turn check back with no club in his hand, but super reasonable hand from both and kind of a cooler turn card in some ways. He does appear to be thinking about making a big fold here.
And he does end up calling.
Okay. So I believe that Eveslage should just go ahead and bet his hand no matter what comes on the river. There's no card where he's getting away from this, and he has so little left that he may as well try to get value. Even if it were to come like the worst card in the deck, like the six of clubs,
yeah,
he should just stick his money in as for value.
I think I agree.
Instead, it is a safe card. And I don't know, I mean, nobody ever bluffs in this spot, but what are you going to do, right?
The price is just too compelling.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, stacks are pretty much leveling out here, Chris.
Yeah, a 4 million chip pot in the first hand of Limit Hold'em, which is, you know, representing about almost half the chips in play.
And you can see that the stacks are very even now. Both players right around 10 bets. Moncek has 12 big bets, and Chad has 10.
So we're going to get some fun heads-up mix games now as the stacks have leveled out to the point where we should have a little bit more play since Chad was able to win that hand. Limit Hold'em, maybe not the most interesting game from all the drawing perspective, but it's certainly a fast game with a lot of action.
I actually think
and
it's a fun heads-up game, too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a quick game, and a good Limit Hold'em player heads up is going to steal pots. It's very important that you find ways to win pots that you don't deserve.
Right, perhaps making some creative semi-bluffs on turns and spots where you can have a lot of value hands, stuff like that.
Absolutely. When you're seeing two good players playing heads up, the one that is winning in the match is usually the one who is winning more pots without necessarily showdown.
And although you do want to play a lot of hands, the 6 deuce off.
I know,
just
certainly can find some folds on the button.
That was super live.
It's crazy. You've lost like every all in, and then you just call perfectly. It's like clinic.
Chad giving a lot of props to Mike Moncek for his play today. Deservedly so.
Yeah, and we saw Mike register the tournament quite late on day one.
You know the little like all-in EV chart. I'm not sure. Yeah, like you're well below expectation.
Yeah.
You're absolutely ravaging.
And then you couldn't beat Yuri.
I know.
Circle of life.
Yeah.
Moncek with 9-7 again.
I would like to see Chad 3-bet this hand out of the big blind. These zero gap suited connectors make good 3-betting candidates, so you can hit some surprising board textures.
Definitely a nice 3-bet in a cash game. Perhaps in the tournament situation, just employing a slightly smaller strategy.
Kind of a big flop for both players here. You could even employ some leads here if you were Chad.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. This is the type of board that's going to hit the big blind actually a little harder than the button probably, although both ranges are quite wide in this heads-up situation, Chris.
Absolutely. And Chad improving again by picking up the flush draw.
Is this a spot where you're going to consider a check raise as Chad and perhaps turning this hand into a bluff, or do you think you have enough showdown value with the 6?
I think you have enough showdown value. I also think that Moncek could have gone ahead and bet his hand for value on the turn. I think this was a little bit of a tight check back.
Now, as Chad, do you like going for a check raise or just pursuing value right away?
I think I do kind of like check raising. Your opponent's going to have a nice opportunity to go for a bluff here with the number of missed holdings, and obviously there are a number of straights available. Moncek is actually going for value here with his 2-card, which is totally reasonable.
Yeah, I think very reasonable, and makes the check from Chad very nice. The thinner your opponent is willing to bet for value, then the more check raising you want to do with some of these strong value hands.
Immediate regret from Mike Moncek here because now he faces a difficult decision. Obviously, he knows his opponent is capable of bluffing. I would be a little bit worried about calling with this hand. I would be thinking I have a number of straights that are better hands to call with than this. He made a thin value bet with one of the weaker hands that he can hold, and his opponent can easily have a straight or a flush here given the action. So I think that this would be an okay situation to go ahead and make a laydown, although we have seen Texas Mike make a number of hero calls already today.
And given that the turn went check-check, the pot's also a little bit smaller. But Texas Mike does end up calling, and I think there's a rule of thumb. Sometimes you feel like because you can also have bluffs, you want to just bet call a lot of your value hands in limit games. But I agree, he's really towards the bottom of his value range in a slightly smaller pot where the turn check through.
Pair and a straight draw.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you were 9s up?
Yeah.
And just going back to one thing that you said earlier, at this stage in the tournament with only 2 players left, you're basically playing a cash game now.
That's a good point.
You're playing a heads-up death match for $475,000. There is no waiting it out. There's no better spot. You just take every spot that comes to you and hope that it goes your way.
True. The only sort of merit to waiting out perhaps is if you think that you have games that you're stronger at where you have more of an edge in coming up, and you might take the slightly lower variance option in a game you think you're more neutral in.
Right. Good point. An interesting feature of a 10-game tournament that doesn't necessarily always come up in poker tournaments.
Right.
One thing I'll also note is you've noticed both players always raising on the button, and then heads-up limit hold'em, that's just going to be correct strategy. When you're in position, you're always comfortable building the pot, and if your opponent 3-bets you out of position, it's just not the end of the world. You know, they can only punish you with one more bet.
We did see Moncek fold the 10-4 offsuit there in the big blind. Perhaps a borderline combination that he could consider defending.
Absolutely. You want to play very loose in the big blind, and 10-4, albeit being very weak, is certainly probably enough to defend. So we're going to switch to heads-up Badugi, which is a very interesting game. Certainly one that I think Chad is going to feel more comfortable, as I know he plays a lot of draw games and certainly a lot of heads-up poker.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Heads-up Badugi is even more loose than limit hold'em. All the hands except for the very top hands run close in equity. You can defend and raise very liberally. You should even see the players drawing 3 cards at times pre-flop here. For example, I would open this hand and draw 3 to the ace.
So you're basically opening any ace on the button?
Yes.
10 seconds.
2 bets.
I would defend this hand and draw 3 to the 4.
I think very close there.
Don't go after my big blind, Alex.
I've learned this. Yeah. I'm not just auto-calling any wheel card and drawing 3, but I do think that those hands are going to be close. You're right that the equities run close.
It's later on in the hand that sometimes the creativity emerges in Badugi, because as you see more and more information about the cards that you're discarding and catching, it might influence you to start turning your hand into a bluff if you have a weaker draw but see a number of medium-suited cards or maybe small pairs that maybe would improve your opponent's hand.
Certainly. Now, it also depends if you think you have a bit of a skill edge against your opponent in the game, perhaps, and you can be able to make better decisions on the future streets.
Sure. Well, let's see how Chad feels about it here, because he is opening a very light hand. This one I actually probably would not have played.
Now, when you do open a hand that's this light, perhaps you just consider turning it into a snow or doing something creative with it rather than just drawing 3 to a 6.
Yeah, I mean, he also could have maybe gone 2 to the 6-10 there. I mean, as weak as it is. He didn't have a lot of great options with a hand like that. So Chad, pretty consistently today in the draw games, though, has just kind of tended to draw for the smooth combinations, right? Like, I think he probably would have drawn 3 to the 6 there based on what you said. And the fact that we see a quick fold from that weak D3 in the big blind there does show that it's going to be very profitable just raising buttons in this game. Both players are just, you know, wanting to wait for a stronger hand or maybe feel the value of being in position is worth a lot.
Sometimes when I open a hand that weak, as Chad did, sometimes I'll open a hand just kind of autopiloting, and I'll open a hand that's really weaker than I should be opening, and then I'll just use that as a snow even if it might not have the sort of snow characteristics to begin with.
Right. Okay, so we're going to have a little action here. Moncek has a combination that typically could go either way in terms of drawing 2 or drawing 1. Earlier, he had a very similar hand and did draw 2. This time, now that he's in a heads-up dynamic, he is elected to draw 1.
Yeah, I think very close here against the D2 of Chad.
Interesting adjustment he makes, and
he
hits it right away. Chad has bricked. Let's see how Chad handles this situation. Is he going to want to continue with this 3-card 10?
I think he's going to draw 2.
Here's my next 2.
So he's just going to draw 2 again and try to make a stronger holding. And he's going to be disappointed to be up against the pat hand, as obviously he is way behind.
And probably just will check fold unimproved on this street. Even if he improves to some sort of marginal draw, the pot is small enough he can consider folding.
Right. This would be that situation he was involved in earlier, where he ended up making the Badoogie on the end to actually save his tournament life. But he was considering probably calling down with a 3-card 6 in that situation.
6, yeah.
You can really only call in the turn in situations like this if you believe your opponent is bluffing at a high enough frequency that you can also call the river. Otherwise, you are certainly not getting a good enough price to continue. And we can see that Moncek has just made a number of Badoogies in all the Badoogie rounds today.
Best mixed player at the table. He's better than me.
I don't know.
I've played with him in the 1500s.
After that no limit deuce call, I don't know about that. That was a pretty sick call.
Moncek giving some props to dealer Mark, who he's saying is calling himself the 3rd best mixed game player at the table.
That was a great quote. I'm playing heads up as the 3rd best player at the table.
That was really good.
So earlier we saw Chad open even worse combinations, so certainly we expect him to open this 4-8. Again, Moncek playing a little bit snug in the big blind, but obviously feeling a little less comfortable in Badoogie. It makes sense to be a little bit tighter and wait for a better game.
Yeah.
All right, we're on to stud 8.
Heads up stud 8, maybe not the action game.
Yeah, I
in
think
the mix.
the stud games heads up just not quite as much action as the draw games and the big bet games, perhaps.
So theoretically in stud 8 or better, a lot of your hands have a lot of incentives to limp, right? Because the bring-in can be quite strong in this game. It's not like they have a bad hand just because they bring it in with a low card in this game. So you often do want to limp as the other opponent because you don't want to reopen the action where you can get 2-bet and end up having to continue way behind.
Yeah, I just think it's important to try to balance those ranges, something Yuri was doing an excellent job at. You don't want to just raise all your strong hands and limp all your weak hands.
Precisely, but we'll see how these players in play, as both players have been more of a raising strategy to this point.
Agree. I think these guys are more raise or fold. We might see some limping. And look, Michael Moncek has buried aces. And Chad with a totally reasonable steal against the deuce here with 3 overcards, 2 low cards, and some straightening potential, but Moncek has woken up with it.
Right, so there's not a lot of incentive for Moncek to slow play in this game because all of his opponent's hands are going to have equity anyway and probably need to continue.
I agree
and he
with
can
that.
also still have a number of holdings here, right? It's
Yeah.
not like he has to have aces just because he raised.
And now this street, I think, just goes bet fold when Chad catches as bad as he does and already has a lemon in the hole.
I think you're right.
Aces?
Yeah. Kind of sucks to get the deuce there. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
So if your opponent is playing a raise-only strategy in this game, then you can adjust by basically folding a little bit more to their raises and then 2-betting them relentlessly when you have reasonable cards.
Right. You're still going to probably want to have some flats, but you definitely get to start 2-betting when you think that they can have some weak hands. And you just fold some of those bottom combos, expecting them to mostly be limping some of their weaker hands themselves.
Right. And in heads-up poker, the combinations that are strong enough to 2-bet are certainly going to be way weaker than in a ring game environment. Although in heads-up, that's kind of similar to the spot where it's folded to the last stack die anyway. So Moncek kind of playing a high-only hand here, although this is super reasonable. High-only hands do go up in value in heads-up stud 8 or better, as obviously it's harder for your opponent to make a low with such a wide range of starting hands.
Chad's hand here is really quite weak.
Yeah, the 9 is not ideal when you see a 10 on your opponent's board. Even if you don't think your opponent necessarily starts with split 10s that often, it's very likely that he may catch a 10 at some point in the hand, and therefore your 9 becomes quite a dead card for you.
Yeah, and also just being heads up, fewer antes in the pot to go after, so you don't need to make some of those really light defends.
Precisely. We have not seen either player bring it in for the full amount, which is a legal option in stud 8 or better. However, it is not a good strategic option in heads-up stud because obviously you want to preserve as much hidden information as you can and your opponent's range and keep your range as wide as possible. And this time it's Chad who picks up the aces. This raise I find to be a little too loose from Moncek. If I were not going to play a limping strategy, then I would prefer to just fold this combination. Well, maybe not. Maybe not against the 9.
I somewhat disagree. I think you can kind of just raise almost any jack against the 9 in particular. The 9 is just such a weak card in this game, and he does have that suited queen with it.
And notice that Chad went with a different strategy than what I was describing earlier. He has played his hand very carefully so far as a trap.
This is very cool from Chad, keeping some of Moncek's absolute weakest hands in. I would have been tempted to potentially check raise 4th Street with Chad's hand, but he's just electing to not give the information. And now he's just wondering if he can now check raise, even though his board looks weird, and I think he will.
I think he will. Yeah, he's played this hand very well in a trappy kind of a way.
Yeah,
different from the way I would have played the hand, but he's achieved quite a lot with this play. As he allowed Moncek to barrel twice with absolute air.
Yeah, this is very cool. And Moncek has some backdoor low equity, but it's just not enough to continue here.
Moncek has to be a little bit wondering exactly what he's against, right?
Very true. Chad could have some flush draw combinations. He could have some ace queen potentially, something like that.
Absolutely.
So nice pickup there from Chad, playing his hand in a bit of a deceptive manner.
Certainly. Showing a little bit of creativity in a situation that, you know, not necessarily everyone would find. I like it.
And Chad has always been a very creative player, and one that, you know, some players who potentially look at the game in a more straightforward fashion have thought that he's getting out of line, but he's really just doing some very creative, high-level things.
We will see how that manifests in this match. So here we have a continue from the 8 as a call. Cannot be thrilled to catch a king, although we do not have the down cards at this moment. Okay, so Moncek decided to defend 6, 8, 9. That does seem somewhat reasonable against a wide stealing range. He hates to see the 7 show up on Chad's board. And notice that Chad has a very nice holding here now, having paired his 7.
I think very reasonable call on 3rd Street from Moncek. Starts to get a little dicey on 4th when you catch that dead king.
Yeah. This is a tricky spot for Moncek now because he does need that 7 very badly, and so he decides to just get out of the way.
I might have been tempted to fold Moncek's hand on the turn.
As we switch over to PLO.
So we'll see if this gets bloody at all, Chris.
Presumably, Moncek would want to push the action a little bit in this round.
Yeah, I think Moncek certainly has the experience and potentially skill advantage in this particular format.
As Chad has opened up exactly a 2-to-1 chip lead right now.
We see the blinds are 50 and 100 here.
Yeah,
so
the players are so much deeper in the PLO round now with these betting limits being so high.
Yeah, 29 big blinds though. If you're playing an open strategy, all of a sudden a 3-bet pot, you know, you're going to be getting the chips in quite often. So
absolutely, we can see fireworks this round.
We'll see if we do see some limps here, and Moncek does open with a limp here. Very reasonable with the ace-10 tray.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but now playing with a big blind ante, it does make sense to do a lot of limping in PLO.
Exactly.
As well.
Both in all the big bet games, really, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Check.
And a little bit
Moncek
of a
has smashed the
check.
flop, yeah. Plays very quickly.
It does make some sense that if you're going to slow play some trip aces combos, you want to slow play the ones that have backup, so he does have those hearts going for him. He doesn't need as much protection as he does with some other ace-X. And he does induce a quick bet out of Chad here.
Is Chad just maybe trying to get a little bit of protection for his 7?
I think a little bit of a bizarre bet from Chad. He does have a hand that blocks some of Moncek's continues with the 7, but I don't know. I really think I would have just check folded that hand on the turn as Chad, I think.
Fair enough.
Expecting Moncek to also bet some of his air on the flop and be a little bit more showdown value oriented when he checks back. I would rather bet a hand in Chad's shoes that has more ability to improve and value bet rivers. Phil Galfond has talked about an important concept in PLO where you want to be betting hands on the early streets that can continue betting across multiple streets, whether that means because they have good future blockers to bet as a bluff or because they can make strong hands. And Chad's hand really had neither.
Yeah, it was sort of a naked 7.
Pretty strong hand here for Chad. We'll see if he comes with a raise or a limp, and he does raise.
And Moncek could certainly consider a 3-bet with this ace-king combo.
Yeah, I think it's just not quite strong enough. If you 3-bet off these stacks, you pretty much have to be willing to play for stacks. I'd rather just call this ace-king combo and 3-bet some stronger versions of the hand. Now, this is a board that really should favor Moncek's range over Chad's, and he is allowed to play some leads on this board.
However, maybe having an ace and a king in his hand, he feels a little less comfortable leaving, thinking that his opponent would not necessarily whiff this board as much.
Certainly.
Action turn card, as both players have improved.
Chad has a bit of equity, but just decides to make what I think is quite a nice check back here. He's got a hand that can absorb aggression on some future streets, but doesn't really want to face a raise on the turn. And we do see Mike going for some nice immediate value here with kings up. And given this development, I don't think that Chad has a particularly compelling continue here.
Yeah, and my bad, of course. I thought that both players somehow had a king in their hand, so obviously it could have been more of an action card, but obviously Moncek is able to just take that one down with his kings up. Texas Mike making some good headway in the first couple PLO hands here, narrowing the gap.
And I'm guessing that no deal has been made between these two players. Based on what I know about Texas Mike, I think he just wants to win it all.
Absolutely, and it's probably in his mind to his advantage to play for as much money as possible.
Agree with that. Now let's see if Mike continues his limping strategy here, or if he uses this hand as a raise. Does come in with the raise. So note he's playing some limps and some raises. We'll have to keep an eye out on those ranges and if he's just using stronger hands in his raising range. Chad makes a bit of a tight fold there, I think, with 6-6-8-9, although he didn't have any suits.
0 suits, but like a 3 connected hand with a pair.
Yeah, somewhat connected with that ante in there. Certainly would have been tempting to play that one, but elects to make a slightly tighter fold. And again, if Chad thinks he has a bigger advantage in some of the other games, it can actually make sense to make some slightly tighter folds in PLO.
Sometimes when you notice your opponent folding in some spots in the big blind, even with a small sample size like this, you might shift your strategy to a little bit more of a raising strategy, however, just trying to pick up that big blind ante more frequently.
I like that as a possible adjustment. I like this limp from Chad.
Of course, you can never know exactly what sort of hands your opponent's getting dealt, but you do get a feeling that maybe they're overfolding a little bit in that situation.
Right. Sometimes you just have to act on the information you have, Chris, even if it's incomplete information.
Right, and then update as you get new information
exactly.
as the match goes on.
That's kind of the way I've always approached poker. I will make some pretty brash assumptions just playing with somebody for 5 or 10 minutes, and then just always be willing to update those assumptions.
Heads-up poker is a very fascinating dynamic because you can learn so much more about your opponent and the way that he thinks than you really ever can in a ring game environment because you both are forced to play almost every pot against and
what's after rounds?
And you really get a feel for what their play
thanks.
style is like.
Yeah, exactly. You're getting a lot of showdowns and just a lot of sample size in all the games and sort of feeling out people's frequencies.
I've always felt that someone may say, oh, how does so-and-so play? And I'll say, well, I don't really know. But then if I play them heads up for 30 minutes, then I can give them a pretty detailed assessment.
Certainly, you know how they play heads up. Some people play very differently heads up to the way they play ring, though. But yeah, I get what you mean. You sort of get an insight into the strategic mind of your opponent when you play them in a heads up, high pressure environment. Chad, I've played quite a few hands with online, so I'm quite familiar with his game.
All right, we're switching to probably my favorite and most experienced game, which is heads up deuce to 7 triple draw. Again, another game where you can play a wide range of hands.
Right, Mike probably going to treat this as a draw 3 to the 8-6. And Chad with a hand that I would have been considering 3-betting drawing 1.
No,
he likes to call and draw 2. Do you like this better?
I much prefer call and draw 2 with this hand. I would almost go so far as to say you never draw to a 9 pre-flop
even in these
triple draw.
situations where the ranges are this wide.
It would just be trying to take advantage of your opponent by hoping that they're going to overfold in spots. It is not necessarily the right play on its face.
Okay.
So Moncek has made a slight improvement and has a pair here, but I don't think this hand is good enough to bet for unimproved value.
I agree with that. And it should go check, D2, D2.
That does seem most likely.
And 2.
So this is a relatively common situation in triple draw, which is the 2-2 spot on the turn. Earlier we saw Chad decide to bet in this spot and then draw 2 again on the river, which was a little bit of a mistake in my mind. Moncek has made a monster here.
Yeah, this pot's going to be over, I believe, unless Chad starts bluffing, because the pot is too small for Chad to do anything but check fold, drawing 2 to a 6-4-3.
Certainly agreed. Even if he had, even if he felt that he wanted to continue with the hand, the 3-4-6 is kind of a bad combination to continue with, as you do make some straights. So Mike will be a little disappointed not to get more action there, as in heads-up poker, if you make an 8, you often feel very good about the hand and almost feel that your opponent could be drawing dead.
Still, just picking up any pots is quite valuable at this point.
Yeah, he's narrowed the gap significantly already. Definitely think that this game is one that could elicit some blood, as I said, you do play a wide range of hands in triple draw, and oftentimes once someone starts betting on one street, then there will be bets on subsequent streets as well. So you can easily put a bet in on every street in this high-stakes limit game right now with the 400K big bet.
Certainly.
Chad gets dealt a monster on the button, a pat 8-7-6.
Wow.
Moncek has a tempting hand to bluff with.
Yeah, this is the kind of hand that's going to call and take 3 and then perhaps bluff later on in the hand, having seen those additional 5s. Maybe not against Chad's pat.
He would consider that. He also could have considered just going for it right away.
True. So if you do that, Chris, do you 3-bet and just pat right away, or do you do like a fake draw? Like maybe draw 1 on the first draw and then pat later?
I prefer patting right away. I think that you often just have really good hands when you pat right away, and like as a result, you actually need to find some weaker ones.
The reason I sometimes like drawing 1 is that when you pat right away, you often have hands that want to go for value all the way. Whereas if you 3-bet and draw 1, you're going to draw into some really stronger hands.
Sure. The idea there is that, as we note, that Moncek has a gut shot draw here, and I believe he probably is supposed to continue, having seen those pair blockers earlier. It is awkward to draw to the gut shot against the pat hand, but this hand does have some positive implied odds. If he spikes that magic deuce, he could win an extra bet, and he may just feel that the hand has enough equity on its own.
So catching the cards that Moncek has caught, he's abandoned his plan of trying to snow this hand, and is now just drawing to a very good. And look at this.
He makes it.
He makes
I actually
an
would
87.
not mind seeing a lead here,
I agree
presuming
with
that most players kind of do what you suggested, which is they play a little passively with their their pat range on the river.
I agree with you. I think I like a lead here because he's going to pull ahead of a lot of the hands that Chad pats. And
Chad took kind of a bad beat this hand. I mean, he got dealt such a monster, but I mean, obviously both players played this hand well. To go back to your thought from a moment ago, the answer to your question is you just need to grit your teeth and value bet the river more thinly with some of your bad pat 8s. You know, if your opponents are going to want to hero call you when you're snowing, then obviously you just widen your value ranges as well.
That's a very good point.
So very quickly the tides have turned here as Moncek has won almost all of the pots so far and heads up.
And
outside of the no limit single draw.
A nice value bet there from Moncek, recognizing that in a heads-up situation, his opponent can certainly have some lighter pat hands.
Yeah. It turns out that Chad would have bet the hand himself, but, you know, Moncek is obviously trying to target those very weak holdings. Mike gets dealt a very similar hand to the one he had on the button the first hand, which is basically just a naked 6-8. Sometimes these 9s can work in your favor in the future as blockers, but here Chad has nothing, so just again he gets another one through. And the momentum is certainly turned in this match.
Yeah, Texas Mike closing in on a 2-1 chip lead.
Certainly there are not many big bets in play overall, so things can fluctuate in a hurry here.
And certainly if Texas Mike is able to hang on to this chip lead and win this tournament, we're going to be looking back at that hand against Yuri as really the play of the tournament where he picked him off with a pair of 4s against Yuri's.
No matter the result here, that will certainly be a hand that will stick in my mind for a long time.
Although Yuri, to his credit, would have been eliminated earlier on if he just got all in with those pocket 9s. So really some high-level play by everybody at this final table. As we see Moncek with an interesting 9-8-7-3, probably going to ditch the 9, draw 2 to the 8-7-3.
Yep, I think that would be the standard as well.
Chad will draw 3 here.
2, 3.
One thing that can be really tricky is if you play a lot of heads-up and short-handed play and perhaps get a lot of hands in online, it can be tricky to switch back to a ring game environment. You get used to playing a lot of these marginal starting hands, and then you see something like Deuce 3-8 under the gun 7-handed, and you get very excited.
Absolutely. I would not recommend to either of these players to go jump into a 4-ring cash game after this tournament for many, many reasons.
Particularly not a lower stakes one, perhaps.
So Chad has pulled way ahead here, catching a 2-3-5-5-7. Moncek has seen a number of blockers throughout this hand and obviously has enough to continue here with his 8-7 draw. Chad also pairs. Both players have caught a number of cards. I don't like this raise, however. His hand is too good to turn into a bluff. I would prefer to just continue drawing at this hand. It looks like Moncek's going to go for a snow.
I agree, and I think when you want to use hands that have worse draws, whether those are straight draws or perhaps draws to rougher holdings. Here he's got a fairly smooth draw. He can make a number, what is it, number 10, the 8-7-4-3 deuce?
And Chad has hit, I believe. He has made 8 perfect, so this bluff will certainly not work.
And is Chad going to go for a value raise here with 85?
Absolutely, his hand is good enough to raise, yeah.
Definitely.
He's also seen a number of pair blockers throughout the hand.
And then could Texas Mike ever come with a bet 3-bet? I'm getting ahead of myself here, Chris.
Well, he has shown a lot of heart in these moments.
Having 7s in your hand is definitely something you want when you're considering a bluff raise.
I think Texas Mike missed up by just taking this hand that had a little bit too much drawing value. Uh-oh.
And he does go for it.
And Chad is certainly not getting away from this. Chad will just have to just call this bet, though. He certainly cannot 4-bet.
Cool. You're good.
And certainly 7s are something you want to have seen a lot of when you do go through for a sophisticated play like this. But yeah. Chad's hand just too good.
The problem is that the other cards that Mike Moncek saw throughout the hand were not necessarily helpful for bluffing in that situation. And also, like I said, the main problem with the hand was actually just the decision to abandon the draw in the first place.
Yeah.
Right.
8 slick was eight smooth is probably the hand that's like 6s, 7s, all that. Yeah.
Chad getting a very fortuitous river card there. Not only did he win the pot, but he was able to win additional bets.
And right now, Chad has taken a 2-1 chip lead, and just a sign of how big these limits have gotten.
That was a huge pot. To lose the extra 800 there, but that's me.
I mean,
is it hold'em time?
Suicide bluff.
As we take a look here at our payouts, really Benny Glazer, 5th place, Daniel Negreanu, 4th, and Yuri Dzivielevski, 3rd place, with 2 remaining players playing for that $1.2 million first prize.
Oh, how's that going?
No, there's some people that you crush them with that. Some people never pay it off. They always fall. Big.
It's actually Raz that we've switched to.
Okay.
4.
Or king, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, king. Yeah, we're on
Complete.
My bad. Complete.
So a situation where Chad does not need to look at his cards with a 4 versus a king. Heads up Raz is often not an action game because it's hard to have two hands that match up close to each other. Typically, it will be more like what we just saw with one high card versus one low card, and the high card can only continue with a very narrow range, even knowing the low card is basically raising 100% of the time.
Right, yeah, Raz is a game you really enjoy playing 7 or 8-handed.
Yeah. Sometimes a low card versus a low card can produce some action, like in this situation.
Perhaps not here with Moncek having the king-jack in the hole.
Correct. Notice, though, that if Moncek did have a nice hand in the hole there, he could go for a 2-bet that spot. So sometimes, even if you have a slightly weaker up card, you don't necessarily have to give up.
PokerGO is the home of the best cash games, streaming exclusively all in one place. Streaming now are the new seasons of High Stakes Poker and No Gamble, No Future. And we've got the debut of our brand new series, Cash Flow, coming this month. The biggest pots and boldest plays, only on PokerGO. Join or upgrade today at PokerGo.com with promo code MIXED25. That's MIXED25 to save $20 on your first new year of an annual plan.
Next, we see a nice nuanced fold from Chad here. He wanted to defend the ace-10-9, but realizes that there's not many antes out there, and he's just going to go ahead and wait.
Yeah, and perhaps a spot where if your ace is your up card, you're playing that hand, but when you've got the 9 already showing and another semi-lemon in the hole, erring on the side of prudence makes a lot of sense.
Being over here
difficult to
sucks
make a
because
very
I'm gonna
strong
see that I
hand.
probably would have made something if I threw away the 7.
What do you mean?
Like if I didn't pat with the pick.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Did you have a smooth draw, or was it like really rough?
It was smooth.
Smoothish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just counting you to not make a hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Texas Mike kind of acknowledging what we were discussing about that triple draw hand.
And
Chad
a strong
has a big
hand
one
here.
here.
Wow. And Moncek ends up completing with the split 3s.
Seems reasonable to me with the blocker. I would like to see Chad 2-bet this combo, though.
I think you can mix your play somewhat, but I can see what you're saying, where you just want to go for the value in a heads-up environment where the ranges are so wide.
Absolutely.
Now Moncek picking up the 6. The equities have turned into a flip.
Yes, and now it's Chad was showing the much better board. Sorry, I apologize. Their boards are basically neutral.
Yeah, the boards are somewhat neutral. This is interesting, though. Chad has paired his ace.
Yeah, and Moncek has a pair of 3s to start, so both players have something wrong with their hand.
And if Chad thinks that Moncek was opening some weaker hands, he does decide to bluff here, thinking that Moncek could be stealing some weaker hands, and Moncek does have this pair of 3s. This is a bit of a tricky spot for Moncek, and I don't mind just folding here against the board that Chad was showing.
Yes, I think that is reasonable, especially given that Chad did not 2-bet pre. You would maybe put him more on some like medium cards and think that ace was a very helpful card for his range.
Yeah, and the pot's also smaller. He's drawing to a runner. I think very reasonable fold there.
Typically in Raz, these small split pairs do make for good semi-bluffing combinations because obviously you're very unlikely to pair them again.
Yeah.
But yes, it does make some sense. Moncek just feeling like it was time to step out of the way there. And Chad picking up a nice pot there with a very weak holding there, pairing his ace. As now we switch to no limit hold'em.
Okay.
So Moncek is playing 24 bigs.
This is the kind of hand that's actually reasonable to just open shove, Chris, even though it would be a large shove. Perhaps limp shoving is also another nice option, getting your opponent to raise some weaker hands and then being able to shove your pair over their raise.
Yeah, interesting ideas there.
Check.
He does go with the limp idea, and
Notice how quickly Mike Moncek plays. I really like that. Although he does take time when he needs it, like he did in that spot against Yuri.
absolutely, it's Chad turning the open-ended straight-tron and stealing the pot. So Chad is getting the better of these small pots right now. He's been able to take down a couple after that deuce to 7 triple draw hand as well, where he's now kind of extending his lead. And it is often the small pots that separate the results in heads-up poker. The big pots are somewhat cold decks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Of course, in no limit hold'em, one cold deck could end our tournament in either direction. As you suggested earlier, both players playing a lot of limps with that big blind ante in play.
Especially as the effective stack gets a little bit shallower, with Moncek now only having 23 big blinds. I think the limping becomes even more of a commonly used weapon. Jack 9-4 here. Chad flopping middle pair.
Check.
Vitch is coming with a small value bet.
Just pecking away, earning those big blind antes.
As we see Chad Eveslage was down to 225K at the 40K, 80K level.
That's
Chris.
wild, yeah.
That was
Chad,
quite some time ago.
Chad and Yuri had the, oh, hang on a second here. We have some action.
Oh,
Texas
wow.
Mike went with a raise on the button, and Chad picks up ace-king and jams.
Yeah, I believe that was yesterday around the bubble, perhaps.
Okay,
But Chad was down. He was one of those short stacks. Chad, John Reisner, Yuri, and
Sure, yeah. It's really only Texas Mike who's really never been very, very short in this tournament.
Right. Oh, and Chad was short again 3 hours ago with 225K.
Yeah, so.
Sorry.
Now all of a sudden in a dominant position.
And we saw the same thing with Yuri, right? Where Yuri was chip leader and then the shortest stack and then built back up to chip leader again and then short again and then busted. So there's been a lot of movement.
Absolutely. It looks like Chad is maybe even employing a trap here with King Jack. I think he would probably want to put in 16 big blinds if needed to.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a hand that he's willing to get all in with, and he just uses a trap. And look at this flop.
He flops the nuts.
Moncek flops a very interesting bluffing combination, potentially, with a double gutter. He does just elect to check call.
Whoa, and Moncek may be up to something here. I guess, okay, so just continue with the double gutter, yeah. A 9 would be a disaster for him.
Yeah, very true.
Chad obviously loving his situation right now, hoping his opponent has a queen.
Chad does go with a big bet here in kind of an awkward spot for Moncek, but he does make the call with his double gutter. Little tricky spot here, out of position with just jack high, really hoping to river a 9 or a king, although we know the 9 would be no good.
Check.
How heroic does Moncek want to be? In theory, his hand could beat some bluffs.
And well, we've seen him make some pretty big hero calls before, but this would be, I think, almost an even bigger hero call than the pair of fours, Chris.
Yeah, no limit hold'em is not really my game, but I could see him considering it here.
I suppose he's got to figure out how wide can Chad go for value. And is Chad just going to
What's after 08?
randomly bluff with a lot of his small cards?
Thanks.
Yeah, Moncek asking what the next game in the rotation is, perhaps considering that in his decision here.
Absolutely, he's getting quite shallow. He's absolutely considering hero calling this jack high, thinking that Chad could have an absolute airball, and he does call.
And he does, wow, and the tournament is over. Chad Eveslage, winner of the inaugural $100,000 mixed game super high roller bowl.
Good game, man.
Yeah, good
Wow,
game,
well, congratulations to Chad. Texas Mike Moncek put on quite a show here today as well. Live by the sword, die by the sword with those hero calls.
Yeah, trusting his instincts. I mean, the huge call to eliminate Yuri and just trusted those instincts. They were wrong this time as Chad flopped the goods there with Broadway.
There is our inaugural super high roller bowl
Congratulations,
winner.
Chad Eveslage, champion, $1.2 million, and the first ever super high roller bowl champion.
And nothing to be
mixed games.
disappointed about for Michael Moncek. I'm sure he is disappointed, as we know he was playing for the win and the win alone, but an incredible showing,
Thank
a
you.
memorable
Thank you.
hand.
Thanks.
And you can see
Yeah.
Chad finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. As you can see, Chad Eveslage, winner of $1.2 million as he maneuvers this very tough final table. Michael Moncek, runner-up. All credit to him in that absolutely bold bluff. $725,000 for his second place effort. And you see the rest of the final table there. Yuri, Daniel Negreanu, and Benny Glazer. Strong showing for all 5 of those players. As we go back to Chad, champion, showing off some, showing a little emotion now, letting himself smile.
Yeah, look at that ring. Look at that
The
cash.
ring and the cash. And, you know, Chad played great, especially in the draw games. And Chris, I want to thank you for being alongside me for all of this. This was a fantastic experience, and been really a pleasure to cover the first ever Super High Roller Bowl with you.
3 days of incredible poker, getting to see some of these games that we rarely get to see on stream, and it's been a pleasure to be alongside you too, Alex. Thanks very much to everyone for tuning in.
On behalf of Chris Vitch, this is Alex Livingston saying goodbye from Las Vegas.